Okay, so we are beginning to go live. Normally I get a double kind of code and it takes a while, but somehow today it works immediately. So this means that from now on you have to be careful with what you say. Also as a heads up, just so everyone knows, we have students doing an Instagram takeover every day. So they are also making pictures of the live stream and putting putting you also up on the Instagram of the Bartlett. We have to mention this so that you know that this is happening. We hope you consent with this. Okay.
I hope it's a good one, not yet.
Hey, Theodora.
Hey. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for joining.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hello.
Okay, so just a reminder that we are live already, just for anyone who just joined in. So silent now. It's everyone.
You scared everyone. You scared everyone.
Okay, filling up nicely. Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi Octavian. You are live on YouTube, Octavian. Do you want to say?
Live on YouTube. Okay. Hello YouTube. How is YouTube going?
I heard it's not going well.
YouTube is healthy, I hope. And,
I've tried to bring back an appropriate background from yesterday's discussion.
Oh yeah, we were just debating that. The fox is the new symbol of
rebellion.
Yeah, of
architectural rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
I like my live background.
Yeah, I have a borrowed live background in the apartment of my neighbor in times of Corona and home office. That's my, so I always wonder if I should hide it, and then I'm like, nope, this is what it is.
This is what it is.
You'll pass, you'll pass.
This is what it looks like.
It was surreal in the office, like empty. It's almost a question, like, why do we go there if people are not?
Someone UK based?
Yeah,
it's like a UK based siren.
Yeah, that's me, sorry.
Hey, Jose, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
It actually really got up at 5 a.m. in Los Angeles. That's
wow.
That's a commitment.
Jose, when are you moving?
I'm moving next week, next Thursday. So I have basically a week here in LA. My last week.
Do you have like a trailer and you put everything in?
Kind of. I mean, we're getting a company to take everything there, and we're driving the things that we can in the car. So we're just going to take like a whole week of driving across the US.
It's a nice drive as well.
I haven't done it before, so we'll see. I don't know if with COVID it will be an easy thing to do.
Good morning, Jose. Must be like 5 there, huh?
Yeah, good morning. You'll hear me speaking very slow and very as slowly I wake up still.
Okay, Jose, you are live on YouTube actually already. So just,
yeah, great.
Yeah. So it's 1 o'clock, so I will just start the introductions. Let's admit all the students. Okay, so welcome everyone. Welcome to the Bartlett bPro SuperCrits. We are at the 3rd day now, automation. We had matter and media the 2 previous days. And tomorrow we will end with the last session, which will be now offering a cross-section of the program. So these reviews are both the Bartlett bPro Urban Design Program and the Bartlett bPro Architectural Design Program. They will be alternating and mixed. We're addressing urgencies from climate to material, from housing to robotics, from AI to biocomputing, from cities to games. It's also really a celebration of the work for the students and a moment for critical debate with a roundtable session at the end of the reviews. For the format, we're using back-to-back presentations, which means you will see 2 10-minute presentations by students, and then we have a 20-minute slot for discussions. The roundtable in the end is really an opportunity to pick up on some of the debates that will be emerging throughout the day. It's completely free. We don't really have a time limit. Like yesterday, I think we went on for a few hours more than we had planned, and that's completely fine. Also, the roundtable for the tutors and students to reach out to the critics and engage in the debates. We have less opportunity for that during the reviews because of the very strict timetabling, but once we reach the roundtable, everyone is kindly invited to join in and join the conversation. I will just say kind of a quick statement about automation, about the topic for today. Before I do that, I also just want to mention again that we have a small booklet that is available online where you can follow the schedule. You can check which cluster is presenting. You can also find your briefs there and more information. So that's an issue. The link is also available under the YouTube channel. So briefly about automation. The diffusion of automated technologies is rapidly disrupting our societies. This panel will really speculate on how we will work, produce, and inhabit cities in the future. How will architecture and urban spaces look like once confronted with automation? And what positions do we take as architects? What do we advocate as architects in response to automation? How will design processes change because of the introduction of learning algorithms and digital platforms? This open set of questions will animate the projects presented under the broad agenda of automation. We'll look at housing, public spaces, cultural infrastructures, and transport hubs, providing a testing ground for the design of flexible and autonomous spaces, as well as for the implementation of new design and construction processes. I will now introduce the critics who are with us at the moment, and then we will continue with a very, very brief introduction by the different clusters that are presenting today. I will just introduce the critics that, as long as I'm aware that are here right now, and then when people roll in at a later moment, I will introduce them as well. So I'll start with Marina. Marina Altero-Vizier is a visiting tutor in the School of Architecture at the Royal College of Art, and she's also the Director of Research at Het Nieuwe Instituut in Rotterdam. Molly Wright-Steensen, Senior Associate Dean for Research at the College of Fine Arts at Carnegie Mellon, and also Associate Professor of Ethics and Computational Technologies at the School of Design at Carnegie Mellon. Anna Maria Meister, who's joining us as from the TU Darmstadt, where she's a professor for history and theory. Jelle Feringa, architect and the CTO of Actual, and also co-founder of Easy City with Philippe Morel. Theodora Vardouli, writer, historian, and an assistant professor at the School of Architecture at McGill in Montreal. Shajay Bhushan, co-founder of Zaha Code and a studio leader at the AADRL. Maria Jablonina, architect, researcher, and artist, assistant professor at the University of Toronto. Jose Sanchez, founder of the Plethora Project, and I think I may announce is now officially a professor at University of Michigan, no longer at the University of South California. Daniel Köhler, who is of course well known to the program. He was teaching in AD and UD before. Assistant professor in architecture computation at the University of Texas in Austin. And the further critics, do tell me if I missed anyone right now, but I think that's everyone who's in the panel right now, and then we'll introduce the other critics when they roll in. So I would like to invite RC3 to very, very briefly in 1 minute introduce yourself and say kind of one-liner about your agenda.
Sure. Hi, so my name is Tyson. We are teaching together with Valentina Sona and Octavian Georgiou. So RC3, we call the studio Living Architecture Lab. So we're focused on developing autonomous reconfigurable architecture through the design of robotically actuated material systems. We focus on developing artificial intelligence and robotics for reconfiguration and multi-objective design and trying to integrate those two worlds. We're interested in reappraising the notion that a building is a singular artifact. So we're thinking of this as not a linear life cycle, but a more of a circular, continuous, adaptive one. And finally, this year, you'll see we kind of divided the 4 projects into 2 segments. One side being rigid body self-assembly systems and the other being actuated robotic soft body systems. Valentina or Octavian, do you want to add anything to that, or is that okay?
I think you cover all the main points. Thanks.
Maybe it's nice to just say hi. Okay. Next up is RC4. Manu, do you want to take the honors of introducing RC4?
Hi, yes, thanks, Ian. So yeah, RC4 is run by myself, Manuel Garcia, Diet Redsin, who is now in sabbatical, but he's still working, right? Kevin Sai and Sonia Mastiart, and he's part of the Design Computation Lab that we're running together with Monique Capel, who is teaching theory together with Alessandro Bava as well for RC4. We deal with the agency of architecture for a change, mainly in modes of living, taking automation beyond robots and beyond robotic fabrication, and start dealing with it as a design problem and indeed a design opportunity. So we work on ideas for different modes of domesticity, being optimistic about automation and its agency towards design, and what kind of consequences could have in our everyday life. So we're trying to radicalize the way we use spaces, and we optimize them and give different aesthetic agendas. And we work both in fabrication and in this idea of a platform that is introducing new kind of experimental exercises about the ownership and the use of workspace together with living space. So the students this year, as every other year before this, they have been working mainly in housing, really digging into these ideas of domesticity linked to automation.
Okay, thank you, Manu.
If Sonia or Kevin want to add something, or you can also add something, but you are.
Or you can just wave to say hi as well, so just people have you on the radar.
I was going to say hi.
Okay. Brilliant. Okay, RC11, the beautiful title, Computationally Intelligent Architecture for Emotionally Intelligent People.
Hi, guys. We are teaching with Paul Poinet in RC11. That's the first year in the urban design. Personally, I used to teach a couple of years ago in the AD. So this year we asked the student to investigate urban phenomenon on a really global scale. So we asked them to find at some point to identify their own problematics. At the very global scale, since we have to build massively for 2 billion inhabitants in the next 15 years. Then they also have to work at the city scale, at the site scale, also zooming in at the architecture scale, and ultimately paying some attention to what happens at the living unit scale. For some groups, as you will see, they also address the issue of structure, or let's say at least a structural strategy, and also the issue of application deployment. This is something we'll see mostly tomorrow. So globally speaking, it's almost a kind of classical urban design approach where we ask the student to identify something and to investigate it in depth. So it's more about finding or establishing a global strategy, let's say, or more or less a kind of model. The idea is to have this model as well wrapped as possible so that we could power it later on with artificial intelligence algorithms and also real-time databases. So you will see the 4 groups. It's very, let's say, it's quite coherent. It's really the idea of a trans or multi-scalar approach. And it's really the idea of developing a model that could be almost market ready, let's say, just adding a tiny additional layer of business model and plugging it to AI-powered algorithms strategy.
Thank you.
So I don't know if Paul wants to add something.
No, I'm gonna say hi. Hello.
Thank you, Filippo and Paul. RC14, last but not least.
So RC14 is run by myself, Tassos Varoudis and Roberto Bottazzi, and it's titled as Machine Learning Urbanism. So our research group is kind of focusing on the using computational models, graph-based models, and machine learning in urban design. And we tend to use kind of huge variety of data sets, multiple dimensions, well, that's a weird term now with tensors and everything, and time distributed. You'll see some of our groups using kind of time distributed models. We aim to really dig into the ML, and sometimes we twist the narrative. We don't use pre-trained models, especially with cats and dogs. That's probably because I've been punished by doing a full degree in computer science as well, apart from being a professional architect. So I don't know, I have a twisted view of ML. At the time, it used to be called kind of artificial intelligence. There wasn't any buzzword as ML. And you'll see from our students, you'll see ideas across scales. We feed in stuff from the Space Index lab at the Bartlett School of Architecture. So visibility-based analysis, agent-based simulations, pedestrian, so human-centric research. And also the Urban Dynamics Lab, which is kind of you'll see huge models running across the UK from real data. We always try to focus on kind of real scenarios. And with every group, we're sort of trying to have a reapplication of our models in the end, and our models to be kind of self-sufficient with the correct amount of data in every part of the world. They could be kind of reapplied. I think that's one of our mottos generally. Well, that's it, I think, from us.
Yeah, just to say that Anarita is also working with us, and she's also connected. So that's it, yeah.
Okay, so before Roberto, I think, will introduce the first 2 projects. But before that, I also I just forgot to mention to everyone in the critics, we also developed this new kind of Zoom culture around reviews, where we actually actively use the chat box as well. So there's almost like yesterday, there was a live feedback from the critics to the students while presentations are developing. There were debates and frenemies made in the chat box. It's also an opportunity for students, like students will also, you know, start texting in the text box. So very welcome to start doing that as well. Roberto.
Yes, thanks. So maybe one more thing to add is that the students still have approximately 3 months to go. In September, basically, they will, late September, they will hand in the final work. So there is still room for, let's say, readjusting the trajectory or digging deeper in certain parts of the project. So without any more waiting, we can, I think, get going with the presentations. So as Gilles just said, 2 presentations and then a section of comments. The first one is from Paraloged, RC4, followed by Nassetti, RC11. So if RC4, the first group from RC4, can begin to share the screens, and we'll time the presentations, okay? Please stick to 10 minutes. Is Paralog ready to go? Yeah. Good.
Yes, I will start now.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
So hello everyone, we are Paralog from RC4.
And in our project, we mainly focus on housing crisis in big cities. In London, the housing price is too high compared with their income, but the demand for housing is always increasing. People need affordable and high-quality houses. We will solve the problem in the aspects of funding method, design and construction process, architecture structure, and ownership. The most important parts in Paralog are automated design process, payback process, and the post-tension system. We want to provide developable houses to residents and make it affordable by crowdfunding. Our target people can be divided as the residents, the public space users, and the investors. Here, part of the private space is crowdfunded by the investors, so it's affordable. And residents are in the payback process. They can buy small space at the beginning and then pay money back to the system to get bigger space. But the neighboring public space will be affected and be smaller. So according to the relationship between the two spaces during the payback process, we decided to use minimal surface as the prototype of the architecture. And based on it, we can get the structural output. The shape of the surface is determined by users' demand. Users can do it in Paralog app. And here, investor has to choose a function for the public space, and after that, both of them should input their demand for the space. After the input, resident will be connected with the interactional public space, and they should confirm the space information together, and then they can go with the payback process. After paying for the next stage, they are allowed to change the space. In Paralog, the structure is flexible as the components are connected by a discrete cable system. Users can make appointment to change their space, or if they want to make it faster and cheaper, they can do it by themselves with our AR tools and the tutorials in the app.
We have researched a different minimal surface and simulated with our own components. And we tested the transformation possibility in payback process of different prototypes. Based on the articulation of components, we have designed different functional space from small scale to large scale. In the research of minimal surface, we found out the structural line of the minimal surface can be used as a root of post-tension system. We have set up project prototype library based on the research of the minimal surface with different spatial strategy. In the small scale project, we designed spatial transformation happening in different units during the payback process.
And then first we have started the design of the component with a uniform cube, such as simple as a box. Then it evolved through the idea of doing more with less, and we have decided to use universal beam as the typology. The blocks have 7 simple parts fabricated from 100mm LVL. We are using post-tensioning as our construction method, and we are using galvanized cables as the tensioning tool. There are 2 different types of post-tensioning between 2 components, global connections to sustain tension forces in the whole structure, local connections to sustain shear moment between 2. There are 3 connection bits that we have developed and used to assemble of the blocks together, shear sustaining rod to connect 2 interlacing faces together, tension node buckle to set and adjust the tension of the cable connections, cable rotation buckle to manipulate the paths of the cables. Then we have investigated how many different types of hybrids can we generate according to their face and edge connection attributes. Here is the default type and the other types. See. Then we have explored different types of finishes according to several different functions. And here is the translucent one. Here is the plain one, just finishings. And this is with the insulation panels assembled on it. And then we have tried to connect several amounts of blocks with our cable connection logic. These are some initial experimentations on assemblage. Here as well. Then we took meshes as our initial investigation typology, and this is a sample of how we generate aggregations from meshes. As we have a workflow of mesh to voxel, we have tried to implement the same logic with the mesh subdivisions and to generate the cable networks. You can see that this mesh has two intersecting subdivision line paths in two directions. And this is how this is implemented to our aggregation. The cable paths. And here all assembled together. And this is another experimental aggregation to understand the sequence of the construction. Then we generated the cable paths with the same logic again. Then we have made an optimization on these cables, and the red cables become the local connections and the blue ones remain global. Here you can see each specific construction step for this sample aggregation. It has 20 steps. And here is the AR construction app that manages all the steps of a construction process. And its workflow goes like putting the blocks into their specific indices, setting the cable locations, and then post-tensioning them with the function-specific buckles. So then we have tried to understand how the construction of this example would be, and we have tried to use extra blocks as scaffolds. And here you can see each step. With the green grounds are scaffolds. And then we have investigated the whole journey of the material from raw timber logs to a parallel housing unit. And here is the first step of this process, which is the harvest of the raw timber material, this one. Yeah. Okay. Next. Yeah, here you can see each step of how LVL boards getting produced. And fabrication of the component step can be seen step by step, and this is the offsite fabrication process. And this is on-site fabrication process, and in this one we have tried to show how fabrication could be optimized to a small fabrication hub by using 3 industrial robots in collaboration. We aimed fully automated phase of production in this stage, and as an input, LVL sheets enter the hub, and as an output, building blocks getting produced. And the last stage is the construction of the building, and it has 2 parameters. First parameter is producing the blocks in this hub, and then with the help of the augmented reality glasses, the assemblage of the parts to a building. So while doing further development on fabrication phase of LVL sheets to building blocks, we thought that we can design this fabrication as transportable and which can go directly to the site and do the production of the blocks on the context. And all the parts of hub can fit one transportation vehicle and contextualize on site, and then can be recontextualized for another site. And here we will see the workflow of 3 robots and how do they collaborate with each other to manufacture one building block. First, CNC milling, and then picking the place, picking and placing, gluing.
And then we made our aggregation software, and here we will input our design the minimal surface to the grid, make it voxelized and replaced by our components. And this video shows how it's generated as a logic on the left, and the picture on the right shows the final state of the aggregation. And use this aggregation software, we have set up our aggregation library. And these are some building samples we have aggregated, as you can see. And then we tested our first large-scale project design.
In the large-scale project design, we tested use algorithm to generate minimal surface based on the user data input. But we found out the outcome of the algorithm generation is random and escapes from the minimal surface. We start to design the large-scale project based on the duplication of simple minimal surface prototype, the first test, and the final project. Here's the section transition and payback process.
And these are some renders, the exterior one and interior ones of the final project. And here in the animation, you can see the space transformation in our payback system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Perfect. Now it's Necessity's turn as from RC11. If you guys can stop sharing your screen so that the next group can take it over.
Well, here is Sarah in Beirut, Tishan in GTR in the very east of China, Q in Seoul, and me, Nora, in London. So our project is called Necessity and consists of socially and structurally flexible living concepts for displaced people in urban areas. It is set to provide them with the basic necessities of life in today's contemporary context. So enjoy.
Today we will talk about the background of our project, the design concept, the strategy, hierarchy scheme, the layers of flexibility, and necessity as a whole. Due to the rapidly increasing global population, paired with soaring numbers of displaced people, the need to build new shelters has become a first priority in today's global society. We decided to set our project in Istanbul since Turkey is the country receiving the largest flow of displaced people. In contrast with current solutions of isolated shelters in suburban areas, we plan on integrating displaced people in an urban setting, while providing proper infrastructure, energy and water access points for all optimized living units and in the most efficient way possible, all while strengthening their feeling of belonging and sense of community. Our basic necessities were calculated according to the daily consumption of water, energy and use of space outdoor and indoors, following minimum living standards. Going now from the smallest components on the left to the living units, which are directly attached to the common space, highlighted in dark turquoise. Zooming out to the aggregation, more common space is shared, and finally same again on the neighborhood scale, with the calculation for each space.
Similar to a plug-in system, we view the city as a network of plugs and extension cords, whereby we activate urban spaces socially and energy-wise by providing proper resources for residents. The cores, as the power outlets, will be connected to each other at the urban scale following the logic of the standard tree, which combines the shortest path and minimum spanning tree algorithmic problems to optimize the minimum distances between the distribution of cores. After analyzing the urban site, we defined open public spaces and terrain vague in the city as spots to place our cores. In order to organize our urban expansion, we followed the direction of the existing urban fabric and street network. We then used the optimization tool k-means clustering to generate clusters and grids over the whole region. We plan on distributing through the cores electricity produced by solar panels and purified seawater to our living units, common spaces, as well as to the existing neighboring residential buildings in a decentralized manner.
We will explain the strategy behind the circulation between each hierarchy level. After studying people's needs from very small components to large-scale functions, we combine all the elements in this diagram into a coherent design strategy. These functions include spaces for work, well-being, hygiene, social interactions, leisure, education, nutrition, energy, and fitness. We organize our spaces according to a gradient of privacy that goes from very public spaces, including commercial spaces on the ground floor and bridging connecting with the local neighborhood, to semi-public spaces like terraces for aggregations, to more private spaces like clusters. Our model of circulation includes horizontal pathways through open spaces and open corridors, vertical cores including stairs and elevators, and diagonal ramps and sloping bridges. To develop our own logic of aggregation, we went through many experiments. For construction, we are building our spaces with wooden boards using light wood, such as pine wood for living units, and sturdier wood, such as cross-laminated timber, for larger cluster spaces and structural elements. We then assemble our wooden boards to get a special structure. For circulation, we also use wooden boards supported by beams and columns. The composition of circulation elements is dictated by our predefined logic. This is the composition we obtain when the number of clusters connected by circulation increases and becomes denser. Starting with the assembly logic of the clusters, we analyze the floor area ratio to get an optimized and dense, but still porous aggregation composition. We then ran a radiation analysis to obtain the optimal sunlight exposure for solar panels and green spaces. After getting our combined layers of optimization, we picked the best iterations performance-wise according to our predefined rules.
The growth of necessity follows our predefined aggregation logic. To distribute cores and aggregation common spaces evenly, we used k-means clustering to find the average points of the clustered living units. For the ground floor design strategy, circulation elements are larger and spread farther compared to the living units. We designed our bridges and horizontal circulation to connect the necessity to various parts of the existing city, following once again the Steiner tree logic.
We organize our structure into 3 systems. The first one, being the grounded system, allows the structure to be rooted in the ground and bridge over highways and railways. The second system is the anchored one and allows for underwater structure extension into the sea by using footings following the saturation of the building density on the coastal area. The third system, which is the floating one, is an extension of public urban space. It provides docks used for promenades, ferry terminals, and fishing spots. The flexibility of the floating structure makes it adaptable to high and low tide scenarios and therefore usable on any day of the year. Here's a bird's eye view of the project. For construction, we differentiate between a formal and informal structure typology. The formal structure consists of cores, footings, bridges, Steiner tree infrastructure, and acts as the permanent construction frame. The informal structure, consisting of flexible parts, functions independently and evolves with time. Modular living units can be plugged in and out of clusters throughout the year to adapt to different social settings.
Now we'll explain the logic of spatial distribution between each hierarchy level. A typical center for displaced people around Istanbul consists of almost 50% children and young adults. For this reason, considered more open space for them to interact and create more opportunities to build their own local businesses. Now we'll explain the spaces in each hierarchy, starting with the neighborhood scale. We provide public spaces for the entire community, such as microagriculture, cafeteria, workshop areas, and commercial spaces like fish and farmers market. Next is the aggregation scale. The common spaces are slightly smaller and more targeted towards the residents of necessity. These spaces include the laundry, lounge, office, and contemplation space for worshippers. Moving on to the cluster scale. The spaces of cluster type A are shared between 4 to 8 people and are connected by stairs leading to another usable roof. Some shared functions include seating areas, water tanks, solar panels, and planter boxes. The space for cluster type B are the same, but are shared with 3 clusters instead of 2. And finally, we reach the living unit and component hierarchies. There are 3 to 5 living units in each cluster, and all residents can use the kitchenette, living room, and bathroom in their common space. There are different typologies for each cluster. A living unit for couples combines 2 living units for singles. There are different sizes for living units, depending on their occupancy. Each living unit contains a bed, desk, and coat container. Our living unit can be assembled and disassembled on the spot, following simple DIY methods. The smallest flexible component of necessity is the foldable furniture, which can be expanded but also folded into an easy-to-carry box.
We now introduce the different levels of flexibility. On a social level, we implement the Nassetti app, which can be used to check the status, location, and components of living units. Additionally, tenants can join different communities according to their needs and check the availability of shared rooms. The living units itself is also foldable and follows a self-assembly system. Our living units are smart, self-driving entities, which, when folded, can be controlled by Nassetti app and can freely move on ramps and through cores to find their next cluster home. After reaching the desired cluster, the living unit can change placement orientation according to the tenant's preference. We did fix the bathroom and kitchenette though, because of restricting technical issues such as pipes. In terms of spatial distribution, we keep the common spaces flexible and adaptable according to the community's needs. We implemented a programmatic distribution of green space for produce, growing and community building elements throughout the site, in order to maximize the use of space while still maintaining a level of porosity and voids.
Prefabricated elements are delivered to the site, easily assembled, then hoisted into place. In-situ assembly and instantaneous installation of clusters by mobile cranes and onto the permanent structure frames maintains flexibility in construction. Clusters will thus expand vertically in layers that bridge over the existing urban infrastructure for maximum connectivity within the city and horizontally into the sea. Here are some views of the project. We can already visualize how the living atmosphere and spatial quality will take shape after adding materiality and some architectural details. Tenants can also customize their living units according to their liking to feel more at home. Commercial spaces on the ground floor are open to the public and include coffee shops and other activities involving primary local industry. With the expansion in the urban fabric as well as the sea, we hope Nassetti can become part of Istanbul and build a symbiotic relationship with the city through the exchange of energy, commerce, and community. Thank you for listening.
Excellent, guys. Perfect. Again, great start. Excellent. So if all the students that have just presented can make sure that their own cameras are all on, so that we can see you as we discuss your work, we will now have about 20 minutes for our guests to start the conversation on these two projects. Thank you.
Sorry, quickly, if the quality was bad. I think we made a few checks and it was all good, not pixelated, just in case you didn't see the images properly.
No, it was perfect.
It was good, actually. Yeah, no worries.
Well, if I may, maybe I can start with a question for both. That in both cases, there were the notion of optimization was an important one driving the design. My question for both is optimization in what sense? I was thinking as we are talking about housing, what is that is being optimized? If it's the question of, how quickly or fast you can assemble housing, or optimization in terms of energy consumption, optimizations in terms of like accessibility of population to housing, optimization in relation to the use of different resources, because some of these cases are, there is a tension between one or the other. When you optimize in one side, you might be like doing something detrimental to the other. So I think this is core, and as in both cases was an important notion. I will be curious to hear from the students, which by the way, I really enjoy the presentations, very thorough, to maybe expand a little bit on that, if possible. Nora.
Okay, sorry, I thought the first group wants to answer first. So we made different analysis first, like the radiation analysis to see, because we kind of think of placing water tanks and solar panels, and so therefore it's for us really important to have a maximized solar exposure. That's why we ran a radiation analysis on different aggregation types. But then it was also important for us to have an aggregation optimized in terms of shape, so we can kind of assure a nice ratio between open space and closed space, like circulation, that we don't kind of we run many different iterations, and sometimes we kind of come up with clusterings which were just only like the ratio was like 9 to like almost equal 1 to 9 or 9 to 10, like the circulation in the clusters. So in order to provide more open space for people living there, we had to kind of make sure that the ratio is 1 to 3, 1 to 2 rather than 1 to 9. So they are the two optimization tools we kind of used.
Would you say that the optimization, it was more, as you maybe are explaining now, connected to how to make the living quarters, the living spaces more comfortable, but also accessible to the population? Or it's a question of the industry on the, you know, I'm wondering in both cases, what exactly, when you refer to optimization, who is benefiting from that optimization in a certain way?
I think it's on two levels. The aggregation optimization, the first we ran for the ratio for the cluster to circulation for that ratio is clearly for the tenants who are going to live there, because they're going to kind of enjoy the space. So if it's too dense and too void, even if we want to make sure that we kind of make an aggregation which is really dense, we cannot be too dense, because then there is no livability anymore in the aggregation in living space. And then on another level for the solar panels, it was more energy wise that we kind of include low costs, and just because it's based in southern Turkey, we have to kind of count in the radiation all over the year. So that's why I make the calculation according the solar panels. So this is on one side, it's the costs, and on one other side is for the people living there.
May I add something to that? Following those comments, I would just also add that we optimize the circulation, and we mentioned that in the presentation using the Steiner tree algorithm. So in that sense, we optimize this on two levels. So first of all, people would be able to go from point A to point B in a much shorter circulation. So it combines the logic of the shortest path with the minimum spanning tree. And on the other hand, you also have reduced construction materials and reduced costs as well. So by optimizing all these three levels of floor to ratio, circulation, and porosity, we are benefiting not only the residents, but also ecologically, we're saving on materials, saving on budget, etc.
But regarding the site, given that the location of your project is on the shore, in your presentation, I kind of missed this kind of essential point. Would you care to elaborate?
And can I just intervene very quickly? I forgot to mention that in the beginning. Because we have such a strict timetable with only 20 minutes, the idea is the students actually only have 10 minutes to pitch, and all the information needs to be in the 10 minutes. So we actually invite critics to more offer really a kind of critique rather than requesting more information for the students, just because we will run terribly over time then.
Sorry about that.
If you need more questions from the students, you can use the chat box at any moment. It's not because we want to hide the students' voices, but it's just because it will become impossible to manage otherwise. So we can also then involve students at the round table again, but at this stage we need to run it like that.
Do you mind if I jump in a comment?
I have one organizational question. Do we use the blue hands or do we just talk?
No, it's a jungle.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, then I forget my blue hand.
Should I? Yeah, I wanted to just make a comment briefly about the two projects. I think the first project, I mean, both projects are fantastic and they've done really good work presenting. But I'm kind of drawn to some of the ideas that maybe are not mentioned. I think that the first project needs to elaborate, or feels to me that needs to elaborate a little bit more, perhaps on an idea of luxury or an idea of excess that is extremely evident in the project in a way. Who is it meant for? I think that there's an interesting thing about achieving certain architectural configurations, spatial richness, and a series of kind of, it's not a standard project that tries to be as minimal as possible. It's really full of excess, right? And in a beautiful way. It creates an amazing quality of space. And I think that the theorization of that luxury, of that kind of almost kind of subverting notions of almost austerity and kind of like the reduction of, let's say, living to just the kind of the developers minimum boundary box for an inhabitant. I think that it's an important project to kind of embark. But the economics of that is interesting, right? Like, how do you achieve that, and how do you argue for that? I think that that's kind of in a way somehow missing. And in the second project, I feel like there's a lot of a conversation that maybe lessons learned from Jean Prouvé and like Maison Tropical. It kind of really brought me back to Maison Tropical in the idea of almost this, I don't want to say kind of colonial attitude, but in a way, like, how do you create cultural buy-in? I think that some of the forms, some of the kind of moves could potentially feel a bit alien to the context. And I think that the challenge of working with modular systems and systems that are kind of pre-engineered, bringing them to a new location, it is also about a more symbiotic relation, which are words that you were using in your presentation. How do you kind of have a cultural buy-in? How do you kind of integrate some of that kind of cultural and local information into the design of the project itself, as opposed to what happened in some degree with Maison Tropical, that feels this kind of like metal box that kind of came from Europe in a way that doesn't seem to completely achieve the intentions that Prouvé perhaps had. So, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I will come in on the back of that. You know, like, of course, very well presented and thought through projects, both of them. But maybe because we share like some of the kind of thinking and even maybe the tropes and objectives in our studio work, I will probably talk about like two or three general topics that might be worth discussing. One is the use of these apps, which seems like, for the most part, like registering preference, but it's not necessarily using the wisdom of the crowd, like to allocate resource. So in other words, there is still a central system that is planning and optimizing physical resource. In the meantime, there is not much scope for redundancy and you know, agency to the users. So that's one kind of topic of dichotomy, let's say, and the other is related to you know, like what kind of construction paradigm, how much flexibility can you build for, particularly in the first project. You have taken a structurally efficient shape where the forces transferred through surface action, and then you convert it into a dense gritty system, which obviously is going to use like orders of magnitude more material on top of accounting for the various flexible modes, like so, or flexible futures. So you have to build for the maximum peak case, build the structure for peak case loading, as opposed to like, you know, dynamically counteract that. And so these are kind of not criticisms of the project, but like it's topics that we all constantly encounter with these kind of projects, where you have to build for flexibility, you have to build for human agency or end user agency, and the last one is like the use of these apps. Can it be more a space of experimentation, online experimentation, more in the sense of these open worlds idea that is like increasingly catching on with Fortnite and other kind of online communities, multiplayer games, and so on. So there is that like cyber physical, how often is the physical synchronized and how is it actually synchronized? So just to open it for discussion, I will throw in these dichotomies, or let's say opposing features that like we also constantly rub against.
I think, I mean, the question of magnitude, I think is one, because I was going to ask about scale, and I think the notion of scale is I mean, it's always a question in these modular projects, and it's usually one that gets either underplayed or overplayed. So I wonder in the first one specifically what the economic and the constructional or architectural scale is, and then where does the qualitative shift happen when the size changes? So the question is not just how big can it get, but where's the breaking point, and in which category does the breaking point happen? Is it a spatial, a constructional, a financial, or a social breaking point? And how does it relate to the construction of size and the aggregation of ever more of these modules? So I think that's a question of, I think someone before talked about, and Theodora in the chat talked about the question of the limits. So where's the limit of the system as aggregational system, and not just in terms of the construction. And I think that goes also for the necessity project, where you have the same problems or the same questions in terms of breaking points of size. But here also my question would be, what's the social scale and where does it break? So how much or how much of displaced, like how many displaced people can you aggregate? Because that's really what's happening. I mean, you aggregate modules, but that means you aggregate people. So you aggregate communities, but where then is a kind of architectural social limit of that aggregation? So at what point can you no longer either integrate or communicate or become part of the city that architecturally you're logging onto or logging into? So I think the question of scale and the question of where the qualitative shift happens when size increases and through aggregation is a point in both projects.
Hi, can I add a comment? It's Alessandro Bava. I'm gonna try to share my video, but the connection is quite bad. I'm in smart working, as you can see. So I just wanted to make an observation in regards to both projects. I felt that both projects, well, first of all, congrats on both teams. But I just felt that both projects made an incredible effort to describe the technology that supports the platforms that support the projects. They also spent a lot of time working on the fabrication and the robotic aspects of the fabrication with drawings and slides, illustrating that. Then, there was a very quick passage on the geometric aspect. And then when we get to the architectural definition, when we start seeing interiors, the first group even had sort of like a music background, and it was showing us these images with this kind of like representations of human presence inside of these voxels. So I just wanted to ask, like, how important it is to discuss that in this context, where clearly we put the effort and the attention on things like digital fabrication, automation, and so on. But then we kind of sometimes perhaps forget to discuss that these are supposed to be lived spaces, and I think we should be able to discuss also what type of domesticity arises from this type of spaces. How do we live inside of them? Not just from the questions of macroeconomics, but also from approaching these questions from the angle of from an angle that is more related to spatial quality, materials, and so on. Because I just feel that is in both presentations felt a little bit like left out.
I'm just going to quickly add something on the first project. Well, one thing is I 100% agree with Shajay saying that you have this quite utilitarian unit and a very efficient surface system in terms of force distribution, but then by combining them, you end up with something that is more complex than both parts of the whole, and maybe more complex to deal with and more expensive. And the question is, why would you kind of go that route? And another comment that I had, I feel like I'm a robotics killjoy in this panel. When you talk about your on-site robotic setup and the design that you're proposing for that, I see a lot of very mechanical and implementation problems there, like the setup with the 3 robots that you have sitting on top of wooden slats. That would never really work because you have momentum forces that you have to compensate for. Like you really need to weigh the robots down. It can't really be like a mobile deployable system just because of the equipment that you're using is not designed for deployability, it's not designed for being mobile. So I would appreciate it if you either designed it according to the limitations or not designed it at all and just said up straight that this is a speculation, this may or may not be integrated on site, lies outside of the scope of this project. So that's my comments.
Yeah, also from my side, like concrete sewers projects, like so enormously dense and rich and elaborated, is great to see this. I see that a lot of comments, they naturally go in the direction to talk about the limits of the system, but just naturally because you're looking for minimal, highly optimized, in a way, structures and so on, or depart from this. And I think that a problem with I had, or what I want to challenge is that you don't oppose this what you optimize to that what's not part of your system. And this is actually, as an urbanist, I speak about the dialectic of what is private, what is public. I think the cardinal mistake, what you do, that you part from a definition of public, which is actually private, which is you define public space as something which is owned. But the plaza is not owned by anyone. A street is not like perceivable owned, but also like constitutionally, even by law, that what is public, it's air, even the ground is in some constitutions grounded as public, as something which cannot be owned. So, and when you have a minimal, when you see a minimal surfaces, when you see also those minimal paths, they embrace open space, or they embrace actually, you never talk actually, or articulate or use that actually, this also geometrical complexity for intentionally articulate something which is in a way outside of your system, or like something that you don't, what I want a bit to critique is that you just focus on with your design, that's what you actually design, but never in a way also accept your own limits of a designer, that you cannot actually everything in a way negotiate, and especially at the urban scale.
That's a great comment, Daniel. Maybe maybe one more final comment to wrap up this session, and then we can, of course, we have more option, more time later on for more comments.
I want to come back to the question of optimization, which is going on in the chat. And just to draw this together, and to bring us back to where Marina started us, it's a question of what you optimize for. So you've come this far in both projects, taking it through whether it's algorithms, whether it's formal considerations, or as Kyusung is saying, whether it's lives. But there's a lot to a person's life, and there's a lot which fits through on levels of scale, as Anna Maria was pointing out. You have some time here to consider what you mean when you say that optimization is that you're optimizing for your tenants' lives. So dig into that and figure out how the scales join, because it's going to make for a stronger project.
Thank you. We will now start the next panel, so 2 more projects. Before that, I just wanted to introduce Anton Garcia Abril from Ensemble Studio and full professor at MIT, who just popped in just in time for the next 2 projects. Hi, Anton, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
So I will introduce the next 2. So we will start with RC3 Ori Gaming, and then immediately follow with RC14 IIT Intelligent Intergrowth. So that's 1 architectural design project and 1 urban design project. So if the students from RC3 are ready, it's all yours.
Guys, are you all set?
Here?
That was a question. Affirmative?
Okay, great. Steve, are you there?
Are you guys ready to start?
Sorry, can you see the screen sharing?
No, it says Steve's sharing the screen, but we can't see it. Do you want me to pull up your presentation and show it from my screen?
Sorry. Otherwise, we can also switch the order, maybe.
Can
you see my presentation?
Nope, can't hear you.
Can you hear Steve now?
No, he's in the background. Can't really hear him. Jill, do you want to try the other team first, and then we can pull this one up? Sorry about that.
Yeah, yeah. Can you guys stop sharing, please? And so can the students from IC14 share their screen instead, if that's possible? IC14 students, are you here? And could you share the screen?
Yes, yes, Kathy is sharing.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We are Team Intelligent Integrals from RC14. Our team members are Fan Huiyu, Yu Jialu, and Chen Jie and Wang Xueqing. We will report our project from the following sections. The first part is background. Located in Throck Country near the entrance of River Thames, Greece has two docks and convenient national transport system, which has attracted a large number of warehouses, factories, and employees, leading to the needs for a flexible and adaptable urban fabric to accommodate the smooth traffic and logistic flow and high-quality life. Additionally, the increasing presence of AI and automation in cities calls for a new models of coexistence between machine and humans. With automatic Amazon warehouse and Jewelry 2, our project integrates urban life and logistics into a hybrid building that merge infrastructure and civic functions. The final proposal for a transit-oriented development changes its function and usage according to different needs and data fits. Next, we did the macro-scale data analysis. We gathered data like geographic information and social data of Greece, then visualized them like visibility graphic analysis. We divided our data to different groups and used machine learning to reduce dimension and cluster the dataset, and found three main issues about noise, movement, and crime. And then we layered the K-means PCA result together to find the vulnerable space, which is around the downtown train station. So we narrowed the site to there. Then we start small-scale data analysis. We fed the data to machine learning again and find small special points to determine the exact location of those issues. We use noise simulation to identify railway as the main noise source. Then we studied the sonic crystal array, which is kind of the noise barrier. We test the impact of different column types and arrangement on noise for the later design. And we also did another analysis for different issues like ISOVIS, Twitter data, GPS, and path funding for movement and crime issues.
And then it's computational design. We picked the logistic and people activity flow to do Wooley algorithm and selected the most reasonable path planning around the station, then integrated with the surrounding building functions to get these functional partitions. Then we use L system to generate qualified walls, which is a grammar can do the generative process according to certain rules. Here are some of the types of 2D and 3D L system. In order to define the rules, we first need to select a reasonable arrangement of walls and then convert it into our rules. So we classified and defined the space requirements for different functional areas. And then we tested in this 3-3-2 grid and use the proportion of indoor and outdoor space, big and small space, and as waste to control whether there are walls or not, and make walls number close to 12. Then we carried out the genetic algorithm, took the market as an example. We got 2,500 results. We selected the most suitable result and found 5 possible passes to complete all the walls, starting from wall A, which can be translated into 5 rules using L-system turtle rules. And we got the regeneration results according to these rules. The rules are defined in the same way for other areas, and the wall-to-wall connection angle is 90 degrees now. Next, we used GPS data to adjust the angle of every step to make the direction conform to the GPS flow. Then we removed the walls of high crime areas for open space and create some semi-open space for high treated areas for activities. And this is how the walls grow on the site according to our L system rules. And next is micro-scale movement. The Woodley paths and functional partitions are organized into new boundaries and micro-scale movements that span the entire site. And we selected the center line of the surrounding streets and slide the area with the street network generation algorithm. This is a generated street network. And we conducted as always the simulation of the site and adjust the walls and passes according to the following rules. If the path is located on an overlay open space, cancel the path. If the path is between walls with poor visibility, remove these negative walls and open up the path. Then we also performed an as always the calculation after removing negative walls, found that the visibility has improved.
Re-examine was taken to assess the design. The roads there are more integrated and accessible than before, and the noise impact on the surrounding areas is also reduced. In order to alleviate the main spatial issues of our site, we use the relevant data to test the walls and define their types. Firstly, we generated 3D isovisual lines at the main nodes, extended their visual range by using genetic algorithm, and replaced blocking walls with transparent walls. Secondly, based on GPS movement data, we defined walls that most affect the movement as automated walls. Thirdly, we defined the noise barrier walls using 2 rules, aimed to increase reflections and reduce the noise reaching surrounding residential areas. This is the overall distribution of these 4 wall types. Then we defined automated walls in detail. They were divided into up and down, rotation, folding 3 ways. These changes can make space more flexible and meet people's different needs. Finally, the walls were replaced by each detailed type, and the roofs were built to recognize inner and outer spaces. According to the Sony crystal array experiment before, we chose the triangle columns and applied them to 3 different situations: on the walls, bridge, and ground. The shape of the array is defined by noise simulation. The data controlled the points and generated the barrier surfaces and the reflection area. Then the surfaces were replaced by sonic array. The landscape was also designed into detail. The greenery, pavement, and sitting areas were set. For the movement, we deformed the road into a multi-layer one, which allows rail, cycle, and on-foot activities work together. The streamline is not only linking all the parts and the surroundings with inner and outer circulation for human, but also provides the circulation for logistics. There are some detailed perspectives.
This is automation part. Here are the functional changes in different time periods for each area. For example, for the station for people, during peak hours, automatic walls are closed, and this time all the space is used as a station. During off-peak hours, the automated walls are opened, and the lower area becomes a square for people to pass through. This shows the changes of the whole area during peak hours, off-peak hours, and weekends. Next, we zoomed in on market area. During peak hours, the automatic walls below are opened, and the pillars on the ground floor are lowered to make it easier for people to cross this area. and the market becomes a square. The upper walls are closed, creating enclosed spaces for the market. Some upper pillars are also lowered to allow people to sit. During off-peak hours, the walls below are closed. The pillars, stores, and seats on the square are raised, and the square becomes a market. The upper automatic walls are opened up, and some of the rooms are connected to the platforms, creating a more open platform. On weekends, the automatic walls are completely closed, and the pillars are raised to form enclosed rooms for the market. Stores and seats are maintained on the square to serve the market functions. These are the detailed scene perspectives. This animation shows how the automatic walls change at different times in the market area. Thank you for listening.
Guys, let's see if RC3 is ready now. Can we give that another try?
Thanks, guys. You want to try again with your screen now?
These are the challenges of Zoom meetings that span the entire world.
So Steve, share now, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to share my screen, and you're going to tell me when to go to the next slide, please.
Can you hear Steve's voice now?
No, but we can see his screen, kind of.
Okay, they can see the screen, but okay, 1 minute, please.
And by 1 minute, maybe like 10 seconds, please.
Okay.
I have a feeling you will have.
Can you see the?
I have the same feeling, Jill.
Screen now?
Okay, we see the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Change it to full screen and voila.
Okay.
There's some sort of stuff covering parts of the slides.
I would leave it for now. Let's just see if it works.
Right on.
It's privacy settings from another application.
Okay.
Chat probably.
Just get started, guys.
Yeah, just go ahead, please.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to share mine. Guys, I'm sharing my screen, and then you guys are going to present, okay?
You were too slow. Okay.
Yeah, I tried.
Oh, can you hear this? Can you see the screen?
Get started, guys.
We hear
Just
you,
start.
and we see it, and now's the time to go. All good. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are Team Origami from RC3, and let us introduce our project to you. The research theme of our project is about curve folding, and the physical framework of the project is a robotic system based on elastic materials and bending behavior, while the design logic is the system is a digital simulation based on geometry. And in the background analysis of the project, we look at the ways of redefining curve folding. And sorry, maybe Tyson, could you share the screen now? Okay. In project background analysis, we investigate ways of redefining curve folding. And To achieve this aim, we collect relevant experts and scholars' research on the subject of curve folding and obtain inspirations from the following projects and papers. And David Albert Hoffman did a large amount of research on geometry of curve folding, used paper molds, and found many interesting prototypes. And in the doctoral thesis of Llabres-Valls, he explored the way of digital simulation about curve folding and put forward a new method of surface partition. And the project of the University of Stuttgart provided us with materialization of curve folding, built with important reference about material system selection. And based on above research, we conducted experiments on the basic logic of curve folding. Firstly, we defined several components of curve folding, form different monotypes through their combination, and conduct simulation experiments on their driving behavior. And next, we defined the geometry of subdivision of curve folding, a concept that really provides strong support for the digital simulation of the system. And therefore, we start from the simulation of a single curve. And finally, we experiment the driving logic of different monomers. And based on the above background knowledge and research results, we began to design our own unit and system. And the first iteration of unit is based on the most basic folding logic, focusing on understanding the deformation state of units during folding. And based on exploration of curve shape, the second generation units found that the folded straight line into a curve would bring more abundant three-dimension changes. And therefore, we also experiment several physical models of driving curve deformation. And the third generation is the real presenter of curve folding. From here, we began to study system potential of curve folding unit combinations and design a series of abstract form combinations. And in order to make the unit and the resulting system have more development potential and application value, we designed the final unit sequence and designed them with volume and spatial significance. And when the boundary conditions of these monomers are changed, they have the potential of mutual transformation, which provide the geometric basis for the adaptability and variability of unit and systems. And next part is about simulation.
Steve, you should just keep going because we can't hear Yi.
For about the simulation part, firstly, we did the different actuators experiment, and then we use different steps of curve folding or geometry test. And then we do the combination part method to actuate two units work together. And finally, we did the experiment about our own units and tried to give a spatial simulation. And the next part is about the assembly study of our system.
Well, actually,
maybe can the same student just do the whole presentation? It seems your team is.
Yeah, Steve, I think you need to keep going. Can't hear anyone.
We have two different explorations. The first one is how.
Okay, can we have Steve just do the entire presentation? I think your teammates have internet issues.
Steve, can you please finish presenting for the others?
Can you hear me?
Steve, can you please present, or one of you guys?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for the system, we have two different explorations. The first one is horizontal system. As what we mentioned earlier, we create several different units and we can combine them with other units which have complementary curved line. Turning some of the units inside down, upside down provides lots of possibilities. In this way, we are able to create system with this combination. Next, please. This is another attempt of system. Okay. This is a second exploration of the system. It's about the central symmetric shape. With their basic shape, there are two different kinds of foundation types. The first one is using part of the shape to support it, and the second is a line. It's clear that the second works better. There are three different foundation types. The middle one is the key type to achieve curve folding behavior, like the fold. Next, please. In order to combine more with the horizontal system, we make 6 different changes on the basic shape and then use the same combination mode to see the effects. With these 6 tests, we find that the text 2, 3, and 6 works better. Next, please. In this way, we build system with them, and we also combine them more with the horizontal system. Next, please. This GIF shows the actuation effect of the central symmetric system. Different parts of the system can be actuated separately. Next, please. We also add more curved folding rules in the system to achieve development of the system. In this GIF, we can see that after the actuation of the central symmetric system, there are 2 more actuations. Next. About the robotic part, we make lots of experiments. We use both of the strip and strings to achieve the actuations which shows different effects. Next. Finally, we find that using cable to control the distance. Next, please. We find that use cable to control the distance between 2 points is an efficient and energy-saving methods of actuation. Using cable to control each part of the unit is able to activate whole of it. Next. We have text 2 different methods of geometry division, parallel division, and false line division. And we find that the second one works better for the fact that a subdivision is on the basis of the structure line. The video shows the combination of each pieces.
You guys have 1 minute, so try to hurry, please.
Next, we investigated the stiffness, flexibility, shaping ability, and the weight of different combination materials, and we decide to use PP board to be the main pieces and rubber to be the hinge. The video shows the shaping ability of subdivision according to the structure line. It's clear that it works efficiently.
So this is our group robotic research.
You're stuck on one slide, guys. You need to advance the slides.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but you're stuck on one slide.
Okay, next page, please. Yeah, this is our group's robotic research. Our group did some experiment on the principle of curve folding combination design. This is to show the linkage actuation between the driving and driver's surface. Next page, please. And this is to show the subdivision and actuation direction. This is to verify the logical of subdivision surface with structure line and research the force transport logical. Next page, please. Exploit construction logical and reinforced method. Next page, please. This is our group's experiment about the multiple behaviors of some prototype with different actuators. Next page, please. To attach the diversity of construction material chosen, we use carbon fiber tubes to apply on the structure line and hollow out the surface or replace the material. Next page, please. This is our final prototype text. This is combined of two prototypes. This part is the experiment about the linkage between different actuation units to achieve the combination of other curve folding elements. The grid texture is the driving surface to set motor, and the linear texture is the transitional surface to connect different units. And for the prototype 1 at the right is for test mode direction and possibility to actuate more units. And for the prototype 2 at the left is to achieve the calculation of specific units to create the space. Next page, please. And the process of actuated two motors of the final prototype. The two prototype is going to achieve bend and vacant behaviors. The state of linkage and cooperation between two motors. And next page, please. The division and construction logical of the final prototype. The first one is the robot is made of 4 pieces of 8mm polypropylene board. And the next picture is the combination used overlap structure at the driving part. Use 5mm polypropylene at the hinge to link the units. And for the fourth picture is the carbon fiber to reinforce the structure line to load bearing the robot. Next page, please. And this is the of the prototype 1, which has the motor fixed on the surface. It means it could flexible to actuate with the carbon fiber tubes to reinforce the driving surface. Next page. This is our actuation of the prototype 1 with the motors and with the reinforce of carbon fiber tubes. Next page, please. The prototype 2 is with the fixed motors. It could be the connection point of the structure and the earth and the construction centers with the carbon fiber tubes to next page, please. With the carbon fiber tubes to help the shape change transportations in the surface. And this is the video of our actuate of the prototype 2. And next page, please. This is our final robot behavior experiment videos. And we first apply the separated motors, and then we run the two motors together. It could reflect space change to interact it with the environment or human movement. And this is all our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Can you stop sharing the screen then, please? So now we'll have a kind of 20-minute session to discuss these two projects. Yeah, brilliant, thank you. Okay, is there anyone who wants to kick off the conversation? I feel that would be Yael, yeah? You do need to unmute yourself, Yael.
Yael, are you going or?
Yael?
Yeah, sorry. So what I like in the proposal, what I found convincing in the last couple of slides is that sort of a large area is being deformed and sort of it's relatively uninvasive in terms of actuation, right? Is that the actuation is an integral part of the structure that seems elegant. It's well meshed together. So if you think of the mass or the area that is being actuated versus the little mass or it's visibly there's a lot of actuation going on with little infrastructure to actuate, and that is, I think that is a strong aspect of the proposal.
I have a question about one question that might be too, let's say, categorical, but might apply to some projects more than others. So for the first project, I was wondering what the project actually gains by being a digitally produced project, because it seems that precisely this kind of intelligent infill is what in a lot of cities happens through informal housing or informal structures. So precisely the kind of slow growth into vacant spaces, and then at some point first horizontal, then vertical, is something that happens very analog, let's say, and very intelligently without programming. So I wonder if that's a question, what the game is by doing it, by simulating this process digitally, if it's just a kind of temporal issue that you can do the whole thing at once, but that might also precisely be the weakness, because let's say the informal growth is something that adapts itself constantly while growing bigger. So I wonder, and in a way that applies to the second project also, whether I was wondering throughout the presentation, in the end you explained it, whether this is a form finding project or an actually digitally produced project, and what the qualitative difference is, if there is one, like whether this is not just something where you find the form through a digital process, but then the form is what it is and it could be produced otherwise. So I was wondering, like, what's the gain through, let's say, digitalization or computation?
If I would like to add to what Ana Maria was saying, because I was thinking in this Cartesian logic, and the first one I think is very much also connected to this idea of Cartesianism and rationalization of a space. As Ana Maria was saying, it's this idea of these dichotomies, open, close, and up and down, that are still like very rigid, and that I was thinking that the possibility of having automated processes and even like other forms of architectural representation and thinking with other technologies might allow to challenge the dichotomies and go through another notions that are not necessarily Cartesian logics, which we know that where Cartesian logics have led us today. That is mostly my criticism towards questions of automation, optimization, rationalization, etc. So what I found also in the second project, even though the first project to me is extremely beautiful as well and well through, I had many questions about how to challenge the notions of data sets, how we can also challenge the information that we get when we see that this is a problematic area where there's a lot of crime, how to assess those tools that then we use in our design properly. And the second one, what I found interesting is that precisely was responding to the question that I had around the Cartesian logics. Suddenly I started to see this, you can claim it like form finding, but at the same time a form of design that has parameters that are not so based on dichotomies, are the questions much fluid, in which perhaps even the human body is not at the center of the design, because you don't see that those designs necessarily refer to a particular body, but maybe more abstract or fluid bodies. So I was thinking that it was interesting to see this project together, because I think each of them have qualities that can add to the other. And that was quite interesting to me to see. So yeah, I was thinking how learning from the second project and these new categories of becoming other space, other type of body, how architecture can go beyond this Cartesian rationale could be also applied in the previous one.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting comment, but I was thinking that the first project, like maybe what is provocative about it is that in terms of, instead of thinking about sort of space as volume, it really makes this argument for kind of what does an urban partition do? Like I felt that the students were really thinking about the wall as a buffer. So it was a really sort of like strong argument for producing barriers, producing subdivisions, which of course I would love to hear a little bit more critical discourse about, because it seems that now the wall is really being used as an instrument, as a noise buffer, or to orchestrate certain views. And then, kinds of occupation to sort of like come up afterwards. But I would love to kind of hear a little bit moving forward, a little bit more reflection on what are the effects of installing these barriers in an urban space. You're taking kind of an empty area, and then you're trying to find for the optimal positions to produce kind of like both barriers and openings. But it seems that your imagination is sort of like stopping at the intentions that you have for those things. So I think there is an opportunity to kind of start thinking about what does that separate? How does it segregate? Like what's the function of a boundary, of like really just putting a line down in urban space. So I think moving forward, that I would love to hear more about that.
I wanted to jump in maybe with and discuss a little bit a conversation regarding optimization. which I think it's a bit problematic as a term because it kind of disguises a series of agendas in a way. I feel like we are able to talk about optimization as if it was kind of a natural part of the discipline, but it kind of really starts looking the other way when we kind of address stakeholders in a project, right? So in particular, the first project, I had to miss a little bit of the second one, but the first project, I feel like it would be a lot more clear if there would be an analysis of the different stakeholders in the project and what are the different agendas, right? Because data can be used as a rhetoric, and data could be, fitted to kind of fit particular agendas, I think. So we've seen demonstrations of that and literature discussing some of the kind of how data could be argumentative in a way. So understanding the different stakeholders really kind of start putting a question of this idea of optimization. Who are we optimizing for, and what are the agendas behind the project? And when those criteria have conflict and kind of clash against each other, what are the, we might as architects have our own agendas in terms of disciplinary discourse and so forth, right? So I think that the clashing of those agendas is precisely what we bring in light on. And I think that the term optimization seems to kind of cast, kind of blur that problematic somehow.
Yeah, maybe on that idea of like use, maybe it extends to AI or machine learning in general. It's not only stakeholders, but also like dynamic feedback between like non-human participants, such as an AI and human agents, right? And so there isn't like a kind of all-knowing, centrally positioned AI that just manages everything to the benefit of like human participants, like because that's like a kind of central. It raises problems of like where the data is stored and like where all of this intelligence is owned. Whereas if it is a co-evolution, there is obviously benefits of using AI systems as a player in the in the game, so to speak. So that so whatever Jose said kind of resonates with my own thoughts on the first project. With the second one, like it's an interesting proposition to look at curve crease folding from the point of view of actuation machines, or it's because it has properties which are geometric and design friendly in that sense, like exploration friendly, but it also has this isometric quality that there is no stretching between every state. So maybe it is better to use that property if you're looking to actually think of multiple states, so it is about actuating different configurations. It's not just about forming one state. So maybe it's better to think of like each of the edges as rods and each of the joints as a universal joint. So like you can go from one configuration to another without stretching, and so it's a kind of rigid transformation. So it's also more friendly to mechanical actuation, as Yael pointed out, that like a little effort like transmits throughout the system, and that's where a lot of the elegance of curve crease folding is. So I was a bit surprised to see that you're actuating, full paper scale type things. Maybe that is initial desktop scale test, but like the next step would be to convert that paper into bars and nodes, and then actuate all of it together, a bit like Ron Resch or Hoberman, because their actuation and energy needed to actuate is a significant component and a saving that you could capitalize on with curve crease folding.
Thank you. I would suggest that for sake of time, because we lost a little bit of time, that we will just move on to the next panel. Before we do that, I just also wanted to introduce Ben Bratton, who got up very early in the morning to join us. So Ben is a professor of visual arts and director of the Center for Design and Geopolitics at the University of California, San Diego. He's also the program director of the New Normal program and now the Terraforming program at Strelka in Moscow. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Thanks very much for having me.
So we'll just get started. Roberto, do you want to introduce the next two?
Yes, the next slot is a little bit of an exception. So we normally look at 2 projects and then have comments. This time we are going to look at 3 consecutive projects and then have comments, which means that the comment section will be slightly more generous, just to, be able to comment on all 3 of them. So we start from Lit RC4. If you guys can begin to share your screen. Thank you.
Sorry, just a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, you can go. Privatization and commodification of housing stock has driven London, amongst other urban centers of the world, to an acute housing crisis. As rents for London soar ever higher, at-risk communities are forced to migrate from their homes. While councils continue to peddle property rights to profit-seeking developers, an influx of affluence and capital gentrify disenfranchised neighborhoods of East London. Anxieties amongst the residents of these neighborhoods about alienation and breakdown of community bonds run high. And the artists, both instigators and victims of the process, are being priced off their homes and studios. Where neoliberal expressions of co-living platform deteriorate the situation they claim to offer solutions to, we suggest a platform based upon the decommodified model of 60s Dutch intentional communities. We propose a citizen-driven profit-agnostic framework enabling long-term space sharing and contracts with diminishing rent-sized payment, allowing slow ownership of the occupied space.
Welcome to Lit. Sorry. Lit is an automated living system composed of a user-owned structure that manages a spatial sharing platform and a localized automated FTM printing form funded by the local council. It allows to generate a queue of parts of printed formworks, which can be assembled and passed to use in an intentional community, where spaces and utilities which are being underutilized can be shared as studios with the local artistic community. The cost for spaces are split between the users and the community, as the investment towards the printing farm creates social cultural values and helps diversify the borough. Lit utilizes an automated construction system to print, assemble, and cast.
Each formwork is enclosed within a cubic wall with sizes measuring 1600 mm within the extent of an industry robot apparatus. Attached to this robot arm is a custom 3D printing end effector, which utilizes PETG for exchange, recyclability, and post-printing hydrophobic properties. Robotic two-part is simulated and visualized. Experiment with the two-part produced texture, articulated as digital ornamentation. This texture can alter the visual properties of the parts.
Printed formworks are self-supporting and require no additional scaffolding, reducing the production chain of traditional casting methods. Automated bent steel tube aggregation inspired by Metaform and wire voxel instigates a network of rebars utilized to reinforce parts of Lit. The parts assemble and coalesce into non-recurrent configurations. As we investigate these assemblages and their corresponding exploded individual parts, it can be observed that the complexity of the orientation of parts can rapidly escalate with the size of the aggregation. These generated aggregation void of planar skin can then be enclosed using ETFE membranes. We must then dwell into exploration of spatial configuration. The formwork divides the spaces within the housing as private, semi-shared, and shared, where the semi-shared space are reserved for residents, while shared spaces are utilized by the neighborhood community as studios and galleries. Parts of the shared and private space are measured in voxel units. While a single bed occupies 2 voxels, a shared kitchen occupies 9. These translate into chunks of spaces. For example, a private space, a semi-shared kitchen, and a part of the shared common loft. To configure these, each residence can designate the volume of space they are inclined to share, which has a correlative effect on their rent.
The housing platform enables members of at-risk communities in gentrified neighborhoods. Each resident fills out their spatial preferences, willingness to share, and requirements, so the algorithm can then generate a user schedule from this data. The algorithm then processes this user schedule of all residents to generate spatial connections according to the user preference for sharing space. Width builds upon a loft mezzanine typology where the shared spaces exist as large double-height public lofts and private and semi-shared spaces are generated around it. The algorithm draws adjacency scores and generates a graph. Utilizing hill climbing optimization, an iterative algorithm incrementally finds a better solution to ensure residents' private spaces are closer to their required spaces. Paths around these spaces are aggregated via wave function collapse, an algorithm inspired by quantum wave functions developed by Max Kuhlmann and Tessera. The concepts we talked about above culminate in an algorithm where we first see the optimization of spaces and then the generation of aggregated parts around these spaces. Each generated part is serialized, ID'd, and tagged with the code, enabling the assembly process to reuse more from the layer below as the building grows. The above algorithm generates a multiplicity of structures. Variation is dependent upon the density of parts and configuration of spaces.
Within this framework, Llabres offer limited customization of parts by generating points on the surface of the original geometry and allowing user control over the generation and density of these points. The articulated triangulation matches with the modes in place. These triangulated extensions can then be bent and shaped into spatial conditions such as walls and sitting areas, etc. And education can be dissected to elucidate these functions, where the private space as mezzanines hand over semi-shared space, which are generated around the central large loft shared common space.
Lit 001 exists in Hackney. It now occupies a spot on the street. Inside, parts of living can be shared via the platform. Utilizing the platform, residents and artists can access shared spaces where light-based visual cues let the residents know if a space is available to be used or shared. The platform offers post-occupancy continuity of the construction factory within the housing for the production of furniture or artwork as a kind of local digital artisanship. The artists purchase subscription to shared spaces to be utilized as studio, occupying the same space as the residents, forming an integral part of the lit ecosystem.
Thank you very much, guys. Perfect timing as well. So it's now Degenerate group that is going to present. So please begin to share your screen. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. We are Team City Degenerate from RC14. Cities are in continuous transformation and never finished, so cities require constant regeneration and rethinking. Just like the background of our site, the regeneration of Stratford. London Olympics has brought a rapid development to this place. As the saying goes, the capital's center of gravity was moving east. However, the broader issue is whether it is helping to provide the kind of legacy of the people of East London were promised. This is IA, as known as Index of Multiple Deprivation of the Whole London. We can clearly see the red area, which is Stratford, is still struggling from deprivation, especially in the context of crime, living environment, as well as barriers to housing and services. And then let's dive into Hackney Wick, a corner of Stratford, where it used to be a prosperous art community, now is faced with the loss of artists due to the side effects of the regeneration. For the initial proposal, we want to use our design to reverse this tendency, such as reduce housing price through increasing housing density, lower crime rate by improving visibility and connectivity, and build barriers to isolate contaminant, and then help the art community to back alive. We would like to call this project Degeneration. It's not about demolishing the existing buildings. It's more likely to decrease and offset the side effects the regeneration has made and give the locals back what they used to have.
In part 2, according to the previous analysis, we collected and calculated various data about our site for the final urban design. Firstly, we obtained a series of LSOA data from network, including population, economy, education, pollution, crime, and so on. Based on these basic data sets, we can establish a big data space of our site for later data comparison and calculation. After obtaining basic data sets, we firstly analyze the correlation between all of the basic data. After the calculation, we filtered out some basic data sets with high correlation value, and then using them and the source data to generate PCA and K-means algorithm. After PCA and K-means algorithm, we found that the pollution problem of Hackney Wick would be a good starting point for us. Therefore, we visualized all of the pollution-related data separately and visualized their final PCA and K-means calculation results. After we reassigned geographic coordinates to the PCA and K-means results, we can see that the northwest area of our site has a distinct high pollution PCA value. In reality, there happens to be a highway in this area. Therefore, we believe that the pollution around this highway is more serious, and the polluted air is very likely to be brought into residential area on the southeast of the highway. So we think about whether we can influence the natural wind through urban design and then influence the spread of the pollution. So in the next step, we use a software about wind simulation to calculate the wind data on our site, including wind pressure and wind velocity. This page combines the wind data and the pollution data to show how wind brings pollution into residential areas, thereby affecting the living environment of residents here. Therefore, we decided to create some new objects to influence wind, which includes stopping leading and speeding up the wind at the right position at our site. For further research, we created such screens like you see and put them with different angles in a same wind test field. Then we can see how this new artificiality influences the natural wind.
Then is from data to form. And Hackney Wick is a place with rapid economic development but low dynamics. In order to improve the dynamics of this area, we use the data related to living space such as building height and population density for data rewriting. And inspired by data rewriting, we use 1D, 2D, and 3D elements to enrich our data. To enrich our design, we set the lines as some landscape elements such as benches, pathways, steps, and exhibition walls, fences for 2D screens. And as for the screens, we did some diagrams and used typology to create some different forms and combinations for further modeling. And the diagram of 3D comes to two parts. The first is urban elements such as landscape, infrastructure, and the second one is building and structures. Here you can see some prototypes. And these objects can be extracted into cuboids with different sizes and can be scattered on the site, including our ideal community and residential areas. And as mentioned before, we not only have the desire to control pollution to guide the wind direction, which aim to solve problems from the rational original data, but also consider the social phenomenon, that is, save the artist. 15 years ago, Hackney Wick has over 600 studios and was ever the densest concentration of artist studios in Europe. But from London Olympic Games, rising property prices make the artists being quickly squeezed out. So we investigate the types of arts existing in our site now and found that street art is the most prominent and characteristic art type in this area. But the entire area was gradually knocked down or under reconstruction, so there's less space for graffiti. That we desire to create more spaces for the popular street arts. And based on the research on the artist community here, we did space and text analysis to define the visual accessibility. By pointing out the isolated area with high visual integration and combined with the analysis of axial row connectivity, we got the concept display area to be screens for saving gravity. And the screens are like this in the community.
So to solve the problem, the loss of artists caused by the rapid growth of house prices in this area, we added buildings in the region where the original residential area was greatly affected by motorway pollution. The main function of these buildings is artist studio as well as residential function. In order to obtain enough interior space to accommodate more residents and artists, we first calculate the combinations interior space of 3D model, then two types of combinations while maintaining an appropriate height between floors are selected and used for buildings to ensure a larger indoor space. Also, air pollution from motorway may spread to residential areas under the influence of wind direction. So we use the simulation data of wind pressure to establish the barrier to isolate the residential area in the motorway. Also keep the view from motorway to residential area. Image on the left-hand side is the transparency barrier between residential area and motorway. And the image on the right side is the public space of the community. People still allowed to have interaction between two areas. This is the functions of the community, such as benches and new green spaces. Also, there are some units with transparency facade can use as interior exhibition space. Also, these outdoor exhibition spaces are connections between artists, community and other areas, or can be used as road signs. So the main function of this community is to increase the residential area and reduce the pollution. At the same time, the artist's return may lead a better dynamic and living environment as before. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Perfectly on time as well. Thanks. Then we go to the final group of this kind of cluster of presentations, new housing mode from RC11. If you can share the screen. Thank you.
Today, we are facing a serious situation. Population is rapidly growing. Housing price becomes higher and higher. City has limited land to use. People cannot afford a home. In order to cope with these problems, we start this project. Our goal is to provide a co-living housing system that is able to adapt in different cities under the existing limited situation. It helps break the wall between both space and human. It is to balance the various conditions that appear in the city, not only the density in different areas, but also the quality of space, to integrate the public space and the private space. We divide the project into 5 scales with different strategies. In the global, we analyze the data related to housing, and this phase is to choose what kind of city is our target. Population and urbanization rate will keep growing in the future. Household size are shrinking. The diversity of family composition is rising. Many new forms of cohabitation appears, including related and non-related family type. Our concept is based on these phenomena to redefine a future housing model to help improve the human life. It has various factors that could influence both the site choosing and the generation process. We are dealing with the cities that are highly dense. We choose a city like New York as an example. What comes to next is analyze the city data and get the target site. The first type of influence factors is about people. Manhattan is one of the choice after sorting the location list. The other kind of influence factors is about affordability and convenience, and we found a specific area. Our strategy is based on the site analysis to define the function and use the upper space in the city to build this system. Under the current environment, there will be generate several buildings. Over the constantly increasing population, it can grow higher or generate another one, which can connect to each other. The project is based on the 3-dimension matrix. In the same city, the data comes from urban affect the overall quantity. Between each city, the data from household will affect the size of each cell. The following part is the site scale. It is to build the connection between each buildings. We analyze one area in each city and do a parallel comparison. We got a diverse matrix that can estimate a volume for each building. After locating the building, we use an agent-based tool to emit particles to simulate a crowd. The particles will follow the shortest path between the 2 locations and generate a path. Next, use the cube as an element to fill the bridge and connect the buildings. Here is a section in the bridge. It is not only play as a corridor, it also has some functional space like green areas and small stores. The next part is architecture scale. Firstly, we define 2 concepts. One is functional space, the other is transportation system. Functional parts are divided into A, public space, B, common space, and C, living unit. From data collection, we pick up hard and soft data as our input parameters. The whole housing generation process includes unit, cluster generation, and transportation system generation. And the final is a construction. Each part is related. The result of the previous step can be used as an input to influence subsequent calculation to the next stage. Generally, first we have each part's position, and then the quantity, finally as the aggregation of the shape. Next, we will introduce the detailed logic of generation. The first phase is to generate a public space. The position of this center is a result of three-dimensional analysis of existing site. This center is distributed in the area that lack of public facilities. Firstly, we got the center, and then to define the quantity and the aggregation rule, filling it with functions. We analyze space preference of residents. What we want to do is to set a specific function oriented to meet people who live around there. So, we classify open space into 6 types. And there will be multiple combination possibilities. Each public space will have different proportion for function arrangement, which will affect the coverage area to the surrounding unit. We see there is a various result of aggregation and diversified functions. The next phase is the circulation. The transportation system is divided into 2 forms, the vertical one and horizontal one. Vertical traffic core is the main connection between system and ground. Horizontal circulation is a platform between each public space. Since each public space is varied in quantity and function, according to the calculation, we got where should have more or less space. The transportation system also regarded as a main structure. The vertical core is a supporter for further generation. The transverse trusses expand to connect each part. For further development, the structure will be able to grow upwards. Here we see the relationship between vertical transportation and the public space. Horizontal traffic platform is not only for transport, it also carries energy system that supports the whole system. The solar panels and windmills can be used as independent energy to provide to each family. Here is the whole circulation system. After we have public space and circulation, what comes next is common space. The position of common space is located by the functional area distribution in public space. We propose to group people to live near their interests. We define each cube has a specific distance to surrounding units, which can be covered. Each functional spaces have different number of cubes, so it will have various influence. With the overlapping of function, each location in the matrix has different outcome, so that we can group people according to their preference of public activities. The path to this common space attached to the horizontal platform and the public space. The unit is attached to the common space. After producing a certain number of clusters, it's going to be a whole community. In a unit, the design is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to divide the functional space, and then we arrange movable furniture in order to meet the demands of flexible daily routine and transformation of space for different use. The total number of households determines the total area of common space, and the residence demands determine the area of different functions. According to the population composition and the people behavior for daily activities, we make a balance in space for their needs. We input shape and demands. The algorithm will firstly delineate a range from one corner, and the range will grow randomly until getting enough area for one function, and then it restarts for another one. The output in this phase is a 3-dimensional spatial division. The next phase is the interior design. We design several forms of movable furniture, both in living unit and common space, for basic need. It also can be as a sliding wall to partition off the space. For different type of household, it will provide different arrangement of furniture. In the units with same shape, by using different arrangement, it can be used by different family. In a common space, the sliding furniture could divide the area that we got in the previous phase. The lifts are able to reach the upper space. We are trying to meet the demand both in time and space. That is a whole analysis in 5 scales. There is a little animation to show this whole organization of the project. hope to provide a diversified housing to meet the different needs for people, with a multiple function and flexible changes. In the future, the system will gradually expand in the whole city.
Yes, in a nutshell, thank you.
Thank you. Can you stop sharing the screen, please?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, perfect. Yes, exactly. Now it's the room is for the critics to begin to discuss the last 3 projects. Remember that there are 3, although
So we have about 30 minutes to discuss.
Yeah. We can be a bit more generous.
It's nearly a thought in a way, like to look to so much content, or like it's so super. Can congratulate to all projects. It's fantastic to see. More on the underlying basis of the last 2 projects. At some point, you use for all your data analyze k-means algorithms or principal component analysis in such ways, which are basically reducing actually the richness or diversity of data for searching something which is common in a way. And usually I would say then you see some moments where you begin then actually to differentiate when it becomes formally actually again like into functions and into functional zoning. And usually as a more urban designer, I would say that you would look actually more for the opposite, that you try actually for increasing actually diversity, especially when you talk about artistic spaces. So here, like maybe it's good for analyzing like formal systems to look to compare them, but I would be conscious, be conscious like where actually you apply this kind of form of data reduction to something what is common, especially when you analyze the existing. And yeah, maybe that's from my side. Thank you.
I think Anton wanted to. Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Gilles. Yeah, I've been interested in the housing projects. I think that the topic of the day, automation, if it's really going to have a real impact in our society, is going to be in housing, where redundancy, replication, and the multiplicity is part of the is part of the mission of housing. I somehow feel that in the architecture scene we are in a second wave of the digital. No, those that we were students in the late 80s or early 90s. No? We were learning the tools of I would say transition from planar to 3-dimensional ways of representation and conceiving architecture. No? And I think now data has taken that lead, and we are pretty much refreshing all the new ways of understanding architecture. And what I feel is that we are doing the same mistakes. Okay, we are again starting to lose the next maybe 10 years if we lose track of how matter and physical properties has to, and I mean has to, inform any of our architecture decisions. This is not a critique, it's a kind of a perspective of what's going on in the architecture scene, as a second wave of discoveries. But the learning curve of humanity is not linear, so there's kind of an exponential rate. So I think that we will shorten the time where architecture, through data, that is an essential tool to manage, will immediately inform through the variables of physicity, of reality, I would say, all our design decisions. Said this, I was interested fundamentally by the project Lith, departing from the idea of monolithism as well, I would say canonical approach to what a house or a room should depart from, no? The idea of being a stable, and how we can use the tools and the protocols of data, robotic and digitalization to produce something novel, something amazing, something attainable, something socially impactful, no? And this LIFT project really offered us a beautiful, set of unconcluded paths, okay? Like, the shared space, co-living, space on demand, flexible layouts, and of course, automatic protocols of how to create a formwork digitally that could be filled up with a lift, something that would transform all that lightness into stiffness and therefore habitable structure. No? And I think this project is a good example of how to approach it. And I enjoyed all its narrative and all the touch points, all the bases that the project went through slightly. Okay, and I think here is my critique and to the project. I think there's too much appetite, like in the 80s, for formal complexities. Okay, I remember the eruption of all kind of formal, metamorphic, and amazing new morphologies that pretty much lost focus in the real thing of the innovation of the digital, no? The capacity to put a lot of things together and now to fabricate them. No? So the LIFT project could be exactly amazing if maybe less degrees of geometrical, I would say, virtuosism and a more degree of tectonics approach to how things are connected, built, assembled, would have made a more exciting and real project. Said this, congratulations.
Thank you, Anton.
Maybe,
so
maybe, or I don't know, like
no.
a quick comment. But if someone wants to join, no.
Marina, why don't you go ahead? I'll go after you.
I agree with Anton. Funny enough, I was working for Anton for a long time when I was living in Spain. Then
we still remember you, Marina. We miss you.
We miss you too. Yeah, I was also interested in the LIFT project. In my case, I was thinking how much potential the project has, and then how quickly ends in a more bourgeois type of interior space. And in some certain ways, there is a kind of very interesting process in all the projects. And there is a moment in which immediately there is a manifestation of a form of inhabitation that is very traditional. And I was, what is going on here? Because I think following what Anton was saying, we have always this tendency to be experimental, but then the learning curve stops somewhere. And I would like to encourage all the students to, when they innovate also in terms of, with technology, form, materiality, that they don't stop also to learn, to innovate also in what it means to live together, what it means to inhabit in a space, especially when we refer to questions of family that in many cases were very much connected to more heteronormative constructions, or even this idea of, that I find it interesting, this kind of custom-made mass production housing that very much relates to many examples that we have seen today. But I was thinking, why at the end there is a lot about the individual choice, and these systems of algorithmics questions, or like platforms or applications, they actually don't serve to generate choices that are not that much individual, but actually forms of consensus between different groups of people. So it's, at the end, the city is not just a summatory of individual choices, but actually a form of negotiation between different stakeholders and therefore maybe other forms of living together or forms of inhabitations could emerge. And that's what I was like missing in all these cases, that to me, everything was kind of fascinating and innovative until then we get to the architecture, the living space, and it becomes extremely, in a way, traditional. But having said that, also I see a lot of potential, even like aesthetically, there were very interesting images and processes.
So thanks, Maria. So I agree with many of those points. This is Benjamin. So three very interesting projects. Let me start with the first one. It seems to me that that's Lith. It seems to me that in some respects there's several projects going on here at once, each of which may deserve to be sort of discussed a little bit on its own terms. That is, there's a project here about housing, and to me, perhaps the more interesting, actually the more interesting provocations here have to do with the speculative economics of the project, and this question around the relationship between subscription and ownership as a generative factor in structuring how the space is used, who gets to use it, and under the circumstances of its habitation, which is one that would be I think worth developing a bit further, and how it is that the constraints of those economics would actually play into some of the structural and tectonic decisions that are possible to make. One of the I think issues we see in the first one and third one that Marina has brought up has to do with the dynamic between choice and consensus, and the ways in which these are staged as architectural problems and different solutions are offered to them. It seems in the first one, the question of, in both the first and the third projects, there seems to be a presumption that part of the problem in housing, and particularly dense urban housing, has to do with somehow the solidity or rigidity of the form, and that the inability of the housing to adapt to the needs of the users can be to a certain extent reduced to the inability of the building itself to literally transform itself in relationship to the needs of individual users, or some kind of consensus of the social body that occupies the space, which is perhaps a thesis worth some prosecution and critique. The first one, it sort of seems to me locates, if we see this along the spectrum, locates the solution to this primarily in a more the interests of individual users of this space. And so this app platform that would allow for a kind of time planning of the space. And this also itself seems to be a kind of another project in and of itself, how it is that we would understand the cohabitation of space in relationship to this kind of deliberate planning and scheduling structure. This structured algorithmic temporality of the space is itself something worth investigating. Formally, I think I agree with Anton's point to a certain degree. Not that I have anything against the kind of formal exploration and understanding that to a certain extent, if there's this economic or programmatic needs, that the form should ultimately should adapt to this. But it does seem to be that there's a kind of ornamental logic to the form that is defeated rather conspicuously when we get to the actual spaces, which are just a straight, linear floor plan with kind of odd furniture choices within it. And the question of furniture is actually the one that I think is something that makes the third project is able to solve some of those issues, or at least deal with them in ways that the first one may have trouble with. And that is, the third project takes the question of furniture rather more seriously. So I think, as we know, looking at sort of the history of these kinds of modular housing systems, the question of furniture and how much of program is assigned to building form, how much of it is assigned to infrastructure, and how much of it is assigned to furniture is always a kind of, there's sort of possibilities of gradients within this as well. And I think the intelligence by which the question of furniture as a capacity for modulation the third project brings to bear is something to be gives it a little bit more success in this regard. The second project, let me say about this, I'm interested in the question of building this housing facility around the problem of art and artists, and it seems to me that there's at least 3 or 4 different ways in which the way in which art and artists as something to accommodate or as a driver of the design is being put forth, and they're all they all strike me as sort of not necessarily quite the same thing. That is, there's the question of how it is that artists, essentially as a kind of specific or privileged community of urban inhabitants, should be accommodated in particular ways, that they become sort of the signal species of overpriced housing, and that if we can accommodate these artists who have been moved out, then the question of housing prices will be developed in a different way. The question of art as artists and the accommodation of art and art colonies itself as an urban strategy to increase the value of properties in relationship to this as itself a development strategy is something that's not particularly addressed in the project, but something that might be. But more particularly, I think the thing that I found kind of strange, quite honestly, was the way in which the design itself imagined itself to be accommodating the kind of peculiar needs, the peculiar inhabitation needs of this species called artists, by giving them lots of panels to draw upon. It reminded a bit like how one might plan for enrichment activities for animals in a zoo. That we know that that pandas like rubber balls or tigers like water, then we can sort of give them the things that they would need. All of which it seems that takes you actually a bit further away from the kind of the question about the housing prices, the specificity of art, what an art colony in this neighborhood would actually do to the rest of the neighborhood, in terms of its strategy, and so forth. Again, I guess let me just say this sort of rapid. I know I've spoken quite a bit. Wrap to this sort of one point, or it goes a little bit to maybe to the question of automation within the studio more generally. I have to say I find it a bit strange that, and I'll just repeat, a bit strange that the questions that are being posed in terms of the way in which housing would need to accommodate greater density, would need to accommodate the particular kinds of given economics and potential economics that could be at work here, that the problem is posed again and again in the few projects that I've seen as one in which the physical rigidity of the building form itself is the problem that would need to be overcome. And that if we can introduce some degree, if we can somehow defeat the question of solidity or rigidity, then the capacity for architecture to adapt and to accommodate the socioeconomic and urban conditions in which it's installed would itself be more, would be more precise. Seems to be the underlying argument. So, in any event, those are my some thoughts on these. So, thanks.
I think that's precisely a point, because it's I think what's needed here is maybe not an algorithm for form, but a legal algorithm to undercut the kind of land price, land speculation, property development. So any kind of formal, or how you said, ornamental kind of approach is what we do, because we're architects and we're not lawyers, and we're not, but we are also planners. So I think that's one of the key questions. Where do we make our move? Like, where do we intersect ourselves as experts?
Sure.
And so I think there's 2 things that I would say in that regard, and I think they all relate to all 3 projects. One is the question of time. So, and also in the round before, it seems that these solutions are maybe temporal in their use, but are time-based in the sense that there's a one-time solution for a larger set of questions that then is put in place. Whereas, let's say, a more powerful move against both gentrification and kind of land speculation would be to hold off of that project, to kind of keep the space empty, of using time as a kind of powerful mode of resistance. So I wonder how that can play in a studio like this and on that scale. And the other is the question of governance or of expertise or what you want to call it. So the other question would be if, and that's maybe more use-based, but I think has to do with the kind of legal question, whether the sum of individual needs and wants is what makes a kind of democratic or sustainable in a social sense project, or if that sum of individual things, let's say harvested through apps or through questionnaires or participation, whatever you want to call it, in that case mostly digitally, I would say, whether that's enough to then define a project, or whether there needs to be some sort of authority maybe, or whatever term you want to choose, that kind of has the power for this holding off, for either the temporal holding off or the kind of economic holding off, or the kind of not actualizing the wants, but kind of resisting that form giving or that immediate kind of putting in place. So I think those two things would be necessary.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in as well. I think that the other subject that doesn't seem to be mentioned so clearly or problematized so clearly is the issue of capital. I think that the first project has a very different pitch, and I would use the word pitch instead of like a kind of a traditional kind of architectural presentation, in a way in which it almost seems to be a kind of a pitching to a funding kind of body. How do you actually get the capital to actually make this project, take it off the ground? Versus the assumption of the architect already working within, you know, maybe for the government or for a client, where they're kind of just bound to a series of tools or traditional definition of an architecture practice. And I think that the idea of, we're kind of dealing with a project, in the first case at least, I think more of entrepreneurial kind of, it's a much more broader project, right? It's trying to address digital platforms, the vertical integration of fabrication, the kind of coordination of citizens, and so many different areas. And as I've mentioned as well, the legal aspects. And in the past, we've been able to, you know, blur the boundaries of our discipline to kind of address robotics, engineering, whatever we feel like it's necessary to bring in, we have brought in. So I think the question of bringing kind of legal frameworks, understanding, you know, all sorts of conditions that could improve or kind of completely subvert or innovate on notions of property and ownership, start becoming necessary. And that pitch, the attitude that the architect is having today towards capital should be problematized, I think, and interrogated, because the entrepreneurialism that we seem to be, like the format that is being adopted, is also something that has been heavily kind of questioned as the form in which investors would kind of pressure the project to yield you know, financial gains, right? So the more we problematize and bring it to the foreground, I think that we could actually find innovations that are useful.
I want to take that up and also take up a couple different strands in what we're talking about in the chat. There's a, we're catching someone else. Okay. I think there's a question here of how these different approaches suggest new ways of living. We've talked about form, we've talked about legal structures, but at the end of the day, I still see the same programmatic structures in which we live, even though the external form is different. And there's an opportunity to bring it back around one more cycle to suggest new ways that people might live and work. If you're looking at time, it's how might you actually schedule or design that time? You can schedule it on a calendar, but there are different approaches you might work in a fourth dimension. So how might that shift? We have a conversation going on about data, machine learning, AI, and modeling in kind of a meta conversation that Filippo and I are having that I wanted to surface. One thing about data, when we say something is data driven, is data comes from somewhere. Data comes from something that has already happened. There is no data that has not yet happened, because that is not data. That could be a model. But this is one of the problems we have when we see bias in algorithms, for instance, because it comes from things that have already happened. So if you are data driven or if you are AI driven, how can you create a model for something that hasn't happened? And I think there's a move here for architecture that's specific that other disciplines cannot perhaps provide, and that we should be looking into in projects like that, indeed across everything that we're seeing today.
Because it speaks to architecture's capacity to actually bring those ways of living into existence rather than simply accommodate them, as if architecture's job is to just be entirely focus group driven.
Yeah, it's not a matter of plugging in little elements. When I was at the AA back in January and met Gilles and Tyson, there was a lot of just plugging in program, and program is where we live. That's where we sleep and live and hang out with our dogs and boyfriends and girlfriends and cats, and where we cook, and it's not in the 80% ghosted versions of ourselves outside of the buildings. So there's an opportunity here to bring it back. And one more thing about models. Love him or hate him, I do appreciate what Christopher Alexander had to say about the notion of modeling, that you have an idea, you model the idea in order to critique the idea, in order to design and build the idea. And so maybe there's an option, this might be what Filippo was talking about when he was saying maybe it's a meta model, and that's what we're talking about here. How can these different ways of living and existing and generating and designing create something that is outside of us so that we can design it and then spin it back in? I think with everything I've seen today, I'm really keen to see what happens in these next 3 months and what happens in these iterations, that it's not just fine tuning, but that it's one more or one set of very solid modeling and iterations and taking it apart and putting it back together.
So, Molly, I just want to reply real quick to your point on the model, because I just amplify this before moving on. The other aspect of this, I think, speaks to this, is to doing the kind of temporal function of the models and the different forms. In other words, there's models that we might use that have value, that they well describe empirically the circumstances that exist. There's models that are predictive, that essentially provide a model of what is most likely to happen. But then there's projective or normative models, which have to do with not what might happen, but in fact what should happen, and to give shape to those other kinds of forms. And it seems to me what we're seeing here are in essence something that's much more like predictive models. That these are the most likely, user adaptations that we can accommodate. But to the question of the forms of living that you're talking about, they would need to actually have this to graduate to a more normative intent.
If I can pick up on something that Jose was saying, and maybe also what Molly was saying about modeling. It seems to me that there is a lot of great opportunity with these kind of game environments, and once you set them up, to think of like, legal speculation or policy speculation, rather than just go with like, oh yeah, like, capitalism is bad, or state ownership is like awesome, like to kind of speculate on the range of policy arrangements that could be put in place, and the range of ownership models, and the range of sharing models, and so on, which I think the projects in the next 3 months are in a good place to speculate on. There's ideas of relating to quadratic voting, or self auction pricing, and license models, and so on, like which could easily be built on top of these kind of physical substrates that are now digitally captured, right? So what is the architecture that might emerge based on these legal policy speculations? Like otherwise, like why would we actually want to speculate on it? Like if it doesn't change the architecture, like then maybe it is outside our domain. But in this case, like once we have digitized and actually gamified some of these aspects, there's a real potential to speculate new policies, new legal rights, and its implication on spaces, and also how people live within those spaces. So I think all 3 projects are in a good position for the next 3 months to add that speculative layer, which is kind of missing.
I would add also that regarding the issue of models and the issue of time, our projects do evolve
in time. I believe that more and more, you know, it's almost becoming a trap that we orientate project a bit too closely towards certain kind of algorithms. So this is why I mean, more and more I favor the, let's say, the issue or the concept of a meta model. I mean, proposing a kind of global organization which is based on maybe some deep underlying structure in architecture or human behavior. So maybe it could look a bit a kind of an essentialist view, you know. I mean, I don't personally believe that I'm really the kind of guy who is going very much into the issue of permanence or deep structure or like fundamental human behavior that would never change through time, etc., etc. I believe that we are changing very much, but we are not changing as much or as quickly as the algorithmic and technological world which is around us. So this is why, in a sense, you know, like if when we propose something which is just like too, let's say, driven by such or such a kind of algorithm or such a kind of computational paradigm, we might also face the trap or fall into the trap that, I mean, a couple of days later, all of these things will have changed already. I mean, new algorithms will come, new data set, new ways to do such or such a thing. So I more and more see the architecture as a kind of module, you know. I mean, the architecture almost as a kind of modular discipline. So we have the architectural module, and then more and more we will just plug it to an AI module, which itself obviously will be plugged or associated with a data set or with many data sets. So, you know, this is why, again, I don't know how to explain that very precisely, but I believe that more and more architecture will have to propose models, but maybe not with the same meaning as the one you are mentioning with Christopher Alexander. But more and more, I believe that architecture will be about models or meta models, and that the technicality of it will be a matter of plugging these meta models to such or such a kind of algorithm. And in most cases, we will have to stay always updated with the latest kind of algorithm, almost like having to install updates every 3 days, you know, in your own model. If you look at the car, it's kind of very interesting. I mean, Tesla is constantly updating the software of the Tesla car, you know. So this is something which never happened in traditional car industry. I mean, now if you want to save, for example, 5% of energy, you can do it. I mean, Tesla can make you save 5 or 10% of energy just thanks to a software update. I think this is a kind of fascinating paradigm shift, and so I believe it's going to happen in architecture in the same way.
Thank you, Philippe.
Yep.
We will, unfortunately, I have to cut everyone short now.
Oh, sorry.
Approaching our next session, 2 projects.
Well, Gilles, before that, I think John May joined us.
I have a series of people I want to introduce. Yeah. So we have a few more people who have joined our conversation. So welcome to those. So we have John May, who's assistant professor at Harvard GSD and co-founder of Millions. We also have Nadia Peak, who's an assistant professor at the University of Washington. And we also have Casey Rem, who's joining us from SciArc, and he's also the founder of Studio Kinch. And I believe that Viola Ago from Rice University has also joined us again today. So welcome to all the new critics. Very quickly, we do back-to-back presentations, 10 minutes each, and then we have a kind of a larger discussion. So welcome. So I'll introduce the first project, which is Elementable by RC4. And that will be followed by Tempo by RC3. So Elementable, if you guys are ready, then it's all yours.
Yes, we're here. Okay, welcome to Elementable. To start the presentation, we would like to introduce what is Elementable. Elementable is a 24-hour housing platform confronting the housing issues through two strategies. The first is cooperative ownership. Instead of one person possessing one private house, cooperative community owns the entire building as a group, so they share not only the space but also the housing expense. The second is 24-hour flexible plan interlinked with users' timetable. The schedule data is sent to elbow robotic doors. Those doors are inserted into a fixed no-corridor plan for reconfiguration. Elementable online platform services include three main steps: planning schedule, generating apartment, and customizing rooms. E-users are required to update timetable every 24 hours in order to continuously occupying their own rooms. For their convenience, there is also a time reminder ahead of each time slot. The project is constructed by discrete elements. Those elements are partly assembled offsite and the rest are done on-site. Therefore, Elementable is a 24-hour housing platform that aims to reduce the cost of housing through space flexibility and cooperative ownership.
This project is about dynamic relationship between time and plan. The timetable database is fundamental element of the project. Here, the timetable of 8 interviewees are analyzed in terms of their requirements for space in different time slots. Accordingly, the no-corridor plan reconfiguration is oriented by timeline, which achieves the 24-hour flexibility. The no-corridor plan is developed from 0 and 1 grid geometrically. 0 is a void, which provides space for the lift and daylight for the building, and 1 is the room. Then the grid is developed according to the component size. Based on the grid, elbow doors, staircases, and functional units are inserted to enclose the space. The boundary of the building can be drawn out from the plan according to its context. So we've got this plan in Elephant Castle, for example. It is animated according to the previous timetable, and the movement is accompanied with the folded-in furniture. The movement in this axial view shows the usage of space. Furniture is folded in before the mobile doors moving and is back to normal after the reconfiguration.
The elbow robotic doors and units enable the flexibility. The units are the bricks of the project. They can be void, alphabet functional walls, staircase, and elbow robotic doors. Firstly, there are 4 alphabet walls with flexible furniture inside. B is a bed. I symbolize a studying or working table with shelf and a chair. O stands for the closet or storage with folded clothes hangers. U is folded kitchen tables to enlarge the cooking space. The U-type kitchen units are designed with different cooking equipments, and they can be connected into larger combinations as shown on the right. Similarly, for the bathroom, there are 6 recommended combinations of functional units. Secondly, the staircase is also fitted into our unit size and inserted in the cross space of the grading plan. They allow the extra choice of vertical circulation except for lift. The staircase is normally blocked by the elbow robotic doors. The animation on the left illustrates how users get access to upstairs.
Lastly, the elbow robotic doors is also developed from our unit. The door is a symbolic element. It can be both mobile wall and table. Table stands for the shared space. The wall is the private.
In this chapter, we like to explain how the above flexible elements work cooperatively in the animated plan through the project in Elephant and Castle. Through this view, we would see how each cell in this project is performing different events at the same moment and would be totally different in the next moment. For the plan reconfiguration happening in one moment from the whole 24 hours, all the elements move in sequence, which can be defined as 4 steps. This sequence is for every single moment happening in animated plan. It happens several times in 24 hours. Oriented by the timeline on the left, we like to show a series of this kind of reconfiguration. Here, we take 2 users as examples. Their cells are marked by 2 different gray colors in the diagram. Except for this project, there are large-scale architecture outputs presented as a library.
And this chapter is about the fabrication parts. And considering the cost and the material strength, we choose the LVL as the main material because of its good strength, economy cost, and the material model persists. And firstly, after the processing of the raw materials, the logs will produce row panels, and the CNC milling machines and the robots will be used off-site constructions. And the CNC milling machine will first mill the grooves of the plates so it can split between the plates. And then the robots will splice all the parts of the panels and the internal frames. And technically, the structural frame of the unit is built by the components and connected by the tension systems. The internal frame is connected in mosaic form and closely connected by the surrounding panels. And the standard unit is composed by 2 different sizes of components as it shows. As the tension system, the bolt system could connect components to the unit. And the bolt system could also allow connection between the units from different directions. This is an example of the first 1 directions and the second directions of the connection as it shows. And the first example, when 2 standard units are combining like this, the component in the middle are removed and the rest parts of it are connecting by bolts. So the multiple joint units generally has these 4 states. The horizontal and the vertical units are connected to the form and more diversified spatial forms and structural forms. And similarly, there are more complicated combinations as it shows. And this part is about the elementable systems. Elementable system is composed by 2 parts, the e-user app interface and the computation systems. The e-user should plan their schedule and selecting their route types on the app. And to plan the timetable, e-user have to decide which room are they going to use and when. And to customize rooms, e-user input the numbers of voxels and equipment requirements of the selecting cells, and then the computer terminal will automatically generate the user's apartments accordingly.
About computation part, this diagram shows the process and logic. The computation system has 4 functions: match timetables, choose style, generate apartment, and elbow, face, and gesture recognition. After the user being matched and uploading the schedule, the system will automatically distribute rooms or apartments to users according to their timetable, so the plan is always being reconfigured along the timeline. In the shared function, users should choose their voxel type with different equipment. Then the apartment is automatically generated from their selections. In the last function, the elbow robotic door is activated by face and gesture recognition. The data ownership of the schedule uploaded by any user is assigned to the computer terminal, which matches this schedule to the others and through the face gesture recognition to control the user's permission to use the room. Flexible space compositions are carried out by the movement of the robotic doors.
After a booking is done, users may preview their rooms through VR technology. This is a 2-room apartment. we would see a simulation of how the flexible furniture works cooperatively with the mobile elbow doors, and how the two cells are connected by this movement. And e-users would check the arrangement of kitchen, bathroom, sleeping and working space, and storage. I would send this link to the chat for everyone to check it out. The last chapter is a short film, shows the 24-hour life in Elementable.
Elementable building falls asleep when an e-user is back home before dawn. Activation successful. Elementable kindly invites you to open up your 24-hour journey. Getting off from the lift, the moving elbow doors serve the e-user with a unique pathway, through which he has a short journey in the shared loft, from the common room, pass through the staircase, to his own room upstairs. His simple movement, at the moment, would influence the entire plan reconfiguration. And this story is possible to happen in any cell at any time throughout the day. By the end of the day, he is experiencing a series of cell events when he is getting to his own sleep cell. With the elbow door closing, his 24-hour journey in Elementable is ended up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Oh. Okay. That was fast. Okay, you guys can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
1 second. Sorry.
Everyone here completely.
Wait, sorry.
Let's take a minute to Zoom. Yeah.
It looks like it's very large on screen, the image. You can only see, it's like zoomed way in on the image. There you go.
Is it?
Yeah, you're like, it's a weird zoomed thing where you're seeing only part of the image.
Sorry, on reshare. Is it better? Is it working now?
Yes.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yeah, all good.
Okay. We are Tempo from RC3, and our project started by questioning the role of robotics beyond fabrication, nonlinear life cycle in architecture, and how to think the logic of space warping. We were driven by theoretical research regarding an adaptable, responsive, and database-based configuration. Tempo offers a continuously evolving in relation to behavioral analysis And we are inspired by the batwing in terms of structural elements of compression, tension, and shear that we translated into our hybrid system. And we are continuing previous research of RC3 by developing its robotic system. Temple offers and considering public space as the case of study. We are investigating through topology and geometrical analysis, physical prototyping, development of control system, and a bespoke simulation.
Our research starts with understanding tensegrity through simple triangular prism model, which we then aggregated and started the process of hybridizing tensegrity. We started by changing the node per rod topology from typical 1 rod per node to 2 rods per node. Then we replaced all cables with textile, making textile an active part of the structure. We also changed the actuation strategy by spooling continuous cable from one control point, which reduces the need of spoolers at every node. As we incrementally aggregated horizontally and vertically, the structure showed some limitations, and accordingly, we developed our topology to the woven tensegrity, since it has more diverse node hierarchy and consistent structured stability through aggregation. We also developed our customized digital simulation environment and evaluated the topology stability and degrees of transformation through spooling different cables. We later developed our simulation environment to build and evaluate more spatial setups. Our new topology and simulation setup allowed us to move away from linear conventional setups to more seamless spaces.
First, we select the material, rods, fabric, and wire to achieve the tension. In version 1, we use plastic rods. In version 2, we use wooden rods because the wooden rods are stronger and not easy to bend. In the study, we tried different nodes, the nodes with spring and the nodes without spring. In this model, we studied the influence of different materials on structure. Among those studies, the fabric can make the model more stable and more flexible. The different measure of fabric will influence the tension within the structure, which then affecting the stability of the system. In this version, when we aggregate the unit, the model is not stable enough. It only allows one axis actuate, and the more units it has, the stubber it becomes. We have studied the weaving tensegrity with 4 units and studied the degree of maximum deformation by changing the slide length of AB. Finally, we complete the physical model. The model can be balanced only with the rods and the fabric. The design of the node is also more simple and without spring.
The actuation strategy is simply by spooling and unspooling cable, embedded with 3D printed joints to its structure. And we are building a digital environment to simulate the control of length change and coupling it with physical environment to evaluate its behavior relative to maximum and minimum state. The actuation workflow started by setting an input of speed and diameter for the spooler, then simulating the goal state to calculate the length ratio. The unity will calculate its velocity and number of rotation, which then will dispatch a speed value to the servo to actuate in physical environment. These are the changing state behavior from our first prototype. We can achieve different motions by actuating multiple motors in different sequence. Same behavior applied in the second prototype as well. We tried different fabrics compositions to analyze its influence. The more fabric cut out, the more force produced within the structure that stabilized the structure better. Here's the actuation sequence. So first we actuate one cable with one motor. and then activate 2 cables with 1 motor. And finally, we test activating 2 motors alternately. We then developed the sensing actuation system by using Kinect to detect different gestures. And using an embedded PIR motion to detect motions around.
Next, please. In simulation, we modify multiple continual wire and study different transformation for the space. Next, please. This is one of our trials, which can transform from a wall to a roof. Next, please. After that, we studied what transformation is when we apply this topology to the curved surface. And we study the transformation of the model more in 3 dimensions. Next, please. In terms of form generation, we set several locations and use particle to simulate how users move between these locations and then generate the form based on the circulation. Next, please. Next, please. And then we evaluate models with solar and wind analysis as the background data and use them to modify the geometry. Next, please. This is our simulation environment to study the architecture speculation and see how users or other environment conditions influence the building. Next, please. And the building would lift by pulling wire when people amass more. And the building can also react based on the sun position, so the building can manipulate upness. Next, please. By raising the part of the building, it can even provide a new entrance for users. Next, please. The space can transform based on the activities or requirement. Next, please. In terms of interior space, by manipulating the structure, the building can react at how big the dormer based on the activities and weather. We also developed the architecture detail.
And those are some shots of thought.
This is all our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Both nicely on time. We did it in 10 minutes. So we have about 20 minutes now for discussion. Who wants to kick this off?
I wanted to jump in quickly on responding to Casey. I think Casey Ream was kind of in the chat discussing the idea of behavior modification, which I think it's kind of a super interesting topic brought up by Shoshana Zuboff in her book, Surveillance Capitalism, which especially in relation to the first project and the power of platforms or digital platforms today of potentially, you know, even if it's in a small degree, to really kind of influence people's behavior. I think that the project does a great, you know, it does a great presentation of a fantastic display of what is possible in the coordination of the behavior of furniture. I mean, it's really a beautiful project, but at the same time, it really starts kind of bringing back some of the comments from Filippo of the idea of what happens if you start updating the software and what happens when that software starts being updated also for, you know, different kind of agendas in a way, like different kind of intentions, perhaps those of, you know, profiting or kind of trying to kind of increase by behavior modification of its users, potentially changing the rules that were set up in the beginning. So as important it might be to think of the software that will operate the platform, it seems that it's important to define what are the rules for that software to be updated, the kind of, again, legal or organizational, perhaps thinking of a co-op or some kind of social structure that would kind of have a feedback loop into the mechanism of the building, right? And not just the technological, but rather the kind of the protocols of governance that the citizens or inhabitants or whatever it's the constituency that would kind of interact with this building. And it seems crucial that that's part of the equation of what the building is proposing. But yeah, really, really fantastic presentation and very thought-provoking project.
Such a long silence. I will just pick out Marina. I want to hear your vision on this.
I was actually trying not to talk that much because I had the feeling that I was talking already too much. So I prefer to pass the word to someone else.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm like that woman that is always talking.
Okay. I can have a stab at it. Check out the background. So in the 17th century, you had these floating rafts over the Rhine, right? So here you have the capital goods, and these platforms, like literal physical platforms, were inhabited by cows. Sheds were built on that, which is pure capitalist function, right? The logistics of capitalist goods flowing over the Rhine. So it's difficult in a sense not to look at this proposition and discuss being, right? In the 90s, if you were user singularly defined to an addict, right? And all of this is also highly, it's a very simultaneously utopian and dystopian proposition. And that makes it rather interesting, I found. But let's say this wood being literally also the vehicle of the means of what you're inhabiting and the structures that are built from it, seems to overlap here. Let's say also what I found a little bit of an elephant in the room is what does the detail look like of how these walls are shifting through the space, right? I mean, this is sort of the linchpin of the proposal. So why not develop it a little bit more? I guess wood is not magnetic, so we might have that going, but that was missing out a little bit.
I also have a lot of questions about the technical practicality of this kind of proposal, both proposals. Where do you put HVAC? Where do you put electricity? Does sound travel in different ways? But beyond that, it seems that both projects propose an inversion of you have historically maybe design, erection, and inhabitation, and now you have this constant reconfiguring as part of inhabitations of the design, and the erection is constantly happening, which then brings up, you know, if the building is an infrastructure now that accommodates all of these different people that are inhabiting it, then upon who does maintenance fall, and how does maintenance and infrastructure function as part of this design? If you think of it as a kind of Simondon technical mentality approach, can they break out of this system and change the way that the walls function and augment the building? What parts of this then are part of your voice as an architect and a designer, and what parts of it are just the users themselves creating the infrastructure that they use for inhabiting? And there it seems like the interaction of what maintenance looks like and what reconfiguring looks like is the crux of the proposal. And that part seems like it would depend highly on these practical details. How do you calculate how much you owe for water? How do you, those things become very central into what the experience is of living in such a building. So it's an interesting direction, but would like to see more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comment on maintenance is such a great one, but I was also wanting, I think that's a comment that I wanted to make for kind of earlier projects as well, that there seems to be a kind of optimism about the idea that these infrastructure projects produce all these kind of combinatorial possibilities, and all of them are possible, and, you know, users, depending on their kind of behaviors, will be just kind of like navigating one of these options in that design space. But I would love to hear from the students a bit more kind of a position, like a commitment on which of these scenarios, like which of these should be pushed. Like it seems that there's a kind of delegation or a kind of resistance to take a position, which comes very much from this kind of like rhetoric of the featureless infrastructure or like of the many possibilities. And it seems that, I don't know, it seems that I would love to kind of have a bit, you know, maybe the 3 months that are coming kind of like forward a little bit more of a kind of a scenario or like a more focused imagination on maybe like one of those or some of those, or a kind of comparison of the, yeah, someone mentioned the utopian and dystopian sort of like scenarios that seem to coexist in the very same system. So yeah, I think that just kind of taking a position or being able to kind of evaluate the outputs of the system that you're setting up, I think would be useful, and maybe kind of counteract a little bit this idea of this kind of data professionalism that we have to step back, like not, you know, like let people do their thing. Yeah.
It could be great to have a kind of fast forward to say, okay, this is a project 10 years later. This is falling apart. This is not being used in like 10 years. They moved it in the beginning a few times, but then they kind of settled on a in-between position, or this has been hyped, or this has been dismantled. I think there could be a kind of, and again, that shouldn't be like a naive, optimistic just view, but a kind of really lived in future scenario, maybe, like how would this look like? And if you think about the kind of absurd court cases you find with neighbors, I could totally see two neighbors moving a wall constantly back and forth because one person is annoyed and then they move it back and then the other person moves it back, and it kind of becomes this ingrained fight about space that's not really about space, but about this kind of negotiation. So yeah, I think that to embrace the kind of, maybe not even dystopian, but also the kind of just annoyances of living together. And then what happens when your neighbor or your cohabitant, I mean, the classic examples of, let's say, shared apartment living, like what drives you crazy, and then what happens when you blow that up to an urban scale, like how do you negotiate these kind of things? Yeah, I think that could be fun.
Yeah, I think that these are interesting questions that you know, like we've also been trying to address in the sense that, like, obviously there's a benefit in sharing resources when resources are getting depleted or they're expensive in any one way. But like, it's a central part of this is like how do you incentivize sharing? You know, assuming that most people, given an opportunity, would not naturally inclined to share. Let's assuming that, how do you incentivize, and therefore 5-10 years later, what might be the state in which things end up? Will there be a dynamic equilibrium, like where as the families grow and subside, like there will be every few years there will be a moment of ossified choices, and then again something kickstarts it again, or and so on. So I think it'll be worth that speculation in the coming months to again fantastically set up a project, like well communicated, both video and graphically.
Yeah, maybe perhaps this notion of how to mentally navigate or those spaces and imagine what will happen in time. I think it's a very interesting technique, and I cannot help by thinking about Constant and the New Babylon that he was developing for such a long time, that you know, his understanding of how life will unfold in that structure, in that space for play and leisure, actually finally unfolded in violence and crime and conflict. And obviously was as the first project, was a project powered by automation, and at the same time where all the components were fluid and will moving, in this case more by the agency of the inhabitants. So I think this possibility of also trying to inhabit the spaces that you are designing and imagine how this can change over time is quite a powerful way to also, yeah, I think Constant obviously did it along his life. So it was something that took him like 20 years perhaps. But I think it will be interesting. The second project to me, I remember being a student in Delft in the early 2000s, and there were some experiments about moving buildings. And one of the chairs installed a kind of prototype for a building that will move according to the senses that will send someone passing by. And it was the first time that I saw a building looking at me. And I thought it was quite scary, to be honest. So the second project to me has these moments also of the way in which it moves and related to the human body, it seems quite violent in certain ways, which can be productive. Yeah.
We're also working, I haven't heard COVID come up yet, and maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing, but in all of these cases, we're actually dealing with a moment in which we have to reconfigure all of our spaces. A lot of people here spend their time working for universities or studying in universities and design schools, and I don't know about you, but it's a pretty big consideration for us here at Carnegie Mellon. And I find myself thinking that these different design problems are both practical solutions potentially, and also the societal questions that are before us right in this moment, very useful inputs for what we're looking into. They're not theoretical. And moreover, you know, as we've had these questions about data and design and what we're modeling and how, our notion of data and design and modeling changes week by week. So it could be interesting to start taking that into consideration, at least as you begin, everybody, to work through your different projects and see them through to conclusion.
For me, it's interesting to see that, I mean, for the first group, like you offer such a liquid image of such like a quite even negotiated space. I mean, the images or like renderings are beautiful from spaces, the staircase, wonderful and so on. But everyone in the chat, in the discussion is completely shocked, or we have reference to horror movies. What actually equilibrium, now when we finally reach like really like a completely one-to-one buildable space of that, what it means, like a digital equilibrium, what it actually evolves. So that's I think a very interesting, that's just as observing this moment that I think there's something like in a way completed, or like that we're getting self-conscious, what actually a lot of research means like for searching for like a formal kind of equilibrium or negotiation forms. That what does it mean? Yeah. Again, silence. Yeah. More thoughts? Otherwise, we're obviously also happy to start the next panel. Yeah, like to continue on this, the platform, or like, of course, the adaptability like provokes a lot that actually housing, or it gets more affordable, more cheaper. And I don't believe in that, like why this kind of extra value should not be extracted. So why it should be actually for someone who lives there actually really becomes cheaper. So there needs a more interlink with kind of formal resistance or something, or like this must be architectural in a way, sort of.
Let me pick up something that Jose said earlier about the potential for kinds of social control that might be built into scenarios such as these, where what is, as it turns out, what is actually being automated is less the walls and the furniture than the occupants themselves. And mentioned this in terms of Zuboff's surveillance capitalism thesis. I think it's an interesting point, and one that it might be worth we connect a little bit to some of the earlier thread that we were discussion about ways in which we were asking these projects to be more declarative and projective in how it is that they would seek to imagine and instantiate different kinds of social forms and ways of living. That is, on the one hand, we saw an earlier project that organized this relationship to the space and adaptability almost entirely in a way in which the architecture was positioned as subordinate to the sort of immediate declarations of wants and needs of the inhabitants. Whereas the scenario that Jose is bringing up is one in which that relationship might be, we imagine it as sort of flipped, where the inhabitants themselves are sort of organized in relationship to some kind of algorithmically conducive schedule, in which furniture is in a process of nudging us towards different kinds of behavior optimized for whoever's and whatever's form of outcome might be seen as most beneficial at a particular moment. And thinking about this as the kind of like spectrum between, do we have this individuated self-conscious subject called a user that is declaring their needs at the architecture, which is subordinate respondent, or do we have the architecture as this physical mind in which we occupy, that is the way in which Zuboff and the surveillance capitalism sort of would have it, that it in a way sort of overriding the natural free will of these individuated subjects in a way in which we might identify as dystopian. And I wonder whether or not, if that's the spectrum that's being set up here, if there's a problem in thinking about the relationship between social forms, ways of living, social systems, the interfacial dynamics between groups of organisms that co-inhabitate a space together, the ways in which the physical form constructs social form, the social form constructs physical form, that by thinking of it either as the dynamic of an agglomeration of individuated atomic users either expressing their will, or an agglomeration of individual atomic users whose free will is being perniciously suppressed, might be the problem. It might be a way in which a particular kind of neoliberal dynamics and logic of subjectivity and agency is being replicated in both the utopian and dystopian dynamics of these projects. And I wonder if there's a different logic of subjectivity and habitation that's necessary for us to really think about how that interfacial back and forth might work in circumstances, in scenarios that we're looking at.
I do think that that's a super good question. I really don't have the answer, but I think what Benjamin just pointed to is perhaps one of the questions that we should think through in between these two poles, and what type of subjectivities and architecture, what is the role actually of architecture in a relation between architecture and the human body and other bodies in those type of relations. So yeah, thank you for that. I think it's very inspiring in a way.
I had like a last thought on, Ben, you mentioned the kind of reference to the Metabolist project in relationship to this and the supercores earlier in the chat.
Yeah.
And I think this relates to this too formally in the way that I look at this project in comparison to something like Metabolist, which has a kind of open bounds. Like that was the whole agenda, right? That it expands relative to the needs of the social pressures. Whereas this project operates as a kind of zero-sum game, in that it's formally constrained in the proportional relationships of its elements to the plate, require that for someone to gain space or gain occupancy within the floor plate, someone else has to lose it, which I think basically insists on some kind of either it turns into some kind of reality game show where people are driving the performance of the people inside for their entertainment by moving the walls around, or a kind of totalizing incentive structure like the social scoring mechanisms to insist that people fall on a behavior. So it's a very different project than Metabolist, because it's not at all about the kind of idealist expansion of the architecture to suit the needs, but rather a constraining of behavior within a very confined set of dynamisms within a fixed kind of FAR. So in some ways, it's formally a very kind of dark project, I think, in that sense.
Okay.
I just
all right. Maybe
the last word to Theodora.
Yeah, exactly. Last comment.
I mean, I already spoke,
Sorry.
so if someone who didn't speak has a comment, like, I'm happy to give them the floor. But yeah.
No. It's just to wrap up the session. You can.
Okay, no, I think there's some great conversation going on in the chat about users, and I think that absolutely going back to Ben's comment about the kinds of subjectivities we imagine, I think that, yeah, it's that our discourse, I think, on inhabitation is very much caught up in the construction of this category of the user as a behaviorist sort of, under a behaviorist discourse where, you have a behavior that has some kind of relationship with the space that you're in. And I think that even from kind of decades ago in spaces like, I don't know, user behavior design and these weird design methods formations, there was a good kind of critical discussion of how we can go beyond this idea. I mean, the one extreme, which I don't advocate for, was this kind of phenomenological subject, but they were also looking for these in-between kind of categories, which escape behaviorism, or the idea that there's kind of a behavioral determinism where the architect is oppressing people, or like people have some kind of preconceived idea of the spaces that they should be living in, that we should be sort of bringing forward in art science. That was my comment, yeah.
Right, thank you, Theodora. I think we move to the next batch. Before that, I want to welcome back Ryan Manning. Ryan was with us yesterday as well. Ryan is founder of Quark D and visiting faculty at the University of Graz. Gilles, you do the next one, or is it my turn actually? I forgot.
Thanks.
So I think next one is Waldo from RC4, followed by Connective Co-Living from RC11. So
hello, we're Waldo.
Perfect. Take it away.
I'll get started.
Sheep and cows roaming mindlessly, where you can harvest and eat organic food, where you can observe nature and share it on Instagram. But what is today's countryside? A countryside works for the city. It is transformed into a non-stop machine that feeds the cities. Constantly populated, rationalized, and exploited by industrial farming facilities. This unavoidably causes an array of serious environmental consequences. Soil erosion, water pollution, resource depletion, and also low safety and tasteless food. At the same time, countryside is being continuously evacuated. Villages transform into ghosts while the attempts to revive them are still in an early stage. Extreme policies proposed by government indicates the substantial lack of population in rural areas. Meanwhile, urban centers keep growing and densifying. As a way to address these issues, we introduced the Waldo platform.
Waldo is a platform that aims to invigorate low-populated rural areas by introducing automated high-tech food production, infrastructure, and housing in dying villages of South Europe. It does that by applying the concept of temporary ownership found in Airbnb, the movability of agritourism, while its funding comes from the European Union. Along with the funding, the EU supports the platform with special regulations for the reinvigoration of dying villages. Using these models, Waldo's main approach is to address villages with distinct food traditions. Waldo specialists help to preserve and enhance them through cellular agriculture and automation. The result is artisanal 2.0. To achieve this, Waldo provides the infrastructure needed to host food specialists. Along this, Waldo provides accommodation for agritourists and locals. A productive community hub is generated, which enhances the village's social and financial strength. So how does it start?
The platform will start from an up-to-date map database which determines problematic area based on a set of criteria. Then Weldor enlists potential villagers in need. The villagers are contacted by Weldor or can request help by themselves. After the request, Weldor commences the procedure to set up the inauguration plan. Weldor visited the area, creates a contract and requests for the allocation of EU funds needed to begin the construction process. In this way, Weldor offers opportunities to walk outside the cities.
To construct the hubs to operate on the landscape with automated machinery that carves out and casts architectural components, treating it as a canvas that serves as an open-air concrete prefab factory and ultimately becomes a piece of land art. Through this procedure, Weldor creates hubs of innovation next to the villages it addresses while proposing a lifestyle in the countryside, which given the current context could be a possible reality.
Moving on to architectural components. Weldor's architectural production process is based on toolpaths. Automated excavators follow subtractive toolpaths that carve holes for the casting. Additive toolpaths inform the 3D printing of elements to make the components inhabitable. Scanning drones are used in both processes to deal with imprecisions of the holes and cast components respectively. By mimicking a conventional excavator's movement through a robot arm, we tested a series of toolpaths. Different sectional and planimetric movements and ground conditions resulted in a catalog of various precisions and geometries. These, paired with the rich constraints of a conventional automated excavator, informed our design approach to excavation toolpaths. The components are sectioned, each section an excavator brushstroke, and brushstroke by brushstroke, we generate the toolpath for the excavation of the hole. The production process starts with one excavator. After each brushstroke, the drone scans the hole, informing the movement of a second excavator that does another round to achieve a higher precision. Then, a plastic film is laid on the hole. A series of 3D prints with diverse functionalities are inserted, and finally, fiber-reinforced concrete is poured. The 3D prints, which are largely embedded in the concrete components, creating hollow spaces within them, have four main functionalities. They function as connectors, adapters, openers, and enclosures. Connectors carry post-tensioning cables, which strengthen the connection between concrete components. They create interconnected networks that not only facilitate the bringing together of components, but also supply water and electricity. Adapters are furniture-like. They branch out from connectors into spaces and give shape to kitchens and other amenities. The scenario depicts a kitchen. Openers are fully embedded in the concrete components and create window-like openings. In this scenario, the opener holds a bathtub. Enclosures are partly embedded in the components and behave as bubbles wherever introducing glass facades is challenging. This scenario frames a bedroom surrounded by exterior terraces. So how do we generate the spaces? We select a site between the to-become sculptural landscape where the excavation happens and the village. Within the selected area, a series of high points for building and low points for water features are determined and the connection line between village and landscape maintained. A community hall embodies the central connection line. Farming spaces act as bridges between landscape features. Fragmented residential spaces act as feelers throughout the site. The voxel-based operation results in a programmatic aggregation. These volumes are then transcribed into stroke clusters. These clusters adhere to excavation constraints and represent the sectional toolpath axes that shape components. The point calling process starts with a point cloud that approximates the aggregation volume. A first stroke cluster calls the points within its bounds, then a second one, a third one, and so on. This process assures that the generated components fit together. A denser point cloud results in higher precision. After this, the embedded 3D printed network, which supports their post-tensioning, is generated. This is the resulting aggregation and the resulting library of components along with its strokes.
To complete the whole building, the construction process spreads onto the larger scale using the granted farming plots. In the program we've developed to simulate this, one starts by selecting a plot to initiate the process. Inside the plot, we select the area of the building. The algorithm allocates the needed excavation area for the components and then distributes them according to the order of assembly. After that, a coordinated choreography of automated machinery is initiated. The excavator makes the first hole, then the concrete mixer fills it. This to continue with the part carrier starts extracting the ready parts and start transporting them to the crane, leaving trails on the voxel field landscape. When all the parts have been excavated, the two remaining machines, the dump truck and loader, redistribute the extracted soil to allocated areas that have been generated by the first set of machinery. Thus, a new topography emerges, which is sown with seeds of local wild plants to host a rewilded landscape, and after some time of growth, it will become a completely renewed site. Zooming in quickly, the construction sequence of a building segment is all based on automated machinery that collaborate together.
Moving on to architecture in habitation. The assembled components create different programmatic conditions. The ground floor is public, including a food market, a shared kitchen, and a farming experience center. Moving up, you will find production-related programs, including hydroponics and experimental food labs. In the upper floors, residential spaces is intertwined with farming. Upper terrace hold gardens. We have three main user groups inhabit Waldorf: locals, food specialists, and agriculturists. The current population of Zaton is 50, but it used to be 100 two decades ago. The locals live in their village homes. The food specialists live in Waldorf. The agriculturists can choose to live in Waldorf or repurpose village buildings. The activities that user groups engage in or revolve all around farming. There are three types of farming which connect directly to our architectural processes. We inhabit a host by implementing water farming around them, which benefits the local climate. The space between the hosts becomes a rewilded landscape. We inhabit the clustered components by integrating vertical farming.
This is my home, a small village an hour away from Madrid. Zaton is one of the many Spanish towns that experienced massive depopulation. 2 decades ago, it had been home to over 100 people, yet their number had come down to 50. I'm a farmer who has been actively engaged with the municipality to find a way to bring the village back to life. We heard of Waldorf through a European network of rural development. Waldorf had an agenda of revigorating dying rural villages by introducing automated farming hubs in hand with automatic architectural processes. Bringing food specialists, robots manage our farming facilities, and the locals have found a place in this ecology by contributing knowledge of their specialized food techniques, and ultimately creating sculptural landscapes that in their core support farming facilities and residences. Today, this landscape that locals, agrotourists, and specialists share with a rewilded nature and an ecology of automated robots has become auto-sufficient and productive. Agrotourists pick fruits from the wild trees. Food specialists have managed to produce our province's Manchego cheese with milk grown in labs. Our village has a new energy. It has come back to life. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's now connective co-living from Marcile. Perfect.
Hello? Okay.
It works.
Start, guys.
Okay. Hello, my name is Aaron Gibbs, and the title of our project is Connective Co-Living, Restructuring Urban Villages in Shenzhen Using a Mass Customizable Method. As our cluster focused on housing, my group was interested in urban villages. Our research interest centered on its high population density, unregulated building and expansion, and an increasing living population. These urban villages were once rural farmlands, but during the 90s, Shenzhen's growing metropolis encroached on the land quickly, creating an isolated housing community. They were left unregulated, so as the population ballooned, so did the buildings. In the graph, local hukou refers to permanent local residents, accounting for a very small portion of Shenzhen, whereas those without a hukou are considered a floating temporary population. If we look closer at the region, urban villages have a sizable greater population density due to accommodating cheap rent and the lack of space to expand. While Shenzhen had a population density of 7,400 people per square kilometer, Baishizu, one of the largest urban villages in Shenzhen, had over 250,000 per square kilometer. When we're talking about mass housing on this scale, we can think to vast landscapes of houses in Levittown, Pennsylvania that expand horizontally. However, in the case of urban villages, their horizontal expansion is very limited and can mostly only extend vertically. In either case, we notice that with mass housing, there is a level of urban homogeneity where there becomes too much housing and not enough interaction. On the resident scale, we notice that the high building density of these urban villages attributes to a lack of open space and urban space, mostly to accommodate for the housing, but also the high density is a reflection of the shrinking household size. This is where we believe that a new co-living housing model can begin to address these conditions. Our proposal is to pack a set of diverse housing communities within the city's urban villages and increase residents' connections, not just socially, but also physically. Our global workflow is broken into 5 sections. We begin at the extended site. Though we focus on Shenzhen, we provide a model for selecting secondary sites and begin data collection. Then the housing takes a bottom-up approach, designing the unit first, then aggregating it at each level to formulate the urban village. So first, let's take a look at the extended site. We selected Gangja Urban Village, which is one of 15 in the Fujian district, considered one of the lowest districts for urban villages because it had the most built-up density at 55%. Of the population, 98% fall within the floating population, with an average of 30 square meters per unit. In comparison, China's is 60, and in the UK, it's 76. One of the recurring patterns that we noted was a self-organized grid. Because of the high value of land, each building is as close as possible, creating a ripple effect throughout the adjacent buildings. Considering there is no real public gathering spaces aside from ground floor shops, this rippling grid can start to inform our new layout of buildings and inserting the necessary public spaces.
We decided to concentrate on the arrival city. We experimented with arrival cities and compared them with 40 cities, which have same treatment with Shenzhen, because we wanted to make this game more universal and to solve the same problem in global scale. Aaron, next page. By comparing the population density, we choose the cities which are similar with Shenzhen. Finally, we selected the 3 cities as a pilot application for comparison with Shenzhen. Next.
We analyzed the surrounding area of the Gangsha urban village, take the local information like the green park, lake, school, traffic station, and buildings of different functions as the influence factors. According to their attributes, we set different influencing variables for each factor to get the final influence data of our design. We visualize the data into contour lines of different colors and height. It shows the livability of Gangsha urban village. The warmer the colors represents the more concentration of the facilities in this area. Then we chose the highest points of those visualized data to be the attraction points to manipulate our building design.
Now that we have the output model set up, we begin the unit formation. Data trends show that more people are living alone. The rate of single living in China nearly doubled from 6% to 15% in a 20-year span. In China, most residents live in a 2 to 3 person households, but in Guangdong, where Gangja Urban Village is, majority of people lived in single person households. This helped us set up the parameters for the housing units. We wanted to prioritize single living in our co-living model and proportionally distributed the other household types we chose. We found the corresponding data on existing urban village units for 1 to 3 bedrooms. The basic components in existing units were living room, bathroom, bedroom. The overall area was not more than 80 square meters.
Our new unit component are bedroom, bathroom, living room, study, and kitchen. We provide 3 types of units for the users, and the type C is only for the separate house, also different households for different communities. We analyze and provide the size range of all components. These users choose within the range given by us. This is a simple strategy to show the process of obtaining size. The user will select each component whether they want or not, and divide the size. For house unit generation, firstly, type A, we provide 2 connection methods. The rule is that each component should have one side connection method. Type B follows the same rules. Type C, we want the living room is a central space and the component need to be connected to it, and we could find many possibilities. The choice of the plan is up to the users. These rendering models show different cases of 3 unit types. They connect according to the user wishes and at the same time get in touch with the outside space. We provide 6 types of panels to build each unit. The main material is concrete, window panel, wall panel, and roof panel, double irregular precast concrete panels. The floor panel is a whole and it supports the entire unit. For the single component, they are connected by bolts. These bolts are placed in the concavitives and convectives of the concrete panel. The connection between the wall panel and the floor panel uses the air-shaped bolts. We want the floor panel to be an integral panel that connects the bottom surfaces of each component. This panel has a support structure, and the rebar grid generated on this basis is the internal support of this panel.
So next, we looked at the shared space to aggregate these unit widths, and we thought about how to create greater connections among residents. Looking at the activities residents were willing to share, like gyms, gardens, playrooms, study rooms, etc., we wanted to formulate this into a network. It was our goal to create a gradation of connectivity between residents, focusing on small, intimate connections. So popular common programs were directly linked to the unit, while some smaller ones like study room were left with the possibility of future links.
According to the combination of different types of residences, we made some bubble diagrams of the room connection and the typological relations, shows the connection hierarchy between the rooms. Below the connection diagram is the integration analysis of each space. The lower the value, the more private that space. Here we made diagrams for 3 different clusters.
When it came time to formalize the clusters, we created 5 different distributions of shared space throughout the urban village: tower, block, flat, row house, and separated, each considered the link between the private unit and the layers of shared space.
Through our survey to the demographic structure of the local households and the different needs of each potential housing user group, we provide different housing clusters options for different user group. Since each group has different level of need for the livability of the surrounding environment, we set different influence factors for the generation of different clusters in the building. When the building location is close to the attraction points, then cluster whose user group has high demand for this will be generated more in the building. During the cluster aggregation, attraction points also control the building height. The closer to the attraction, the higher the building.
As we looked at the colony, we wanted to show how the clusters are simulated within the colony and how the public space is formed directly from the units. The colony generation is a simulation that inputs the size and proportion of clusters and runs through each possible location for them. We used bounding boxes as placeholders for the simulation, and then we replaced them with the units. Although the simulation does not consider the structure for supporting the randomly placed clusters, we introduced a system that quickly adapts to the changes using the row house as a base for the structure, reaching out to the smaller clusters like branching. We tested this branching concept with attractor points and considered that the connection point becomes an anchor and becomes the anchor point and would need to be generated seamlessly. So we used the same structure modules as the unit and introduced the anchor base for the wall connections. We thought of some parameters for ensuring the bridge connections were walkable, like the distance of the bridge, the angle of the anchor, and where the path intersects with the wall.
And we use an algorithm to define the structure of this cluster. The supporting edge of the new cube is the supporting edge of the cluster, and then use Boolean operations to create a concrete panel for the cluster. The diagram is a complete cluster structure. The main support structure and this L-shaped concrete panel could be the base of the entire cluster.
After the colony is generated, we introduced the larger public programs by treating them the same as a unit but forming from the wide space of the colony. The program units are aggregated similarly with the wide according to size. They utilize the same floor structure models and branching structure for support. We think these open programs become the ultimate connection between residents that can host different runners and installations of any size. We think it would be a great evolution of the colony if the public space units were treated as installation space that architects and designers can temporarily curate. It would invite a large local population for cohabitation. After fully formulating the colony, we repeat this process for the entire site and began to address the ground plan and the superstructure.
For the structure, we adopt a diagram system. First, we use exterior structure to wrap around the building. Then we conduct a collision test to test whether there is cluster within a certain range of the structure. When there is no cluster within that certain range, our program automatically removes these structures and generates the final exoskeleton. Then inner structure will be generated from the joint of exoskeleton to the void space of the building. In order to ensure public active space on the ground, we refer to the latent whole building solution to raise the building and form an elevated open space. First, we set up constraints for generating elevated space. If the building is far away from the interference point of the surrounding public space and reaches our set value, then the 20-meter high elevated public space will be generated at the bottom of the building.
And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So, Waldo and Connective Co-Living. Now we have 20 minutes for comments.
Yeah, may I talk about these projects? I think they are both very interesting approach to how to create livable space. No? I'm fundamentally interested in Waldo, the way it has discovered a lot of things that were there in the history of architecture, in the history of materiality, in constructs, in the urbanity of our living places that are taking kind of a new and very, very exciting approach. I'm certainly a believer of the potential of the landscape to inform new architecture, tectonics, and languages. Ultimately, there's embedded a cultural project where the high-resoluted, shiny figures that we are now so enamored of in contemporary architecture could be counterbalanced aesthetically with this wrinkled, materic, abrasive, raw, and ultimately very essential spaces. And I'm talking about spaces because when you build with this kind of materials, ultimately there's a contamination into the soul of the space that is what we call architecture. No? So I do think that Waldo explores a lot of these very exciting interactions between the landscape and the room, and how this is, all this data is transmitted through the material, and ultimately to the experience of ourselves in how to live in those places. I'm very, very excited about all the automation techniques, putting together the uncertainties of carving out with a bobcat into the ground. The algorithm of this would consider all this, fuzziness of how soil is, in determined terrain, and would really, really provoke amazing moments of uncertainty within the form and the structure and the space. And how this is combined with contemporary and existing and known techniques of post-tensioning, formworks, etc. I would put a red flag, guys, in the scale of it. You have not measured the weight of these components. I think using the lighter kind of aggregate concrete with with air gravels or whatever you want to invent, still the pieces have an anticipated enormous weight and volume. I think that there's limits in the maneuverability of all these pieces. There's limits in the unearthing of these pieces that are given by the, by the tooling, by the machiners, by all the artifacts that would have to be defined and designed to make this possible. No? So weight is always a limit. Actually, the history of architecture is a battle against weight. It's not about life loads. What makes a difference is the dead load of these kind of structures. What really makes a difference. So I think it's compatible to explore all these tectonics, all these maneuvers, all these castings, all these unearthing protocols. But I would definitively think that the scale of these components and the act of assembly of these components have to rely in the availability of the weight of these pieces and how to maneuver with them. I think this is a very critical point that you should rethink of, but does not dismantle any of the previously stated kind of design, I would say, urbanistic and technologic statements that I think are brilliant, and I again congratulate you for it.
Sorry, just like real quick, what's the aim of the Waldo project? Is it to try to reestablish the rural as a population density like increase or something, or like why do Waldo? And just within the context of the kind of agriculture in general is about reducing has kind of trajectory has been about reducing the loads that farming puts on the land by actually doing as much as possible to remove as much density from the agricultural landscape, right? Like that's actually one of the forefronts of automation in terms of systems, and at least in the US, is the kind of agricultural project. And it's about kind of moving people away from locations where you need like long sets of infrastructure to provide utilities and support for a population. So like what's the underlying kind of agenda of repopulating the rural?
Well, Mario?
No, you go, that's why.
Yes. So it's mainly going against the industrialization that you yourself mentioned, that you need to get rid of people to build all of this immense infrastructure and occupy a landscape. But at the same time, we find it interesting to be in the intersection between this very small scale artisanal production and the industrial one. So we want to find a way to relate them and find a hybrid maybe. So this is kind of the scope. Yes.
It's a way of kind of recarving out a territory for like niche products, like wines and things that are difficult to use automated machinery on, and actually kind of becoming at least in California, like high quality wines are becoming harder to make because no one wants to actually do that work there. So this is a way of kind of reestablishing kind of niche, kind of exclusive production of certain types of produce or food products.
Yes.
I was wondering something similar, more in the question, and we had a little discussion about this in the chat, whether this is a, how do you say, a benevolent co-arrangement, or whether this is basically a kind of scheme to lure the paying customer into an economically neglected area to use their certain assumptions or their certain expectations to finance something else. So basically, is this something where you want to have the super hipster or the high income couple who has certain expectations in terms of quality and luxury to get to the rural to then make money off of them, but supposedly for other means? Or is this, let's say, an earnest attempt at a kind of mutually beneficial agreement?
I would say it's more about leveraging the knowledge of the locals and then bringing in food specialists. So the actual consumers of these products wouldn't necessarily be the ones coming to the village.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe related, there was a discussion early, almost kind of in the start of the review about scale and the expansion of these systems. And I was thinking specifically also about the second project, but I think it comes up in the first as well, that were there any requirements in terms of how much kind of square footage you need to accommodate, or like how big those things need to be, or so was there, or are you deciding that as students?
May I just, I mean, I know it's annoying, but like because of the lack of time that we have.
Okay, well, okay, so then I'll go
too many
comments.
questions to the students.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
yeah,
the previous ones also couldn't defend their own projects. So
yeah,
these guys are not allowed to defend.
Maybe it's rhetorical, but if there wasn't such requirement, I think that there's a tension between developing a system, which you then have to kind of like play out in order to kind of like show us how you're deploying it, and how, so like as students, you feel that you have to kind of expand and have the system proliferate up to a certain size so that you can show like all of its intricacies, but then that results in projects that are quite gigantic, like quite big, you know, especially when we're talking about kind of interventions that are happening kind of like on a rural area or kind of like in a landscape. And I'm wondering about this kind of negotiation between you having to sort of like allow something to proliferate to understand it when you're setting up a kind of system of rules and a system of relationships, and then you being able to kind of cut that back and really have more of a clarity, like more of a position again in the scale of those things, in how big you would want them to be, in where you would stop them from growing, in what's appropriate for a particular sort of intervention.
Yeah, it seems like that the issue of scale is interesting. I want to kind of pick up on a point that Anton also mentioned before. I think that this kind of the first generation of the digital architecture and the second generation, which I think it's already that kind of going to the material was something I guess that people like Carpo wrote about, how that second generation of digital architects kind of really kind of started kind of looking into the material more intensely, like people like Andrew Cutlass and Aki Menges and so forth. And I think that the moment that you kind of jump out, and I think that there's been a specific effort, I think that Gilles had mentioned this before, of like moving away from the pavilion, right? Moving away from that scale of operation that really you can emphasize the material logic, and you start kind of growing in scale. It's interesting to think how you start shifting the focus to policy making, like the territorial occupation and the processes that of how do we kind of the situation of the project over time, the constituencies, the different stakeholders and so forth. I think that there's, I'm hesitant of claiming a third wave or what would be a generational shift or anything like that. But I think that there is important aspects that are kind of looked at from a different lens, which is not necessarily just the geometrical form and the materiality of construction, but rather how do these projects really start kind of engaging the social and start engaging structures of legislation and so forth. So I think that the scale problem, purposely it seems, has been an incredible tool to start addressing or shifting the interest of these projects somewhere else, which I find very, very exciting.
I have a question for the Waldo team. Is that found it a very interesting proposition, and especially sort of this integration of the landscape architecture and the architecture, and that this distinction becomes irrelevant at some point. Also sort of the monolithical, where we saw the sharing kind of projects in the city being made of endless amounts of components. Here we have a couple of monolithic elements. But my question is revolving specifically these kind of elements, right? If your objective is this kind of fusel between the landscape and architecture, why pursue concrete in this case, right? Is that rammed earth seems a technique that is more aligned with your agenda. So why didn't you choose that one?
Should we go ahead and answer? Okay.
Okay, very briefly, but technically we don't do
yeah.
the dialogue. But
Yeah.
I
Last
think,
one, yeah.
an important consideration that we were interested in is that the location of the project. So it is Southern Europe, and the aesthetic of the concrete as something that contrasts with the village and that contrasts with like the translucence of the pretty prints. So yeah, it was largely an aesthetic thing, but also structurally, post-tensioning made a part of the project, and then using concrete with that made sense.
Well, with rammed earth, you could do these kind of compression-only structures, right? And I think a kind of post-tensioned rammed earth construction might be quite possible. But let's say, I mean, I think it's kind of clear that the materialization is a little bit naive in that sense, right? And let's say that materially, let's say the concrete, the idea of the concrete and the rural seems a bit in conflict, or extremely in conflict.
Okay. Yeah, I would like maybe a very quick comment on that. I don't know about the material logic, but I would say the global logic of the project, the first project, is a bit weird to me, because you are showing this image of completely abandoned villages, and at some point then you propose to build new buildings, but why not colonizing these existing buildings, because they are empty, you know? So in a sense, I mean, you know, just for that, I don't totally understand the global logic of the project, because you add new buildings in a place where all the existing buildings are amazing. They are made of stone, and they are of a very high architectural quality for most of them. So I wonder if a colonizing strategy would have been more adapted, rather than a strategy where you start digging earth, pouring massive amount of concrete. Then obviously you need like lots of mechanical energy, so that you can put those things, those big concrete blocks vertical, etc., etc. So for me, so I really congratulate you for the technicality of the project and the beauty of it. There's really like a very beautiful things in this project, and also technically speaking. But regarding the global scenario, I have to say I don't buy it, you know, as a
I want to say
that
very quickly. I want to say, because it's not my cluster, it's not even my program, so I'm surely a critic on this one. I think that traveling through the countryside in Southern Europe really does not return an amazing landscape of great architectures to be preserved. And most of these villages are actually, especially if they are abandoned, have plenty of buildings that are in terrible conditions, and you know they are also abandoned for a reason. So I actually quite understood the logic of the program, of the project. You know, minus, of course, you know, if they are heavy or there are technicalities, why not? They could be improved, I suppose. But I think that the kind of amazing pastoral European landscape of little villages is not quite there.
I just wanted to mention very, very quickly that I think this, Roberto, is a very good point that we should kind of extend on in the roundtable. I'm kind of not allowed to defend my own students, but I think there are questions to explore here. Yeah, no, I mean myself, so I'm not going to give comments on the project. But I think the question on of why they were abandoned in the first place and why they still are. And there, I mean, right now it's a very relevant topic, right? Like, you know, it's small cities, especially in the south of Europe. And talking as a Spaniard, rather than as a tutor of RC4, I think it's in a moment of tension when it's not that these villages can disappear, and they are, but they are actually full of potentials linked to other kind of mobilizations in relation to the reactivation of industry, right? And that's why, you know, for example, like Amazon went to Toledo, and I think these kind of issues are important to discuss. And I'm not going to talk about the project in detail, but I think the question on, you know, what made them abandon and what the possibilities are, and is there an agency that we can have as architects to provide that snowball to grow, is an important one. I'll keep it there.
On this point, we've been talking about these two projects for exactly 20 minutes. So if I think we should kind of welcome the next batch of projects, not before having introduced Marcos Novak, who just joined us also from LA. Marcos is director of TransLab, Media Arts and Technology program at the University of California, Santa Barbara. And Marcos was with us yesterday too. So welcome back, I should say. And then we can go to the last two projects, right, Gilles?
Yeah. Okay, so we will have RC3, Game of Robots, and then followed by the last project, RC14 in between. So if RC3 is ready, it's all yours.
Yes, we are ready. Shall we begin?
You can start, yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We are Group 2 from RC3, and our project is Game of Robots. The aim of our group is to study robotic connections in discrete systems. There are many abandoned constructions in our society. They not only waste resources, reduce land development area, but also bring us many negative effects. Most of them become dangerous constructions, even being used as crime places, affecting people's safety. The reason why so many abandoned buildings exist is that the life of traditional building is linear. They only have one function and cannot change themselves over time or people's needs. We hope to change the linear life of traditional buildings and make it become a circle. So we propose the Game of Robots system. The key of this system is reconfiguration. The GOR system can be regarded as the life body that can constantly update itself. In the life circle of this system, firstly is to choose the location of the site. Secondly is the details of selection, such as the construction area and layer number. In the third and fourth step, the GOR system will simulate the best choice and then build it through the robot. In this process, the GOR system can continuously strengthen deep learning and obtain feedback from the changing physical environment, so as to helping itself to make adaptable behaviors. Therefore, the GOR system has the ability of metabolism. When the existing space no longer meets the needs of users, the GOR structure can reconfigure itself, thereby modifying the spatial form.
And this part is going to show our robot control system. It includes robot prototypes, design, cooperation, and feedback responding. There are 4 versions of robots. Their materials range from acrylic to 3D printing and carbon fiber. And we use previous robot prototype to achieve some experiments. For the basic actions for our robots, they could rotate in 2 directions, and also they have 2 different ways of connecting. And we think about how our robot could change their functions in a situation like this. And by using OptiTrack, robot could correctly point to a target. And they also can check other robot states and respond it. Top left is real-time simulation and robot 2. This one is responding robot 1. And with those abilities, our robots could achieve some cooperative actions like passing material. And they also can connect each other to have ability of move. And we also control them to move on a structure. And we simulated it, make them to work on a structure which is built by themselves.
For the component system, we are going to introduce our design strategy, unit and spatial tile design, as well as the configuration and reconfiguration. All the things in our project are based on grids, including the units, spatial tiles, and robots as well. A robot is regulated in a cubic cell with 6 interfaces on its 6 faces, and it is the same with the units. The robots operate units by their interfaces. We use 5 types of units as our basic component. Different types have different enclosure degree, stabilities, and weights, and we also add 4 corners on units to build flat floors when required. The dynamic servo motors on the robot's arms can control the locks to lock and unlock the interface boards on units. As for the connection between units, we design a lock to fix units when they are put together. To implement this, we use machine learning to train our robots, which can constitute robot groups to achieve the targets and accomplish complex tasks. And here is the machine learning training process. We use units to assemble 2 types of spatial tiles. Every spatial tile consists of 15 by 15 by 15 unit cells. And here are the library of our spatial tiles. These spatial tiles can make up diverse larger spaces of different functions and spatial experience. We use the units to assemble these spatial tiles. Our robots can configure structures with these units. We use A-star pathfinding to navigate our robots to find their way to the targets. And during this process, we will do force analysis of the current structure real time. And the feedback will be sent to robots, so they will try not to let the structure collapse. And our robots can also reconfigure the structure to another one.
With certain adjacent rules, we developed our generation algorithm based on our spatial tiles, and we evaluated and controlled the outcomes. In order to form our structure or buildings, we combine the generation algorithm with stigma algorithm. Here are the building process of the generation. And some outcomes we got. We have all these spatial parts as tiles for our generation algorithm. Each tile has some basic and variable statistics. And according to the units chosen to assemble it, the variable statistic will change. We analyzed some readable data from the outcomes. Based on the data, we set some goals and limitations to control the outcomes. We introduced stigma algorithm as a method to form the general shape for our generation algorithm. We set the start point and the target. The agents will reach to the target from the start point and form the path. We set different initial conditions to get different outcomes. By having different settings, we can control the outcomes. Then we put the outcomes into a grid to form the frame for our structure or building to grow. To form In the general shape of a bridge, we set a start point and a target on each side. Then the path will be formed. The grid is generated based on the path. We set the initial condition control to ensure that in certain area, we have the bridge there to connect two sides. Here, we can have different bridges with different conditions and different parameters. There is the whole workflow of our system. We form a general grid for our generation algorithm with stigmergy, and the structure for buildings will be generated in it. Then our robots will assemble the outcome based on its logic and behavior with the units.
Thank you, guys. That's our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So then the last presentation of the day, which will be RC14 in between.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, so we start.
Yes, start. Please.
Hello, we are group in between. Our members are Shoen, Christian, Irene, and Zhao. In between is a project aims to return the river Thames into a cultural infrastructure for London. Our cultural period is characterized by the unprecedented scale of production and circulation. Today, people around the world create, share, interact with billions of new digital artifacts every day. We need new methods for seeing culture as its new scale, velocity, and connectivity. Can you change? Lemanovic phase act as a starting point as under today's condition of perception of time and change, space changes. In between is an urban design project that critically examines to what extent spatial connection and physical mobility through the city could become a new practice to prevent social segregation, meanwhile increase the cultural capital in our daily lives. Through collecting traffic, demographics, space, syntax data, we are driven to the conclusion that work-home separation spatial pattern increases the social segregation phenomenon in London. By exploring the introduction of points of interest in citizens' daily work-home commuting routes, we start building a concrete base for the next step of the project. ISOVist sound and simulation combined with the GPS data helps us define moment zone area with increased popularity, high visibility, and integration through the new data scheme. A new perception of interpreting cities' potential to promote and host cultural creation and experience to transform into an urban stage, a cultural archipelago. Change the slide. On this part of the research, our main goal is the exploration of form finding based on data. The image represents concept drawing for shape altered by the results of sound simulation on different routes of the selected site. Change. Okay. On the first part, the site propagation trace replace the circle radii, and on the second part, geolocated Google photos of the route are analyzed to identify their main RGB color values to draw a relationship between sound and vision.
In order to comprehend the multiple cities, multiple layers organization, we introduce machine learning methods in both micro and meso scale by resembling the data in 100 meters grids and 10 meters grids. In the micro scale indicates how the selected site is influenced by the rest of the city, and the meso scale is about inner data interaction. The result data analytic produce a new topography over the existing urban fabric based on overlap PCA and K-mean clusters, presents area of potential intervention. The transition from the urban scale to an architectural one requires a deeper examination of the proposed path, the data distribution, as well as behavior of the users. The aim of agent-based simulation is to model the interaction between human agents searching for potential cultural events, merging the data and the agent-based model complexity. Behavior results are used to improve the model's efficiency for the next step. On the real traffic flow map, a constant movement of the users in and out the city center is observed. This type of movement is initiated by daily home work commuting. Against this pattern, the horizontal direction of culture movement vectors are established to connect the selected parts of the city and increase size integration. On a macro scale level, we cluster our machine learning results in 3 spatial categories: the popular spots and the regular passes and highly interested users. Silo automatic game of life, a generative algorithm is introduced as our mentor here. With the algorithm, one mainly simulates how the segregated point clouds are able to be reconnected together and how endpoints will generate new spaces. A very large of points is created through this process to distinguish the accumulated points which can define a certain function for a space. We categorize the results according to their distance from the agent's passes, the popular spots, and proximity of each point. With the k-mean cluster analysis, clusters with higher proximity to agents' passes are more likely to host outdoor and public events, as more people easily pass those places. On the other hand, clusters with high proximity to most popular spots require a bigger number of supportive space to handle the increased amount of people. Among the segregated parts of the city, a new path is created. The function groups analysis contributed the distinguish four different special qualities: primary open, primary closed, secondary open, second closed. Our proposal is to stretch the threshold between private and public, indoor and outdoor, establish a gradient of urban experience.
The spatial qualities of the metaball's shapes are transferred to a new occupancy grid, where every cell adopts the spatial characteristics of the metaball that it contains. External parameters such as the visibility field and sound are evaluated to optimize the generated form. Different shapes provide alternative results in the initial exploration of the created form, as well as its relationship with the water. Adding the context to the generated form according to the function growth analysis allows better understanding for the microscale interactions. For instance, this iteration explores the possible form of an extendable water stage and an amphitheater on the other side of the canal. Our next part of the research is focused on Instagram data, which contains the color and text information. Now the research focuses mainly on qualitative data. This is a distributed color analysis from real Instagram color clusters, geolocated showing from day to night. We changed the words to vectors, which are also known as a text-based neural analysis, aims to recognize the structural pattern of Instagram comments, understanding the way people speak and bring out useful information. We combine the sentiment information from text and color. We reconnect our function program with these two materials. For example, when people type excited and happy in the comments, and also the following color of the picture is orange tone, we use the logic to color the design according to different functions. The four main functions contain visual, performing, music, art, and support. The function sequences are defined by the hashtags and comments, which pointed out the ambience according to the post location. Therefore, the functions are temporal. It's diversely changing according to the time variance and the purpose.
Due to the ephemerality of cultural events and the constant data flow, the project urged us to look data through a different prism and examine their changes through time. As a first step, Instagram geolocated posts and GPS traces included on the boundary created by the occupancy grid are resampled and divided into 52 layers according to their timestamp, and they include one layer for each week of a year. Through an anomaly detection algorithm, we examine the variation of data through this year. This process indicates three different spatial categories: spots with no data variation, spots with medium data variation, and high data variation respectively. Instagram data and GPS traces are the main data used for the function sequence analysis, so any alternation on them could practically affect the spatial qualities developed on the previous stages. By repeating function growth analysis for the 52 weak layers and calculating the most frequent spatial quality of each cell, we end up with new spatial categories, spaces stable through time and spaces that need to adjust in order to effectively accommodate the future events. On the lines of deep learning, Neural Network Toolkit aims to mimic human mind to identify patterns. We use the 52 layers of spatial qualities to train our recurrent neural algorithm with respect to GPS data and Instagram geolocated posts. The observation of the past behavior gives us the power to predict the future state of the cells, providing us with ideas on how our main master plan adjusts to time. Transferring the predicted results back to design helps us distinguish 3 levels, types of spaces to focus on: adjustable landscape configurations, walking paths to promote physical circulation, and 3D temporary structures able to adjust to different types of events. Landscape acts as a multi-layer pattern, applying the spatial qualities of open primary spaces, serving as paths, free space, and open-air amphitheaters, and medium to high variation data change space, where the temporary structures as well as the moving elements as stages are placed in order to create an adapted topography. The second layer is the walking paths that are created based on the Strogan's filter connections of the agent simulation. Metaphorically, they distort dimension, time dimension, transferring users from one event to the other. Finally, the temporary structures are created according to the accumulated points of the agent simulation density. The structures are designed to cope with different temporary cultural events, including performing and visual arts, music galleries, and supportive public spaces. According to Instagram color analysis, structures with different functions are able to change their color over time. Color become also part of the landscape design, provoking the user senses to follow the events. The artifacts that emerge from our culture are ephemeral in nature. They exist precisely in the present and can only be experienced by creating a narrative in which we are telling the story to ourselves. The new cultural landscape is a set of complex interacting and dynamic processes in which we participate, the new artifact experience in the ever-present presence. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have about 20 minutes that we devote to these 2 projects, and then we'll just kind of gradually ease into a roundtable discussion where there is no strict time limits. So if anyone wants to kick off about these 2 projects, it's all yours.
I guess one question, but it's not really a question. Maybe I should wait because I need to think about it too, is again, what we talked, I think, in the very first round, the question of the Cartesian grid. These are very grid-based, but as a sort of both, let's say, pragmatic tool. And the first one for the robots to move and build their own surrounding. In the second, more as a kind of, first as a kind of data simulation, but then as they become form. So the grid does become part of the form. So I wonder if that's necessary and why, like what does it tell us to base this kind of logic both on the urban scale and on a smaller scale on the grid as aesthetic, but also as kind of historically fraught modernist tool of a certain understanding of order. So I wonder what that, if there's something there that we kind of overlook, because as soon as there's a kind of modular aggregational logic, the grid is often part of it, but what's in this kind of rectangular Cartesian grid that's so robust that it's there in this kind of scenario, both formally and its logic and as a method.
Maybe I actually want to pick up very quickly on that, Maria. Like I would actually argue that this is not a grid. So like a grid is a geometric structure. Like these are voxels. So they may look like a grid, but technically speaking, they're not actually. They're actually very.
Is this like some kind of Duchamp thing you're pulling here?
No, it's not a grid.
Pas un grid. Yeah.
It's a grid, Gilles.
Ceci n'est pas un grid, exactly.
Yeah.
But when you continue the critique of the grid,
If it looks like a grid and
Yes.
it feels like a grid, it's a grid.
No, that's a very reductive position towards.
Okay, it's a topologically discrete system that they're pushing their data into. That's fixed, happen to be currently spatialized as an orthogonal grid. So I don't know what pushing back on that has to do. Like, sure, like they're inside their different networks. Those aren't grids. They're hyperdimensional matrices, but certainly all of the things that are materialized are, you know, in that discrete gridded topology.
We are actually a grid here, right? We're a grid of pixels, actually, yeah.
But it's also the problem of the grid, I think, that has been brought up also in its kind of ideological context. I think that the moment that the grid is actually reducing scale, it really gives rise to patterns to kind of define the figuration in a way. So if you look at a pixel grid, like of course it's a grid, but it doesn't really matter if it's a grid because it actually can convey a whole series of other content through it. It's not that we're kind of questioning the pixel grid as a vessel for images, because the patterns is what really, or the patterns of pixels in a way, is what really kind of starts kind of taking more hierarchy than the grid itself. And I think that that's where the scale of the grid, perhaps in some cases, it's still kind of evident enough, or at a scale that is still not small enough, perhaps. Some people would argue that would have to be much more microscopic in a way to really start having that effect. But it's certainly, I would say that, especially the first project starts kind of the figuration and the kind of the architectural composition really comes from the patterning of the voxels in this case, rather than the kind of overlaying value of the grid as a organizing system.
But also to continue, I understand the benefit or practicality more, that for some of the first project, you let these robots move in a voxel space, okay? But why this has to replicate actually on larger scales, actually on the assembly itself. So why we actually then have spatial figurations which are actually look like actually framed in a gridded space. And I think this is like where the architectural critique more comes, that this dominates a kind of construction method, dominates actually a spatial configuration. So then also like, especially for the latest when the bridge experiment comes, why the bridge doesn't integrate, as Antoine mentioned, like gravity or the weight of the elements. So why, okay, you have this facilitating kind of construction method, but why you're not embedding other kinds of invading agencies or whatever, so that you have more asymmetric or like offer it more to figurative forms.
Casey wanted to say something, but he closed his window.
Yeah, there's some construction next door. Let me know if it's a problem. I think
not a problem if it's automated construction, please.
No, this is extremely manual construction. I think in the last two projects I saw, in the last two groups, the last projects, I know that there's a kind of a culture of a certain type of presentation of this work, but I kind of wish there was greater hierarchy given to the kind of relationships and constraints of the methods that were being applied to the final outcome, in the sense that at a certain point, the presentations read like basically a kind of 3-semester collection of all the algorithms. Like at a certain point, I heard Game of Life jump in there, which I don't know, what the kind of benefit of applying Game of Life against another kind of like ordering system, like some of the learned behaviors of the data you were getting that were projected back into the let's say the 2-dimensional orthogonal data structure that then became 3-dimensionalized. So I don't trigger Gilles again, but like at a certain point, I worry that there's a little bit of a lack of consideration about like where the values lie in each one of these tools. And maybe it's just an exercise currently in you beginning to explore like the kind of implications of all of these. But I think that there's a little bit of a lack of clarity about the intention or benefit of the tools you're using and like what the consequences of them and how those tools can produce another form of expertise. I think going back to like an earlier question about models trained on data, how can they produce something other? And it's simply because the model you construct on that data has to reconfigure significance from like data itself is mutable, right? And so the value of something like the neural networks that you're using is that they're reading pre-existing information differently than you or I would because of the inherent biases of the way a network works. It's a little bit of a falsity to say that they're kind of modeled off of the human brain and the way that they would interface with data. They're modeled off of a kind of 1950s understanding of the human brain, which we now know. What I think was proposed by von Neumann as he was kind of nearing the end of his life, that we now know as an inaccuracy. It was always just a kind of computational metaphor. So I think that would just be my only kind of criticism of the two tail projects of the last two groups, is it's unclear yet like where you're leveraging value from the systems that you're engaging with and taking a kind of position of agency over which models you're using, why, and how they're leading to some kind of innovation in the project.
I thought I saw Nadia moving towards the mic. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, in the first project, this is obviously interesting and related to work from the Center for Bits and Atoms on space architecture. And a big component of thinking about how to construct with robots in an automated fashion, for example, in space, is where does the material come from and what is the moment in which you reconfigure and how can you fix and replace voxels that break. And so in the model that's presented, there's like this topology optimization and everything can be a bridge that gets sort of reduced to voxels. And that's maybe not as interesting as like, what is the usage case here? Is it that people buy their own little construction robot and they buy a certain number of voxels and then they can configure it into a bridge or a kayak or a house? Or is it that the voxels are coming from some, like in the video, they're just appearing out of nowhere? What does that mean in the broader context of construction and living? So I guess there are many ways in which you can imagine this scenario playing out. And I know how NASA thinks of it in space, but I'm wondering if this is something that you guys want to do on Earth, what are you going to do? This is very interesting.
Maybe that's something that can also kind of lead into the roundtable. So if the tutors want to answer that or the students, please pick that up.
I can jump in if we're making a transition to the roundtable. I can jump in. It's a more general comment, but if we're talking specifically, maybe someone else can go ahead.
We still have 10 minutes about the project, so if you can.
So maybe this is an overlap because it applies. I appreciate the comments about the grid and of course the automation is really interesting and how you would actually do this is really interesting. But the grid keeps on coming back as an ideological device, as a technical device. Obviously, it has its utility, so we come back to it for that. But I couldn't help thinking of Corbu at some point in the Plan Voisin, the sort of very regimented grid city, versus where he ends up with Ronchamp, which is a much softer notion of architecture. And I've been wondering about the softening of all this, because there's a resonance in these projects of a machine to live in, and the sort of notions of cleanliness and sort of perfection, which actually belong to early modernism. They've just been automated in terms of robotics, but not really pushed forward in terms of their critical consideration and how we might live with them. there are endless practical problems, which are also the progeny of modernism, which is that it looks perfect the day you unveil it, but 3 years later, 10 years later, 50 years later, no one has maintained it, no one has painted it because it's all painted, it's all cracking, and there are things like that are not entirely functional. It's not like I'm not trying to make a functional argument. I'm just saying that there's a necessity of investment of information and energy over a long time to keep a living organism alive. I mean, just because it's alive when it's born, it won't stay alive if you don't actually invest back in it. And I think that's a kind of open question to the conception of such projects, including these particular ones. Anyway, there's more to this. I'll save it for the round table, but it's a kind of offering to the conversation.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. It seems like an interesting point, and it kind of connects with several other projects that we've seen in today, which is the idea of something that we work in a way and we live. We're kind of trying to innovate on, or arguably innovate on the idea of like architecture as a service, as what is the kind of the energy and capital, or like the idea that the process of managing or some other forces at play throughout the lifespan of the architecture could actually create, establish in this case companies that could actually survive from the managing of such platforms, both digitally and physically. I think that the question of architecture as a first kind of input and that let go or a completely pre-planned lifespan of a building is something that should be kind of interrogated, and I think it's being done so. But also the model of architecture as a service, I think, should be kind of questioned and put under a question mark. There's the discipline of video games has gone in that direction, and it has become very perverse as well. Like the idea of the extraction of value from users over time in all sorts of forms of addiction and also kind of different forms of loot boxes and so on. So there's a lot of kind of information out there to kind of start understanding how these models of architecture as a service could actually be both interesting but also problematic. So it seems interesting to look at the lifespan in that context.
I mean, if we are already in general comments, I think we have the privilege, historically speaking, of being in the inflection of I would say, an architecture era, no? And this opens a lot of questions of what's the role of the architect, as Jose was mentioning, or Marcos, a very important one. This, I would say, in other words, there's kind of a time disruption between the logic of the machine d'habiter, no, as a main postulate statement of the modern movement, and the aspiration today of a more environmental communion of all our acts. Okay, so for us, now we are developing the tools that if Le Corbusier would have had them, he would have been a completely new, amazing, and different architect. Okay, but I think now our tools are ready, but our spirit, culturally speaking and architecturally speaking, is a little bit away of the tools that we have, but we have not even completed Le Corbusier's dream. So I think that we have a gap of 100 years, that there will be a moment, maybe in the next 15, 10, 20 years, I don't know, that, you know, these two lines of aspirations and technology will cross, okay? We'll see it. I think the students that we are now working for will be the ones that will lead this moment, this amazing moment where automation will take the lead of the architect in terms of building our, you know, our world. So who is going to lead this? Who is going to code these tools? Is it going to be the architect, or is it going to be somebody else? This is an amazing question. I think we are in a very bad shape as architects because we have been released to designers to do the diseño, and we have forgotten the full architecture of the art of constructing a building. And the architecture, etymologically and in Greek words, is the total combination of all the technologies, controlling the supply chain, somehow mastering the full circle. This is not the way the designer for service has been operating lastly, but as an optimistic pragmatist, I think that we could, as architects, by the good usage of the technology, without losing any of our humanistic approach to, to everything, we could recover this kind of control. And I think this is the most important message of automation. It's not just the tool, is to recover architecture. Architecture as the full cycle of producing, an intellectual abstract, I would say ethical early statement, and drive it all the way to the physical. Now, this transmission from data to matter, that is so important. No, this connection. This is what architecture means. Not just the design or the scripting of this part. No. The full picture, I think, is what architecture anneals and deserves to, to be really, really relevant and to grow as a discipline also.
One way to, I think that's a really nicely framed statement. So that's great. It raises a question, which is part of a question, and it's. Let me see if I can put it concisely. What is the question to which architecture is the answer? Because it doesn't really matter what happens to the service or the profession of architecture. Has actually almost nothing to do with the discipline of architecture, just as what happens to a composer for hire has nothing to do with music. And so what needs to be answered is, what is it that is provided? And it's not a selfish question. It's not, well, I have to answer it the way I'm going to get a commission. It has to do with, what do humans need that this discipline provides that can be improved with whatever technology? So I don't think that there will ever not be a need for an architect, but there might be no need for an architectural office, because that might have been a 20th century sort of idea, and it may expire. So we have to re-articulate our goal, and then I think there'll be ways to automate it, because the goal will remain just like music remains.
I just want to pick very quickly, or Anton, you can. I just have 1 minute. I totally agree with Anton's question, and now building on Marco's question, who is going to automate this, right? And that also goes back to, some of the discussions in the chat, which I think are important, that the one thing that we have to offer in a way as architects, so that we can offer, is this kind of imagination and vision on how we inhabit the planet ultimately, right? That's something that we have and that no one else has, I think. And that's why it's very important, I think, that in one way or another, that we inscribe ourselves at the center of all of this process of automation, even when it's an evil company doing that, right? Even those kind of companies, I think at some point we need to at least kind of work with them or inscribe ourselves in their methods to give that to them, or not give that to them, to give that to the world. Sorry.
But then I think it's even more important to kind of but we also just to learn. I mean, not to learn from history. That sounds. I mean, it's problematic in itself. But to then also really identify these let's say modernist legacies and issues, but also to identify not just. I mean, there's been a lot of literature on how data is biased and ideological and political, but also not just the data itself, but in a lot of these projects, how if we think about automation in a still as a kind of outsourced process that then we work with, think about who's feeding not just who's programming the algorithms, of course, but also who's feeding the data, and then who are the maybe newly disenfranchised groups, and what's the how are these seemingly democratic or basis democratic processes really designed? So not just about the imaginary for the living itself, but also the imaginary of does the process maybe sometimes also simulate something that it is not, because of how the data is being aggregated and because of how the algorithm is utilized. So I think that then if that's also that's then also our responsibility as architects to kind of think beyond the tool.
Just a quick point, super quick, just to say that the students are controlling the algorithm. So in a way, that's quite an interesting pedagogical position. You know? We are training students that know how to interrogate some of these algorithms. Not all of them. Some of them may not become fully fledged computer scientists, but it is a different kind of architect that we are training. So they know what a key means is. When I studied architecture, I had no idea what that was, although they are all algorithms that are at least 100 years old, or if not more.
But is there a discussion about the economics of all this? We heard Jose mentioned surveillance capitalism and Zhuoff and Benjamin mentioned subscription. And someone in the chat just wrote down, Yael talked about the means of production. Who owns this and who pays it? There's a kind of serious consideration of the division of the world into owners and renters, or from the previous model, almost exactly lords and serfs. And here I'm referring implicitly to Hayek and the road to serfdom, because it's actually part of our economy, and how all of this actually works in terms of the forces that would be needed to emplace it. It's going to take a couple of steps. I'll try to do it quickly. The premise of ownership in our global world, if you trace it, goes back to John Locke and the idea of the wasteland, that basically an undeveloped piece of land has no value. It's a wasteland, even though ecologically we recognize that it's an ecosystem and so on. That's not the logic of our sort of capitalist economy. And so there's a wasteland. If I improve it, it's mine. If it's mine, I can rent it to you and you become the tenant and I become the owner, and then we have imbalance. Now, if you actually look at these technologies, there's a really huge question. Why do humans find the most beautiful places on the planet and erase them by building on them? You know, because that's what happens. You know, we have a very beautiful place and then we start building ugly things on it. And now there's no more beautiful place because there's a concrete city that doesn't look all that good. We could have said for centuries, let's go to the ugliest places and let's make them better and let's leave nature, you know, in its pristine beauty by itself. But we haven't. We still can. But these ideas now interlock. And it's really interesting, I think. I hope you'll find it interesting. If industrial society has gone around and has destroyed environments as it does, then, meaning it took nature, called it a wasteland, industrialized it, and made it a wasteland. Now that wasteland is there to be taken and by the same argument improved on and then re-owned, right? So I think some of these projects are trying to do that. You know, they'll take some abandoned part of a city and they'll automate it, and then by automating it and this now economic argument, they should re-own it, which means it would shift the balance of power. And now there's a mechanism by which the architectonic and the economic are actually talking to one another in the context of a kind of evolution of what ownership means, of what serfdom means, of what tenancy means, and all the rest. It's just not isolated to the game of life. You know, it's not isolated to can I get my Arduino to make a little motor move? It's a more holistic understanding that we need to have and we need to give to students and to the future of this discipline.
I think the question.
Marcus, let me have a.
Hi, there's Patrick.
Oh.
Intervene with this for a moment. I think you had a very good start when you started asking.
Oh, but I had a bad ending.
When you came out with the positioning that, or asking ourselves what is the question to which architecture is the answer, and I think that's where we have to start. And we need to, it's the built environment, but we're not responsible for the whole of the built environment. There's a division of labor in which we are taking up a particular role, and that's not so often very well reflected in a course like this, where we're actually expanding our view. For instance, there's a division of labor which involves clients, and that's left out here. So we're usurpating that role here, and I imagine a kind of reinventing of the world. But also, there's contractors and there's also engineers, and we're also transgressing over that in an avant-garde research kind of environment. That is okay. But on the horizon, we should also remember that there is this division of labor, and what is later on, when you step out of this kind of incubator space or freewheeling imagination, where you actually fitting into the division of labor, and to be prepared to be conscious about that. And that's kind of a bit missing. And we can't be, as architects, qua architects, and as a discourse of architects with our intellectual resources and education and platforms of communication, think that we are actually now the great new parallel political discourse, for instance.
I think that's entirely right. Just one quick, just 2 words very quickly. That's entirely right. One sort of implication of that in the context of discussions of AI and such is that at some point the client will be the AI. I mean, we're thinking that the AI is on our side, and it's going to amplify the architect. It will indeed amplify everyone else.
No, the clients will use AI. We are using AI for our parts. Engineers, you're going to use AI for their parts. Contractors will use. So this kind of division of labor is relatively set. It's kind of pretty stable going forward, unless we're talking about social revolutions on the horizon. So we're all going to use all of these characters. I mean, also the financiers, let's say those who finance the clients, they have AI algorithms to project and test creditworthiness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah, I want to go back to Marcus's first point, which is like who funds the model. I think that in order to really bring to the foreground the question of capital again, I mean, if we don't, we face the problem of what has been happening with like a series of scandals across the world in terms of like where's the funding coming from, what are the kind of legitimate sources of capital that would actually fund some of the projects that we're working on. And I think that there's kind of a wake-up call that needs to happen in regards to the avant-garde or the kind of the progression or the progressive notion of or progress in architecture that needs to start really scrutinizing some of the capital models that are actually allowing some of these developments to happen, because they actually would benefit some forms of development over others, and those are kind of embedded with their own agenda. So I think that really bringing some of those questions to the foreground, it starts kind of demonstrating how what we call models, the definition of certain rhetorics or technological rhetorics, are able to serve certain constituencies, right? So I think that they're not kind of devoid of intentionality. They're not kind of objective optimization engines, and they should be put in the table. What are the kind of real biases that capital is bringing in its intention or its capacity to orchestrate some developments over others?
Well, I think it's also because I mean, it is like Patrick's point is actually a fair one, right? Like we were having this parallel discussion in the chat during some of the projects, just saying, well, I mean, if we develop a system that amplifies the use of Spain, essentially doubles it, then that's the best tool for real estate developers to just increase their profit, right? So I think that the projects that we're envisioning here certainly start falling apart when they don't become also a political project and when they are not publicly owned. And I think that's a gap that we start to kind of tease out, but we don't really fully control. Let's say the closer real initiative right now today, yeah, is housing associations, let's say in London, that they are managing social housing, right? And then we all have in our heads right now the Grenfell Tower example because of problems with managing. So I do think I do acknowledge that our agency as architects is limited and is not as educators, and that's why we are envisioning these larger platforms. But I think we need to start tapping into political options that perhaps is not just the one, the academic model that we're envisioning, and also not the current real estate model that we're currently suffering. And that is a bigger question that yet as architects, we don't have an answer for.
I actually want to ask quickly to Anton, because so Anton, for those of you who don't know, that has actually started, I mean, you're kind of doing that, right? You've started a company that is both producing, designing, and also then collaborating with developers on bringing kind of new modes of living to the city. So I want to kind of quickly hear from you what your vision on this question is.
Yeah, I think the impact in automation is going to be much more profound than we are willing to anticipate. Firstly, if we all have a little bit of memory, 25 years ago, there was like little offices of architecture that were capable to compete hand in hand with others. And we all grew from this kind of seminal cell. And some of us grew to a certain shape, and others became bigger and bigger and bigger. That created a dysfunctionality between, let's say, the corporation of architecture and the, let's say, boutique office of architecture. I think this has also altered the market by certifications or insurance levels or, insertions into markets. There's no room if you don't have a certain, let's say, size today. Okay, this is a trend that is occurring in the market. I think the next wave of this is that these like big corporate offices are going to be out of the game, and only those that are intimately connecting to the productive layer of, let's say, the field that has already embedded automation and product and can really compete with those that still operate for a service in the way the building is done today. These are the players that might lose. I mean, this includes the GCs, some of the developers, the way they think, most of the architects that I know of, and certainly a lot of the sub-consultants that execute the craft. Okay, I think that the companies that are now building cars, appliances, computers, do understand this model of operating, this business model. And the same way in the 70s, there was the Giugiaro, the Ferdinand Porsche, there were designers of cars. Now Tesla as a corporation owns in a holistic way the full chain of production a car. I think with the building is going to occur very similar things. And a new unit that it won't be a corporate office or an engineering cluster, nor a developer managing all this mess, will arise. And there's a lot of companies that are emerging right now, okay? If you ask about myself, Jill, let me just give you a glance of what we are starting up, playing the entrepreneur and startup game rather than the fee-for-service architecture game, with the objective to do amazing buildings. Okay, this mission has not changed. We are just changing the protocols through the insertion in our design, let's say, day-to-day business, the automation and the architecture, not the design of the building, the architecture of the art of constructing a building. I think architecture is the answer. And architecture, multiple technologies is the word. Design, diseño, is a drawing. Architecture is to own and control the full process. And I think automation is the last ultimate tool to become architects again.
But you're dismissing the power of the division of labor. and the differentiation of various expertises, and then the ease of reconnecting them into project assemblies. I mean, that was a story the last kind of 30, 40 years in terms of outsourcing and the de-differentiation of these very large, big conglomerates. And even I find the multidisciplinary company, these kind of larger integrated operations that can only work, let's say, on the routinized, highly routinized end of the spectrum. And at the frontier of innovation, you use probably a different model, which is because it's not easy to have an integrated firm with all these different specialisms. They have very different corporate cultures. You don't know about the various numerical proportions of these, how they should fit. So I don't believe in that, what you're talking about that. I mean, here,
Patrick, I mean, like we do see that appearing now as a business model, and I think Jose can tell us also more about this.
I don't think it's a proper business model. This is research outfits.
No, but like as a proper business model, vertical integration is completely embedded in contemporary economy from beginning to end.
To some extent, I'm saying it's a routine on the routine end of things, probably. I mean, in our discipline, I mean, don't forget that a car and architecture they're very different types of challenges. The car is in the end is going to be 5 models, and you can tease out and work through all the processes. But architecture has, you know, novelty and complexity in each project, which is very difficult to bring under that umbrella. I mean,
I don't agree with that, Patrick. I think architecture hides its uniqueness between very systematic protocols. And to be fair, most of the job of the architect is sometimes to play within this game, where we all know that 95% of the parts, systems, protocols, and codes of an apartment building are identical. And the role of the architect today is fundamentally to do the facade. And I think this is not.
With that. I mean, look, I concede to you that there's on the routine end of things, on the mass reproduction end of things, there will be this kind of turnkey thing, but it's not going to be delivering, you know, a new museum or a new Google campus or something which has novelty and innovative thrust and so on. So for that, we have a different model. It's more of a network Hollywood model of bringing experts together for an innovative project. And it's very difficult to do that with these kind of integrated, let's say, super tanker firms. They're doing run-of-the-mill things, maybe yes, that, but not that's not the you know, the most interesting part of the discipline.
But it's interesting that we're actually, there's kind of a contradiction there, because there seems to be, on the one hand, we're talking about some firms that actually innovated and kind of conquered certain market models just by vertically integrating, like Amazon, Google, big companies, tech companies that in a way created their own space. And we're now kind of using those examples as clients. I think that the vertical integration process is something that is kind of occurring. I would argue definitely because of the forces of accumulation of wealth that we're seeing in kind of late capitalism, as I've been mentioning in the comments. The example of Cateras is being shown by Yael and other companies that are really rushing to get that vertical integration happening. But I think that it should be problematized. I think that as much as we see it happen, as Anton is mentioning, we should actually not necessarily resist it, but definitely kind of question it and kind of find alternatives, because there's kind of really problematic consequences to the kind of monopolization of the market that these companies are actually bringing to the foreground. The issue is with, like, should we break big tech? And it's a political question as much as it is a design question. And it has the issue of parts and discretization is central from the perspective of design to really be able to argue or give one of the alternatives to start addressing some of these problems at a tectonic level, an architectural level, and not just at a political and kind of theoretical level.
Maybe Maria, you have worked a lot on standardization, and you also know a lot about, for example, Walter Gropius, his efforts with, like, what was it called, the Universal Panel Company, or the Universal. So maybe you can also shed a bit of light on this discussion, because that came up today about how some of the work that we saw today seems to kind of, in a way, take what Daniel Köhler calls a positive departure from modernism. It seems that some of these aspects are somehow, in one way or another, coming back. So maybe you can talk a bit about these kind of efforts in the past and maybe how they have stranded or not realize themselves.
How they both inform the present and fail to inform the present. Yeah, I think there's a general, just in the conversation now, it seems, I think architecture, whether it's vertically integrated or not, is very suited to both serve, let's say, late capitalism, but also resist it. So I think it's not a question of whether then we enter a market with specializations or not, but how we understand our position as architect to be. And I think there's different positions on the table. And I disagree with some of them, others disagree with others. So I think there's definitely a way to educate architects beyond a kind of avant-gardist, let's say, playground environment towards a kind of politically informed position that does look at the entire spectrum, even if it's not something we do ourselves completely. I mean, I think there is a responsibility, and I think a kind of specialization and a division of labor, I think, as Patrick has called it, sure, but I don't believe in the kind of the division of responsibility on a certain level. So I think there's a difference, and I think there's a need to keep the overall in view. And I think, yeah, like I said before, a lot of the projects do have a very strong modernist, hyper-modernist or modernist legacy, take on some of that language, be it visually or in terms of, just really language. It's efficient, it's rational, it's objective, it's faster, it's even in the social realm, like it serves the people. It's unclear which people sometimes, but there's a lot of the rhetoric that's very familiar to us that comes with a modernist, let's say, belief in technology, or not just modernist, but that's where we, let's say, encounter it. And then it never really went away, with the belief that then with that kind of technological control and tools, if only Corbusier had a computer, if only we had all the tools, then we could finally, save the world. So I think there's a friction there that also showed in the representations, which were amazing, but what we called in the chat, I think, the grit of the material and the use and abuse of stuff, and the kind of the maybe, in a way, if we want to historicize it, the postmodern take on the people who use it and abuse it and maintain it. And so that part that's been missing from a lot of the projects, and also maybe from part of the discussion, that it's not just us as the kind of modernist ruler of the world who finally puts the grid everywhere and then has solved the problem, be it of housing or of the economy or anything, but what happened, what really happens with the stuff. There's stuff in the world that we put there, and it's exposed to people and the weather and breaking things. And so I think that's something that we also need to think of in these larger frameworks. So it's not just a question of scale from small to big, but a question of different participants and inhabitants, and we said maybe not use the word user, but these different parties, and that includes clients and everything. And then the question is where is automation aimed at? What does automation try to improve? And of course there's a question of efficiency and all of that, but I think that's where we fall into the trap of the modernist rhetoric. So what is it that we're trying to improve, and how can automation help with that?
I think just to insert something really quick. I think this discussion of improvement and optimization is an interesting one. I think that it's been going on since the beginning of time. And I think it's a trap. I think other industries, looking at things like AI and more radical new technologies that we're trying to propose and discuss today, are using them in a more radical format. And I think that, generally speaking, architects have a tendency to want to improve upon what we know. So how do we slightly improve? We improve at fabrication slightly. We improve at assembling a building slightly, or we improve the efficiency of the building. And I think that that's a trap, personally. So I think it's actually a more interesting question to ask, rather than what's the optimal startup model for today? How do I make my work for the market? Is to propose, what are these students researching all of these new technologies? What are the bigger questions that they should be asking about how we change the way we inhabit buildings, how we embed different forms of agency in the way we live in buildings? I think some of the projects here have a vision of that as well that you saw today. But I also think there's a bit of an idealistic view. Perhaps that's partially because there's a limited time, 1 year to do start to finish research from scratch. But I believe that, yeah, I think we really need to attack those problems head on and have conversations about that rather than focusing on sort of how we're slightly improving on the past. This is just a general provocation. So I'm kind of interested in what everyone thinks is actually the opportunity of all of these new technologies that we're proposing to bring into the architecture realm.
I mean, what I wanted to challenge or put this provocation forward, what I feel is tying a lot of the discourse to a modernist model is the wrong politics. So I throw the question, does anybody here believe that a further democratization of the economy of society, of everything, of architectural ideas and so on, will actually deliver that wave of innovation we're craving for? I certainly don't believe that. And if you look at the protagonists of modernism, they were coming into a space where you had just had the socialist revolutions, and the client was some kind of democratically constituted government, and you had central planning and quasi-planning on the municipal level, on a national level, and that was the kind of. But also the problem was very much simpler. There's kind of 5 components you deliver in mass reproduction. And I want to say, and I yell Manuel, Philip, you with your entrepreneurship, your firms, do you want what you're doing being prescribed? You wait for kind of general democratic process to tick off that you have a legitimate agenda? I mean, that's really the kiss of death, I believe. But I throw this in. For me, democracy, the kind of politics some of you have kind of taken up in their mother milk, growing up in the kind of 80s or whatever, is in contradiction with that technological innovational wave which we're talking about.
But just a very brief comment in terms of historical, that's precisely the kind of, I mean, but that's exactly the same kind of rhetoric, right? That it needs to be innovation in a certain direction, and we can only get there with certain means. I mean, I think that's part of the same rhetoric, right?
I want to hear
Daniel. Daniel
yeah.
tried to take the. Daniel, go ahead, please.
I mean, like the digital project always goes towards more like a flatter organization. So actually, we look forward to an economy which is based on distributed manufacturing, on blockchain, decentralized, distributed economic models, and so on. So I don't know, like anyhow. The kind of division of labor already is a modernistic point of view or like perspective. So actually, like it's not a division of labor. It's the same as we have a division of a screen. So everyone, in a way, it's his own expert and so on. We have this, like, I mean, it's like just paraphrasing, in a way, like common architecture theory, like Capo, Picon, and so on. Like everyone is fighting about it. But also, like a bit like to quote or build on Anton's comment. I think fundamentally the role of an architect is really to articulate or better figurate actually alternative models. Architecture has always done complexity and contradiction, not the classic. It's always searching or proposing is also. And when you look to economic critiques on our time, just read Thomas Piketty, and that's exactly his conclusion that he says like, hey, we need actually alternative models. That actually like all the unjust or like centralization of finance and so on is actually very much based on actually the missing kind of alternative models and very practical approaches also. And I think that's exactly what we today saw and what we can offer.
And I agree with you when it comes to blockchain, but blockchain isn't a democratic collective action. Blockchain is a project of a libertarian spirit.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, but I think there's like a wider confusion in the terms here. We're not trying to create a communist action to produce an architecture. I think we actually do believe in this entrepreneurship model, and I think what we are saying is that the agency of the architect could actually be empowered through this model to propose alternative modes of living and proposing a different kind of ownership of a space. So I think,
I agree with you. Let me say, because in terms of the anti-capitalist rhetoric, if we can shift the terms a little bit, and we're talking about the current system as crony capitalism, then I'm also an anti-crony capitalist, anti-statist, the the big monopolies which use the state to bulldoze their privileges around the world. That's what we are against. We're the most radical anti-crony capitalists and anti-imperialists you can find on the political spectrum. But at the same time, we don't believe in this kind of democracy, which is taking over more parts of the economy from 50% to 100%.
Patrick, if you allow me,
crony capitalism project.
Yeah, Patrick, I mean, it's great you're bringing this up, and I mean, I would like to. It's great you're bringing this up, and I would like to hear a little bit also like the different perspectives on that position, because I know, I mean, it's almost central to the debate we've had today. Everyone's asking questions: who is automating? Which economic models are going to support? You know, the kind of massive need for construction that we're facing in the immediate future. And I think we have a fantastic panel here of, you know, people really actively working on these models, you know, from Anton to Yael and also Jose, who just completed a book on this. So I think we can, I mean, I'm interested in teasing out this kind of oppositions between people advocating more radically for verticalism, and I would put Anton and probably Yael there as well. And then people who are more participatory, where I would put maybe Jose, and I just noticed Tyson there as well, but also Molly Claypool, for example. And I think me and Manu probably kind of sit a bit in between, like we're definitely not outspoken on one of those two sides. And I want to kind of maybe start a bit of a conversation there.
Yeah, I would like to add a quote that you all guys know, but I think it's very relevant for the topic deals of your studio. It's about what Bucky Fuller stated and said so many times, you know, that, you know, you cannot change nothing by fighting it, okay? There's so many forces that react, that this has been historically, you know, demonstrated. What really occurs is when you want to really change something, you just have to build the new paradigm that immediately makes the previous one obsolete, okay? So this is not about fighting capitalist or socialist or communist or architecture, no. I think something new is being built due to fundamentally technology and also a cultural shift of our minds and souls, okay? That is part of our society. The world as a whole was not, you know, even in debate 20 years ago. Now, for the first time, I think in humanity, we've had a problem altogether. And I think this might change a little bit how we think about each other. We don't know how. Technology, for example, in architecture, focusing in our industry is, I think construction industry is the most obsolete of all the human, let's say, tasks, okay? And none of the advancements that others have inserted naturally in the daily, you know, protocols of work have been included in architecture. So it's inevitable that a change is coming, and the change is not by fighting the developer, the GC, the corporate office, the lending bank, and the, you know, and the apartment building as an asset. This is impossible to fight today. It's established, but a new model will pop up like a little seed and make the other obsolete. This is my approach to automation and to all the things that we've seen today in the studio as, you know, as a first impulse to develop intellectually, culturally, and technologically. And I think architecture is going to really drastically change society if it incorporates all this all together.
But Anton, I need to fundamentally disagree with what you're saying in a sense, because I mean, there is that corporate perspective of the idea of building companies, how companies have a force in the world. We see people like Elon Musk, just kind of how the power of an idea can actually become something huge. But you're forgetting somehow that discourse and everything that we're kind of doing in many other different areas of society and culture are influencing what we're creating as a collective project. I mean, many of these ideas of what a kid just grows up to want to go to Mars might be something that is being picked up from a kind of a general discourse that is been happening in all sorts of different mediums, right? Like, so writing a book might be as powerful as kind of creating a company somehow. And I think that the idea of just kind of putting companies at the foreground of all cultural change, it really kind of dismantles many of the kind of cultural and social struggles that have been really put, like many people that had not been able to kind of address change at that level. And I think it's really problematic to think that that's the only form in which we actually exercise change.
Jose, you said that, okay? I think this is not part of the conversation. You said that. Today we are having a fantastic new experience academically in a Zoom, I would say, collective, that it was totally unbelievable that we could have a conversation just 3 months ago, and has put upside down all the academic system, has democratized education, and has made me the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with Patrick that I have never had, okay? So this is amazing. And this is driven by technology. It will, and it could democratize the access of education, and it could dismantle the elite education that, by the way, Bartlett participates, or MIT or others, okay? But I think the kind of disruption that is amazing is not driven by, you know, capitalism or a company, or it's kind of the circumstances and the availability of a technology that we are using, no? So I think this is a very good example of how disruption sometimes, you know, pops up in your life and changes a lot, no? So I'm not saying I don't think the corporation or the company or whatever you mentioned is the unit. No. I think is the analysis that, and I think we shall agree on this, the way a building is made today is a mess. Okay, it's very expensive, it's not attainable, and it does not favor the beauty of architecture. It does not favor innovation, and does not help to make our life and our environment healthier and happier. I think we should agree on this. So the system of architecture overall, I think, is corrupted by all these forces that you were mentioning, the company, the corporation, economics, etc. That's why I think a new model might be welcome.
I want to just say, Jose, I think I agree with you. I'm somebody who's very much emphasizing discourses as a major force. And that's actually also something which isn't recognized in the libertarian movement, where they only see markets. And I see definitely markets and discourses. And but also I see that you know, free association and the building of firms and corporations is a part of a market process through free contracting. And that should also not be curbed. What I think is the obsolete part of the equation is the contemporary political process, which I think is a political process of the 20th century and shouldn't continue in the 21st century. And that is this kind of mass party democracy, majoritarian dictate. And I think therefore the phrase democratization, we need to start differentiating, because this kind of democratization through open media, through things like the blockchain, which could happen, you know, is also, which is delivered by markets and discourses, is for me something we all agree, but then conflated with the idea of, which I find highly problematic, that democratization means kind of collective majority control through some kind of assembly of a unified front, where we need really convince a majority before the first step can be put forward, and that is just stopping all innovation. So we need to, so I'm anti-democratic with respect to the political system, and kind of pro democratization as it is delivered through discourses, markets, and new media.
But democratization also means to give voice to kind of populations that have historically been underserved or under kind of allowed to participate in the process of construction. So I think that what we have today is that the people that have the forces and agents that are able to kind of exercise that power in the world, that kind of, as data has shown, has kind of a large inequality to kind of really act and put their kind of interest at the foreground. So if you don't bring democratization, even if it comes with some of the kind of problems that you're kind of facing, you're gonna maintain silencing communities that otherwise wouldn't be able to participate.
I've come to believe that this kind of inclusion policies are actually end up exclusion policies. And the political system has kind of abysmally failed. And I think that a much more freer opening up, that you actually entrepreneurs bringing these disenfranchised groups into the labor process, into the interaction process, that's what I would expect. But for that, we don't have enough freedom. We don't have enough economic freedom, entrepreneurial freedom, freedom of association, freedom of contracting. That's overregulated, and precisely that is what's keeping those kind of groups, which in America and in the advanced world are excluded. There are 100% people who are on the kind of what the state, they're fully taken care of by the state, and that keeps them in that position. And there's no possibility for entrepreneurs to tap into that.
I just want to keep the focus of the conversation a bit on automation. Though I mean, I like the excursions into politics, which are inevitable when we're talking about the question who is automating, right? But maybe to kind of bring back also some of the critics have been the whole day with us, like Theodora. I would love to hear a bit from you, maybe almost.
This term automation is an old term. So what's the new version? That's the question we should be asking.
I had something on that actually, exactly. Well, because I was reading recently a book by Hamid Ekbi and Bonnie Nardi that was talking about heteromation, which is a bit of a neologism, but it's kind of shifting our attention to the human labor that's always involved in what we call automation. So I saw today, for instance, that many students involved apps in their projects, you know, that there was always kind of like the project was being launched by people kind of like actively contributing content, or, you know, but kind of putting work in kind of maintaining that system. And I think I would love to kind of have the students reflect a little bit more, or kind of bring that a bit more centrally in their imagination. So what's being sort of like automated, and what are some of the kind of human processes or the kind of like value extraction from people that is needed to sort of maintain that automation narrative. And I think another useful distinction might be between kind of automation and algorithmic automation, or just a little bit more specifically, like other kinds of automation, like if we can qualify them, that students have been sort of engaging today.
I mean, what I find fascinating, I like the question, Tyson, and I mean, automation the old way and robot, the whole concept of robot the old way is about picking up tasks which have been 100% already routinized through kind of integral division of labor and dumped down in each of its elements so that it can be handed over to an automaton. And all of these notions associate with something dumb, robotic, repetitive. And I think we could really move beyond that. That is my whole project, for instance, of the kind of creative, spontaneous environments where we start to live with robots, but or intelligent systems, AI systems, and what we don't want them to be kind of automatons which only respond to instructions. And this is exactly the same way in which where I have, you know, if I have 400 staff, I rely on them to be kind of creative, spontaneously self-directed. And I think this kind of intelligence is what we maybe want to embed in the built environment, and maybe also in manufacturing process. But I'm also thinking about not only production and then have an inert end product, but actually bringing the built environment alive and making that a creative, spontaneous environment, which where we live with artificial intelligences. And maybe we should, I don't know what the phrase would be, intelligizing instead of automation. Let's intelligize.
Second order cybernetics instead of first order cybernetics.
Like, so Tyson, like, I mean, I guess you favor the term autonomy over automation, right? Is that, was that part of your provocation?
That's a good one.
Indeed.
But I mean, I find it's perfect. I find it also problematic, right, in a way, because like autonomy immediately is then also like, well, who has that autonomy, right? It's like one step or who established that autonomy, and on what kind of agency or what kind of scheme is it operating?
Sure. Well, the system itself, the system, I mean, the whole point is that such as like you want to be autonomous, right? And why not unleash kind of intelligences as long as they have to reproduce and survive in a system of rules where they have utility function, which they want to maximize, and they're defined by the designers, by us. But the way, you have to, the robot is it's kind of micromanaged the means, and we imposing ends and micromanaged means. That's automation. We need to move on. We're just having abstract ends, and then the means would be no longer micromanaged. They will be self-directedly explored, and they will be evolving the capacities, like all of us here. I mean, we are way beyond in our social processes the 1950s, where you will be told what to do and you will shut up, and that was university.
Does anyone else want?
The assistants were kind of, and I've met kind of it was my first kind of job in university as an assistant. I had still this kind of 70+ professor who was treating his assistant, trying to treat his assistants like this. So, I mean, that's the old model. That's the 1950s automation, the 1950s social process. So we go into autonomy and intelligizing perhaps.
But like the problem is that automation, I mean, like automation is a term that is now understood, it's widely used as a term that we understand that has political and social.
But it has the wrong connotations. I agree with Tyson.
And it's an economic model as well.
But these things are complicated on all sides. They're complicated on all sides, and I think there's good on all the different perspectives. But democracy can't do certain things, but neither can autocracy. Like if you're listening to this conversation from LA, it means something different than it might mean somewhere else. Here we have 330 million people who have autonomy, but we can't get enough of them to wear a mask in their own interest, so that we don't actually die in a pandemic. I mean, so are we actually going to get our robots to become more, I don't know, sane when we can't even get each other to become more sane? So yeah, we want to do this, but we can't idealize the difficulty of it away. We can't just kind of dream it away. And to Patrick, okay, Adam Smith writes about the invisible hand. What about the other invisible hand? The one that actually is pushing on the scale. And what about the fact that before he writes The Wealth of Nations, he writes a theory of morals that actually, if you want to make intelligent cities, the first thing you have to do is you have to make intelligent citizens. Forget the machines. Like if you have people who aren't thinking, it doesn't matter how smart your AI is. There are complications to all this.
This is all absolutely true, but I think this whole discussion of automation and autonomy doesn't necessarily only apply to robotics, right? So I think that this whole discussion of participatory systems and platforms and games and things like Fortnite all infiltrate the same territory, which is, I think, the interesting thing about this. It can be that autonomy and automation don't actually physically occur through a robotic process, right? So
yeah, I think that's exactly one of the questions that I think there's a slippage in equalizing or equating automation or certain parts of the discussion with, let's say, technology or with certain economic models. I mean, I think it's more maybe sometimes it's more productive to look at certain parts of certain processes of trying, for example, in automation historically, then people have tried to de-subjectivize certain processes to make them repeatable, to make them supposedly objective and things like that. So, but that doesn't necessarily always mean technology. So I think to kind of keep these a little bit separate, to not fall into the automated equations of one equals the other, and hence then suddenly we have two discussions that have nothing to do with each other. I think is a and the same with democracy. I mean, it's not that. I think, Patrick, you have more or less tried to say or framed it as if democracy is always basic democracy. That's not. There's many forms of democratic processes that are not always asking everybody for everything. So I think that it's important to keep these layers a little bit separate, to not fall into the either or discussion.
And exactly that, to make a more concrete proposal from the comment, there are many ideas, they're in competition. There are many products, they're in competition. There are markets, there are counter markets. We can't actually reason our way through that, but we could prove our way through that. So if architects, for example, with all these ideas of automation and everything else, got together and we all decided to contribute to a virtual rainforest in which there could be all the ideas coexisting, you know, whatever you want, whatever political idea, economic idea, construction idea, everything is coexisting in the rainforest. And the only criterion is the rainforest thriving? You know, is the thing itself thriving? Like, forget what I think and what you think, is the rainforest thriving? If we have ideas and the rainforest dies, well, they're bad ideas.
Jose's building that, isn't he?
No, but can I
Jose, aren't you building the rainforest right now?
Can I point something out? Because honestly, I've been watching the students leave one by one, and some of them had their cameras on, and it was fantastic to see how bored they are. So
that has something to do also with the fact that it's 3 a.m.
It could be, but some of them are still in London. But if you can't keep the attention of people who look up to you, I'm wondering, how do you actually get the attention of people who don't even know you? So I'm just trying to say, maybe let's shift a bit the conversation towards some advice to our students who are now graduating, right? And let's tell them how to make a practice, or maybe what the practices that exist need from them, right? So we're talking about automation, and I do see value, for example, in teaching the students to write code, because that would be useful, right?
It would be.
I like what you just said, and I think it's very pertinent. I think, and I want to give an advice and go for lunch. Yes, I mean, I would tell the students to build a building, and this that sounds very dumb, okay? Has not been done, okay? Has not been really done, a building that puts together all this advancement of the technology and that merges the material world with the coding, and also gets rid of, you know, a lot of terms that are middlemen and interrupts the natural flow from creativity to space, okay? I think our students need to make this real and stop the intellectual activity with a building that could be with a lot of mistakes. We need to debug it. It will leak. It will not be coded, and they will get into trouble. This is guaranteed, okay? Because these forces against this way of practicing architecture will pop up immediately, but it will still be an example, a building, a prototype, okay? I think this is very important to tell our students that this is real, is coming, has not been done, and it's an amazing moment to explore architecture from a different, let's say, disciplinary perspective.
I agree, and actually, if I would say something to my students, there are some amazing places that have nothing to do with architecture that are making construction right now, who are looking for young people who would be able to actually use these clever machines and repurpose them. But it's funny because we don't talk about them. Like there was a bit of talk about the US big one that has integrated everything, and we are, oh, so bad. But actually, they might actually have something to offer to some of the students. And from there, let's say you infiltrate, you might actually change those places to do something interesting. So for example, in UK, Langolork, huge grant by the UK government to build the factories. They build it, it's there. If you go, it's fantastic. They have robots, they have things that you can't imagine. They don't have people who know how to use them, which is interesting, but also no architectural practice that actually involves with them, or very few architectural practices.
I want to take up Octavian's, I think, very good proposal to invite the last students standing to please join the conversation and switch on your cameras. Maybe, you know, if anyone wants to bring up something maybe that you have heard in your project, or something that you have just heard in this discussion and that you strongly agree or disagree with, it would be fantastic to hear from you as well. I'm aware that many of you are very tired and that for many of you it's 3 a.m. in the morning in China, but still it would be great. I'm looking at Mario. I see that Mario is has his camera on. Do you want to raise something or do you want to say something, Mario? Is that a... If you don't want to, you don't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot. No? Okay.
Okay, so I would like to just a little bit put the emphasis on, you know, the exciting generation of new hybrids that we are like creating and we see today with the work. You know, we see students, they really take on the challenge of like coding, they take on the challenge of understanding how material robotic system works, which goes a little bit beyond for me, you know, like moving from architecture to computer science, to really like start, you know, understanding that if you want to have agency outside the architectural discourse and just like, you know, you might also have to start thinking how you evaluate things, how you evaluate the work and opening out a bit. Because what I see today, I'm not sure if they want to like, you know, a new form of modernism or whatever. I just see a group of students that are trying to learn how to manage complexities, for instance, like the complexity world in which we live on. And you cannot do it. If you want to see it on a table with roboticists, you need to be, to like have at least spend the time understanding. You might not want to become, you know, the narrow, I'm struggling myself sometimes to understand like, you know, narrow work, but like, or like this generalist, you know, sort of Renaissance man that we all have been trained of. I still belong to that, you know, kind of like education thing. But at the same time, I don't know, probably we should also start to, you know, expand a little bit their architectural evaluation and discourse and let a little bit, you know, open to perhaps scientific or business or like logics and get out a little bit from the architectural, you know, your thinking. That's what I do believe. And, you know, you just see students that in 1 year, they never even build. And I mean, I'm talking about our, for instance, units. They really do serious like robotic work, and other units that do more gaming engines and more like think about, you know, more from a business point of view. And, you know, each unit I think has a very strong focus. And I think this new generation is really need to deal with complexities and understand that there is not a right or wrong, because that's how we've been trained so far. And that's why, you know, that's what I do believe might be.
But I think that's exactly the question. There's definitely wrongs. I mean, it's not like there's no right or wrong. I think that that's precisely what we're trying to establish in these conversations. And to Octavian, when you said that they want advice, I mean, this whole discussion, I think, is part of the issue. It's like when you become an architect and you go into the world, whether you're the designer or the municipal decider or whatever, whichever position you take, be it political or the designer who like produces new forms. I think if you're not aware of the entire process and the political legacy or heritage or baggage that you carry and that this technology carries and the debate around the technology carries, then I think there's definitely wrongs you can do. So I think I understand it might seem like it's a huge thing, but if we're not aware of both the language, the burdens, and the baggage and the implied biases and consequences of both the language, formal but also verbal, and the processes, then I think we have a real problem. So I think that it's absolutely part of the advice is not just how do you build a practice, but how do you make informed decisions about the tools that you use, the technology that you use, and when you build, when you don't build, like all these would be, I mean, that's my take.
Well, when you build, when you don't build is not our decision. But I want to answer Octavian. I mean, I think it would be a shame to shift the students to Langer Rogue. I mean, we're working with them, but I wouldn't want to work for them. And I think, I mean, and that's in a sense flags up something for me. I don't know, I haven't seen today's studios. Maybe at an earlier set of iterations of this studio, maybe not now. It had to invest a lot in machine building and understanding robotics, and you had to become a technician. And that shouldn't take over. We need to keep the purpose of this in mind, of, you know, how this kind of feeds forward into architecture, and we want to inform the architect with new possibilities. That's why we have invested in them for a kind of particular historical period. I wouldn't want to, I would be ashamed if that takes over so much that the student feels kind of the best place to go is laying a rook and be part of a robotics lab there.
I don't know. I think also open. Sorry, I just want to say one thing, because like if you start having a robotic lab, you have like all the design background and the creativity thinking, then you are like, have so much power, because those
that will be snuffed out within the first months.
Well, I don't think so. I think that we need at least to have a conversation, of course, like a multidisciplinary team that can understand each other, because then what happened is that, technology, robotic research is going so far, architecture always staying behind because it's so polarized and we are so stuck in our self-referential conversation, which, okay. But
I mean, I want to not interrupt, but I mean, Manu should talk about this. When I have the example of Mustafa, for instance, from Borello, he's kind of exited the discipline, and I mean, it is another form, and entrepreneurship will also bring you out of there. Once you're in robotics, and then the robot takes over, and it disconnects from architecture.
Yeah, like Manu and Yael, I think you're very well situated.
Yes, I mean, we were actually having.
Yeah,
Yael, you need to chip in after. We were actually having the both of us this conversation in the background in the chat. I think, I mean, it is interesting to, I mean, the entrepreneurship model, I think, first of all, that is actually what we are trying to kind of train our students on. And they self-develop that interest. And I think over the last few days, they've been some of them, they even present their project and the system as a new company, as a new method, right? And I think that's a key shift in the way we envision architecture, that goes more in relation with becoming a product rather than a service. Like coming back to the very first part of the conversation with Jose, I think this, and also with what Anton is doing. I think there are models that some of us are starting to try to play with, but obviously at a very slow speed. Trying to transform the architecture model into a product rather than a service. And I think what we're struggling with, all of us, is how to sell that product, right? And I think that, the difficult thing, but I think that's a serious question. I think all of us in this conversation and obviously at the Bartlett, I think, we are good architects, good designers. We can develop a good architectural product. What we are not trained on is how to establish that link. And I think when you were talking about the division of labor, I do think that's essentially where we need to start targeting our efforts towards. And that's why I also think that Anton is a very good example. Like if we take the entrepreneurship model and we start developing, our own architectural pieces that become buildings, then we can actually sell it in the way we want, right? But that is the part that is still an unknown for our profession, because we've been heavily trained for years and years on a service model, and I mean that is what some of us are already struggling with, and I think that's a conversation that will start to unwrap itself in the coming years also in academia.
But I also want to hear from Yael. I mean, aren't you guys exiting the field? I mean, shouldn't be the entrepreneurship within the field, a new service within the field? Yael, you can't. You're spending all your time on floors.
No, come on. No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I mean, what's interesting is actually with automation, it becomes problematic how fast the realization of these products become, right? So once you become more professional in automation, you become a troll, right? You become a marketeer, because selling enough products such to swamp your robots with products to materialize is actually a considerable problem. So in a sense, these robots that we develop, they print through the night. So the kind of capacities that we have are unbelievable, right? Is that so? There's really an imbalance between the number of robots employed versus the
the size of the team in terms of sales. But what I think is also an interesting project that was evoked in the Waldo project is that at some point, you know, why do you construct a house, right? There's the practical necessity, but also a more spiritual one, right? And this tension is evoked, right? Is that if it takes only two months to build a house, was that long enough for you to enjoy and to have enough time to really think what this house should be and what it should look like? So this capacity is quite considerable. So Anton has a really good point that, in a sense, you know, the effects of automation will be much more dramatic than you can conceive. And Patrick, your defense of automation was not so strong, in the sense that you mentioned the division of labor. Come on, this labor is collapsing, right? This is like agriculture, right? Agriculture in the late 19th century, it took 85% of the US professional population was engaged in agriculture, and also in construction. You know, is that and you know, now it's 5%, and it could be 2% if you have autonomous tractors, and this will happen for sure. So the same thing will happen in the building construction, in the sense a large field will simply collapse. In a sense, there will be there will be little labor involved. And I think, in a sense, what Manu and I are trying to do is a more long-term game. So, you know, on the short term, maybe we're doing less sketching, less programming of funny shapes and whatever. But in a sense, I think in the long term, so you could say that we are now a little bit in the margin or in the periphery. But I think in the long term, through automation, we will be dead centered in the field of architecture. And
what I meant was the division of labor between, for instance, design and manufacture, design and construction.
Yes, but the construction is so automated, in a sense that there is no division of labor anymore.
Well, I mean the division of function, of specialization, of in terms of entrepreneurship and companies. So that's where I'm coming from.
Right.
And, I mean, the risk, if you're saying that's, for me also what I said, students and studios should remember that division of labor, then otherwise it is equally likely that they're moving then later to become fabricators. But for me, it's a very, very different profession, a very, very different discipline. Even though I agree that in the investment in these new fabrication technologies as an expertise and also as an engine of invention for new architectural imaginations and potentials for design, and that they're then already fitted in advance through the constraints. All of that is a great paradigm, but I think we should still. I still defend that we here collectively as a discourse, we have discourse of architecture. We're not an engineering manufacturing discourse.
Right, but
that's subsidiary to the architectural discourse.
But fabrication sort of dissolves, right? I mean,
it doesn't dissolve. I don't care about the shop floor workers in that case. I mean, that they are disappearing doesn't mean that the division of labor disappears.
No, but I mean, I think that not comparing ourselves at all, but I think that's like saying that Jean Prouvé or Miguel Fisac were not architects anymore. So I really don't think that we exited the profession of architecture. I think we're taking a little bit of a detour, slowing in certain areas to then, as Yael said, then empower new models to come alive, or at least that's what we're trying.
Yeah, but
I mean, as a designer, I love it. I have you guys to work on all projects.
Sorry,
for me as a designer, it's great to have you guys.
Okay, I want to
as contractors to work with.
We have some students who want to intervene in the conversation, which would be good. I think Keshav, do you want to say something?
Yeah. Hey, everyone who doesn't know me, I'm just an RC4 student in Gilles' cluster, actually. We'll be presenting tomorrow. But I just wanted to make a few remarks on like automation and I think its relationship to education. The way that students are educated is really from a colonial standpoint, right? Like it's Western critiques of Western buildings, of Western history, and then that propagates through the way we think about automation, techniques, processes, geometry, et cetera, and I wonder if this panel or if any panel really throughout the world is actually able to critique automation from the standpoint of a cultural project that doesn't involve colonialism or doesn't involve hypercapital. And I think that's quite problematic for our current contemporary context for the students kind of going out into the field, but also just like students in these universities that are trying to find their own project socioculturally or sociopolitically outside of just doing like the entrepreneurial thing. I think Manu had pointed out, how do we sell this? And I don't think the question is, how do we sell this anymore? I think the question is like, why are we doing this? Like we have to figure out fundamentally why we're selling what we're selling if we want to sell it at all. There's also some arguments, I think, in architecture and craft about slow craft that opposes radical efficiency, which kind of links itself with hypercapital in massive cultural projects and developments that are outside of like housing or things related to the common. But anyways, just a few remarks. I think that's something I've found kind of troubling about a lot of today's debates and then some of the conversation that I'm hearing right now as well. But anyways, thanks.
Thank you, Keshav. Anyone wants to pick up on something?
I would like to add to that. I think that this is precisely the definition of discourse and discipline, which is a moving target. It needs to be central more than the kind of capacity of individuals that have certain access or positions in the market to actually dictate what is or not architecture. I think that the development of discourse is pretty much that's where we're in academia. That's where we're actually kind of arguing for ideas also as and together with buildings, I think. And some of the things that you're bringing up, is the question is like, has the critical project of architecture within the discipline changed or shifted? And I would argue that yes, that's certainly what's happening, right? The moment in which we have kind of large social transformations and we're kind of in the middle of them, we need to really start questioning what is that kind of critical contribution to the discipline. And perhaps the kind of project that the luxury project for the 1%, it's becoming less and less critical today. And I think that the idea of the avant-garde, as we have been defining it historically, needs to be shifted and questioned because those modes have been exhausted, we can keep innovating in form, but we have not been able to find social change or kind of addressing other layers of architectural problems through those models. So I think that the question of what is a critical project for architecture is very much in debate and very much should be argued for.
I think that if automation will have an impact, would be in the attainability of housing. That is a major social problem that creates all kind of, difficulties to people to make their living. Okay, the same way, and I agree with Jeff that labor was fundamentally a 19th century structure of the society that served the hard work in things that have to be done, like agriculture, and most of the population was on the fields, and now nobody's on the fields. That doesn't mean that people don't eat the same lettuce. Maybe that lettuce is distributed more homogeneously among the population, okay? So I think with housing and with some aspects that are on big crisis in all kinds of worlds, in the very well-developed world, in San Francisco area, the Bay Area, to undeveloped countries, housing is really a major issue that the way architecture operates among the financial system, the social and political system, is not really working. Is housing a human fundamental need? I do agree. As important for the spirit as for the body and for the culture and for everything. As agriculture, it would be like the foundational first layer of establishing a civilization, the concept of home. And this is something that architecture has to solve and has been pretty much abandoned academically in the last 20 years, if you as a professor try to introduce a studio of housing, oh my God, that was almost, that was insulting the intelligence of the complexities and the appetite of doing strange things of both students, professors, and the system. Now, housing is a major studio challenge because we can incorporate other tools. So I think architecture is a fundamental driver to stabilizing foundations in a society, in the economics. Don't forget that ultimately all the wealth of the world resides fundamentally in a home, okay? In different ways of asset, but if you live in a very undeveloped poor country, your home is your main thing. If you live in the United States, your investment would be driven ultimately to a REIT as a financial real estate asset. No? So I think that this is a very important topic, and architecture has to drive it and lead it.
Well, let me come in for a moment. I mean, first of all, at DRL, we had various forms of housing studios for the last 10 years. And the point here is this. I mean, if you look, the student was asking, before we asking what can we sell, we should ask what should we be doing collectively as humanity or something like this. But I think the root of what can we sell, could we sell, is the great heuristics towards us. If you go to business school, there's precisely that attitude where you, in order to actually sell something new, you have to identify new needs, untapped potentials. You're thinking about the requirements of humanity or particular conditions, and then you develop something. You can open up a new market. And by the way, nobody is dictating markets. And I believe in discourse helping to identify these conditions. But I think I wouldn't deny the fact that, you know, what can we sell is in the end a very, very important heuristics there. And the good thing about entrepreneurship and the market process is that you don't have to be able to sell this immediately to half of the world population. All you need is to find somewhere somebody who sees value and picks up and becomes a pioneer kind of user of that. And that is a great engine of invention. But I defend this phrase, what can we sell, as a speculation, but it really means what could be required, what could be life enhancing. And I wouldn't play off, for instance, the profit motive versus the missionary zeal, because all entrepreneurs, I think in Silicon Valley, and many of us, first of all, we have missionary zeal, but the profit motive, what can we sell, is actually the way, the democratizing element, the way we would be disciplined to actually do something life enhancing and not just follow a kind of empty hobby horse. So that would be the point here. That's why I think the entrepreneurship model is a very, very good heuristics to think about what humanity would enhance the life of humanity.
But I mean, that only applies if you believe that what can be sold should be sold, and what can be sold will be. I mean, that's only if you believe that the market will show the way. I mean,
I do.
I know you do, but not all of us.
I think there's definitely an interesting balance. There's an interesting balance there. I mean, you know, both Manu and Yael are coming from a point in which they're actually taking the dive into a very difficult territory, which I think has a great value also to the students to see and to learn from. But I also think that, you know, deriving business models is very useful for us to identify value. That's what we're after. What is the value of our work, right? So it's not just what's the value, so how can I become a millionaire in a day? I mean, that's a personal thing, right? But that's not what we're teaching our students. We're teaching our students to find value in the work to the world and project to a near future, not a current, not just what is the current, what is the near future. I think that's the important value to identify. So business models are very useful to do that, as Patrick said, as a heuristic. You know, if it doesn't have value in the market, probably it doesn't have a great value, but that is not the only way that we can project and envision a future.
But in architecture, don't forget that the markets are not that well developed, right? I mean, in the Netherlands, 95% of the build volume has nothing to do with architecture. So, I mean, there's a considerable growth market for buildings to become architecture, and they're two really distinct things. And automation really can cross those boundaries by offering just, you know, something more than just a building, right? Is to reach that gap.
So Kesha, you asked a great question, and I really appreciate it because that's pretty much my morning question. Why am I doing what I'm doing? The truth is, and you're going to see, I hope you discover soon this, there's no one to tell you what you should be doing. You will know it once you do it, and you should have this flexibility to try as many things as you want. And the truth is, the fact that you're going through this course and learning things, you're going to at least have the confidence to try, right? And once you get there, there's a very simple metric to see if it's valuable. If you're doing something meaningful, people start to get to you to do what you're doing. It's quite simple. Once your inbox starts to be filled with people asking you to do what you're doing, it means that you're doing something valuable. And try as many.
I disagree. Octavian, I'm very sorry, but I really disagree. I think the issue, and I unfortunately disagree by experience. I do think that we're doing very valuable products, not only me, like everyone, and many levels. And I think worse products have found a better market because there is another strategy underlining the creation of those products. And I do think it's an important issue that we should start discussing. Also related to what Yael and Jose were outlining, which I think taps into the topic of housing that Anton was describing. I do see automation as a vehicle to actually create an architectural product that gets our agency back to the other 95% that we lost, right? And I think for that to happen, we do need to learn from the markets to create a new market that right now doesn't exist. No one wants automated modular housing for living. No one of those 95%. And I think we need to make an effort to identify where we can tap in for that to happen and progress.
I think Kesha's, I mean, I love the comment because I think it has really great critical value and contribution to the conversation. There were a couple of comments in the chat before, and also Anna Maria's comment about processes, that in fact, when we're talking about automation, maybe we're talking about processes, maybe we're not talking about the entirety of architecture as a profession or as a discipline. I wonder if these kind of like more partial views, if you can sort of identify like the aspects of architecture, like writ large, you know, beyond the sort of like Western project that you're sort of examining in the light of certain technologies and the processes that these encode, that this can be sort of the critical pedagogical project. And I mean, to make that a bit less cryptic, like I kept thinking about like the very idea of a project in the context of that studio, and you know, because it seems that if part of the goal is to have a kind of hands-on engagement with certain tools that are kind of emerging, and it's very important for students to kind of gain an inside understanding of those tools, then I felt that in many cases, like the architectural proposal ended up being a sort of demo of those tools kind of capabilities, or like a proof of concept of what you can do by sort of like following the constraints of the technology that you've been given. And I was wondering if sort of like smaller, kind of modest is the wrong word, but just more partial, like smaller inquiries that like really kind of try to critically interrogate certain processes without necessarily sort of like making arguments for the whole, could be kind of like an alternative way of developing like a more critical project about technical tools and their capabilities.
Thank you, Theodora. Wow, there's a brief moment of silence in our debate.
Silence.
That's the first time. Jose, go.
Well, I wanted to like follow up on this idea. I mean, I was really conflicted by this idea of the product, of what sells. I was just thinking about that, like what sells in the market seems to be the logic or the heuristic for what we should make. And there's so many different aspects of, especially now in COVID, it's like you look at what we should be doing. It's obviously people are rushing to the market now, but like if we do need to have a project that kind of goes beyond the lifespan or the kind of the intention of a startup for a particular architect or designer. I think that we should have collective projects that really kind of span that really start thinking about how society could be structured. And those things are kind of often dismantled when we're just kind of transitioning to the heuristic of, let the markets just self-organize and deregulate them. And yes, it has become a kind of a political discussion, and we might have different opinions in that, but there's enough evidence in the last, since the 80s or so, that the deregulation, the movement in which we've been moving towards, doesn't seem to be helping. We keep seeing more and more kind of social unrest, and those things are kind of not going away. I think that there's no interest of companies to resolve some of these issues, and if we don't kind of create alternative. I'm not trying to vilify companies. I have a company, I'm trying to do a product as well, and I'm trying to participate on the democratization of architecture, but I think we should not suppress and define that the only kind of mode of operation, the only heuristic for value production should be evaluated in the merits of a market approach. I think that we should expand that. And if that kind of becomes partisan, or it becomes kind of political, it's because right now the balance has been swayed so much in one direction that it feels that we really need to kind of develop new alternatives. But I think that the coexistence, or when I think about the commons, I always think of a kind of a third leg of the different aspects between government, capital, and citizen organizations and collectives and so forth, in which we're not just kind of putting the dichotomy between the public and the private, but really kind of bringing more new entities to the conversation in different forms. And I think that there's a lot of innovation that could be done in that space. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
I wanted to quickly ask Nadia her point of view, but I don't want to force people to say anything. So if you still have energy, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of at a meta level, I agree with Theodora that it's interesting to interrogate what the tools are you're using. And to be able to do that, you have to really be able to dive deeply into practice. Tools are developed in conjunction with practice. So it's you, the students, who define the practice and push forward the development of tools. And throughout this conversation, I've been hearing a lot of pretty ill-informed positions on algorithms and machine learning and training models. And I'm in the School of Computer Science. I'm not an architect, so that makes it seem just very odd the way the conversation progresses. And there, the computer scientists, we focus on developing tools, but the inputs and the outputs are defined by practice. And how you establish that practice is going to push forward how those things get developed. And I don't think that it's necessary for architects to start developing novel algorithms, but I do think it's important to understand how to employ these tools towards the means that you're trying to push for, be it farming in urban places or reconfiguring of habitable space or something like that. And to have a whole conversation in which you're trying to discuss who has the power to make tools and who is going to be oppressing whom seems to be counter to the point of trying to understand what is it that we need as humanity for dignity and flourishing, and how are we going to get there?
Beautiful. Fantastic. That also, I mean, that point brings it back kind of to almost one of the first questions that this conversation started with, which was Marcos asking, what is the question of architecture? So I kind of want to take this opportunity now that we have accidentally or coincidentally come full circle to maybe also begin wrapping up the debates a little bit. I think you have all been incredibly generous with your time, and we appreciate it a lot that we could have you for many, many hours. I want to invite everyone again. Tomorrow we have the final session of our 4-day marathon. So tomorrow is BPro Now. It doesn't have a theme, so we have done matter media automation. Tomorrow is Now. It's just a cross section of everything that we produce in the program. So we'll look at everything from robots to business models to algorithms that architects invent and to all of those things. And then again, followed with a big panel discussion in the end.
Gilles and Roberto, I have a simple suggestion for tomorrow, which I think
Yes.
everyone will welcome. Basically, it would be really interesting if you asked, or if we asked, or if we invited all the sessions to prepare a question for the roundtable, so that they all have voice, and they give them to you in advance maybe, and you toss them into the conversation every so often, and then they can jump in at the right moment as well. But basically to make their voice more equal to the voices of everyone else who's speaking. Because I think they drive us with new questions. They energize the conversation.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It's a brilliant suggestion. Thank you. Good. If there are more suggestions, actually, wait, I will stop live streaming, then we can do real